In this video, we're going to be building this URL shortener application. So this is not just any simple URL shortener. We're going to be having an admin dashboard. We're going to be having user management dashboards. This is where user can manage their links, and also to create a URL, you don't have to be logged in. But if you want to log in, we're going to ask you after you have generated your URL. We're going to ask you if you whether wanna login or just continue to copy your link. So I'm going to create an example here. I'm just going to paste this link. So I'm going to click on generate shorten, and you can see this link has been flagged. So this will need an admin to approve this link when you visit it. For example, here it's generated, but let me copy it and let me try to visit it. So when user try to visit it, we're not going to redirect them to that requested website, but we're going to warn them that this link has been flagged by our system that is not safe to open. So user can have options to choose to proceed, or users can return to the home page. So now let me go back here, and as you can see, this link has been flagged. So you can also generate the QR code if you want. And now let me try to go to the admin. So I'm logged in as an admin. That's why I can see this page. So this is the admin page, and this is the URLs page. So this is where an admin can review and see which links has been generated, and if they have some issues, if they are flagged, you have these filters. And if you click on security risk, you're gonna be only given this security. And you notice on the top here the URLs is changing, so which means even if you refresh, we're gonna stay on these filters. And also inappropriate, nothing is there, and other flags, we're just gonna show them others. And here I can choose to see all the flags, and you can only choose to see only filtered flags, flagged flags. And also you have the users. This is where we can change the user. So you can change the user to be an admin, or you can change an user to remove from an admin. Yeah, and also the users can be able to come to the stats page, so you can be able to see your stats, and you can see how many people have been how many links has been created. And also you can be able to view on the pie chart, and you can change as you want. And of course we have the light and dark theme. So this is the application I'm going to be creating in this video, and I hope you enjoy. And so let's just get started. Okay, so let's get started. And as I explained, we're going to be using Next.js, of course. So I think we can just go ahead and go on the website nextjs.org. So this is the website, and we can get started. So I'm just going to copy this installation link. So I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to go inside of my editor. I'm using VS Code. You can use, of course, whatever you want. So I'm going to open this with Ctrl-G, as you saw, and I can now paste this command here with Command V. So I press enter, and I can name this project. I already have a name, so mine is going to be shortening, and I'm going to give it a dot, and I'm going to use TypeScript, yes, and I'm going to choose ESLint, yeah, Tailwind CSS, yeah, and I'm going to use SRC. I'm going to select yeah. For app router, of course, and Turbo Pack, I'm going to select no for now. And for customizing the import areas, I'm going to say no. I'm going to wait for this to finish. Okay, so it's just finished, and I can press npm run dev for this. Press enter, and we can go ahead and test this. So localhost, localhost 3000. This is the link. This is the website where it's running on our local machine. So this is the website now. This is how it looks like, as you can see. And we can, of course, now we can just go ahead and get started with our project. All right, so let me just, what did I do? Okay, let me go back to my terminal, and I'm just gonna close this up. Let me close this for now. So this is the structure we have. So we have inside the src, there is app. So this is where all our routing will be at. And we can put other folders such as components inside of this src, but not inside of the app. And also this public folder, this is where all our public files such as images, like our logo, will be here. And this is the configurations for Next.js, and this is our package JSON. So we are using Next.js 15, and also we are using React 19. So this is the latest version as time of recording this video. And so yeah, this is all we have, and we can go ahead and actually get started. So inside of my src, inside of this page, I'm gonna go inside, let me close this. I'm gonna close this div. I'm gonna treat everything inside of the div. I'm gonna add a new div, and inside of this div I'm gonna add another one, and inside of this div I'm gonna have h1. So this will be like the website name, so or what our website does. So I'm gonna just say shorten your link. Shorten your links. So if you check our site, this is what we have now. And after this h1, I can add a paragraph, and inside of this I can say something like paste your long. Yeah, so paste your long. So Copilot is helping me here. So paste your long URL and get shortened one. It's free and easy. This is nice. So if I check now, I have this. But before we can proceed, I want to do one thing. I want to install Drizzle, not Drizzle, but Shadcn. So let me just go to shadcn.com, and this is the website. This is the website, ui.shadcn.com. So I can get started. I can choose Next.js. This is what we are using. So I'm gonna go with Next.js. I'm gonna choose npm. I'm using npm for this one, and I'm gonna copy the command to install. I'm gonna open my terminal again. I can stop this, and I'm gonna paste this command here. So in shadcn, I test init, and I'm gonna wait for this to finish. Okay, so we have to choose. I'm gonna go with the default basically, so neutral. And for this, I'm gonna use regular spray dips. So this is because we're using React 19, and some packages are not yet supporting React 19. So this is why you get this warning, but you can just use legacy spray dips. So go ahead. I pressed enter and it's done installing. So what did it do? I think they show us here. So this command, they don't really show us what it does, but let me just show you. So as you can see, we have a new file, components.json, was created by Shadcn CLI. And also inside of our package edition, we have new packages such as SRSX, Lucid React for icons, and this is for this utils like helpers with class names and like that. And I believe this is already installed, and also this one and this one, Tailwind merge. And instead of my dev dependencies, yeah, I think this is what we have. And let me close it, and I can go inside of my src. Did it create anything? Yeah, it have this lib folder. Inside the lib we have the utils. So this, the cn, will help us like how, I don't know how to explain it, but basically it will help us to combine class names. Like you can have a component, the component will have its own class names, but also if you want to use that component from another file or another place, you can pass property like class name, and you can of course use this end to help us. You will see it in action, so you will understand it much better when we start using it. Yes, so I think this is what we need for now, and if we need any components, we will come back and we can install it using this latest.add button. But for now, let me go back to my app and I can start it again. So let me open my terminal. I can do npm run dev again, and I can refresh this. Let me refresh again. Alright, so now we should have a white background, a white theme. This is nice. And yeah, so let me close this for now, and let's go back inside of our page, so our load page, and I can continue with this one. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna give this first div a class name, so class name, and I'm gonna say flex and flex1, sorry, just flex1, and also flex column items. I'm gonna be in the center, justify is gonna be center, padding of 6, and on medium devices gonna be padding 24. So now let's see what we have. Okay, so this is, let me just zoom it a bit more. I hope this is good. And for the second div, I'm gonna give it class name. I'm gonna make it w of full, and on max I'm gonna be max width of 3xl, and mx auto. mx gonna be auto, and also text gonna be on the center. Let's check now. Nice. And for my h1, I'm gonna give it a class name. So this is gonna have a class name of text for xl, and on medium devices this is gonna be let me see, text 5xl, and font is gonna be bold. And for tracking, I'm gonna make it tight, and on margin bottom it's gonna have 4. Let's see. Nice. And for my paragraph, so I'm gonna give it a class name, and for this class name it's gonna be text large. I'm gonna give text large and text muted foreground. This comes with Shadcn, and margin bottom is gonna be 8, and mx max width is gonna be 2xl, and mx auto. Nice. And so after this, I'm gonna have a component, so I'm gonna call this URL short, what can I call it? So URL short, let me think of a good name. URL shortener form. Yeah, so URL shortener form. After this, we're gonna have, of course, we're gonna get an error because we don't have this created yet, but we're just gonna go ahead and create it right now. So let me copy this name and let me open my file. I zoomed in so much. Let me just do this. Okay, nice. And now I can go inside to my src. I can create a new folder. I'm gonna call it components. Press enter, and inside of these components, I'm gonna create a new folder, URLs. So everything related to URLs will be inside of this. So for example, this URL shortener form. So this is just to keep your folder, your project cleaner. So for example, this is the URL, so it's related to URLs. I'm gonna give this inside of here. If you want, you can create even a new folder inside of here called forms, but I think that's a bit overkill. But for now, I'm just gonna keep it inside here. So I'm gonna name this, so URL URL shortener. So URL shortener form.tsx. Okay, so I can do export function, and I can name it, paste the name we copied before, and for now I can just return a div with that name. So we can go back inside of here and let's import it. So you can import it from components, URLs, and the form. So now I don't have any errors anymore. Good. And actually we can go ahead and start working on this. So let me see what we have to do now. Alright, so let me just go back to the Shadcn website, and we're gonna be needing the form. So let me search for form. Let me copy the installation command. Where is it? The from CRA. So add form, copy this, and now let's open my terminal. Let me open a new terminal. Let me paste this command, press enter, and wait for the confirmation. So I'm gonna use legacy period depths. And it's gonna go ahead and install the components, and we can go ahead and import everything. Okay, there's no example, so all right, yeah, here, and we can go ahead and copy these inputs. So we can go here and we can paste it here. Nice. And also I think we're gonna need the button, so we can also add this button while we're still here, and open this, paste here. So this is gonna go ahead and insert the button. Also we need to confirm, and gonna choose legacy period depths. All right, so let me close this. I think we are good for now. Let me close this, and let me go back inside of my URL shortener. So inside of here, I'm gonna have an empty JSX, and inside of this, I'm gonna have empty fragments, and inside of this, I'm gonna have a div. Inside of this div, this is where I'm gonna have my form. So make sure you import from the UI form, so the components UI form. And after this, inside of this, we need to create a form. We need to create a form using Zod. So Zod, when you install this form package, it installs as well from Zod for us. So we can go inside of here. I can do const form, because to use form from React hook form. And inside of here, we need to define. So let me just do this for now. And inside here, we need to add the resolver. And we're gonna use Zod resolver. We're not using the app. So Zod resolver, import it from this press. And here we need to pass in a schema. We don't have that yet. I'm gonna create it. And also default values. So let's just go ahead and prepare our schema. And so for this schema to work, we need to create a new file that we will use the schemas. So where do I want to put it? Inside of my lib. Where is the lib folder? So let me close this. Inside of this lib folder, I'm gonna add a new file. I'm gonna call it types.ts. Close this, and I can import Zod. So import z from Zod, and here I can do export const URL schema. Can do z.object URL schema equals to, yeah. Nice. So URL, and this one gonna be z.string. So we're gonna have a string, and also gonna make sure it's a URL. So the user, we're gonna make sure the user provides us with the URL. If not, we can be passing a message. And after that, for now, this is gonna be all. We're gonna come back, of course, to this. So let me do export. Let me see. So export type. I'm gonna pass in a type. I'm gonna call it URL from data, and it's gonna be to z.infra and type of URL schema. Nice. So now we can go back to our URL shortener, and inside of here we can pass in the type we created, so URL from data, and inside of the schema also we can pass in the URL schema from our types. All right, so here you can default value, gonna have URL, which is gonna be empty for now. And so we can go back to our form, and we can spread this form we just created on top, and inside of this form we're gonna have the form. This is the form, no need to import it anywhere. And inside of this, you don't need the actions. And here we're gonna come back to this. We're gonna go inside of this form. We're gonna have a div, and inside of this div we're gonna have a form field. Make sure you input it as well from. Then this is a self-closing, so let's go inside of this form field, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna add control. So control is gonna be form.control, and we're gonna give it a name of URL, and we're gonna have this render. Inside the render, I'm gonna have this. I'm gonna extract the field. Sorry, we're gonna extract this field. Make sure to do this correctly. And so, sorry. All right. Wait. Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna have extract this field. Inside here, we're gonna have a form item. So make sure you import it from. And this is not self-closing. You need to close it like this. Inside of this form item, we're gonna have form control. Form control. Make sure you input it as well from all of them from form. Okay. And inside of this form control, we can add an input. So we need to install input. Let me search for input. So npm input. Let me open my terminal. Let me add this empty. Let's wait for it. It's installed. So let me close this again. So inside of this, I'm gonna have input self-closing, and let me see if we actually have anything. So let me go to this. Let me refresh this. Okay, so this is because we need to make this as use client. So this is a client component. So use client should fix our issue we have. Okay, so as you can see, we are seeing this empty now, and you can go inside of this again, and we can keep working on this. So after this input, we can give it some properties. So let me go placeholder. So we can do paste your long URL here. We can extract the field, and we can give disabled. And for disabled, we can just do false for now. Can I make it false for now? So now we have this here, and after this input, we can, or after this form message, form control, we can have form message. Nice. Okay, so also we're gonna need another component, so which is the button. I'm not sure if we added it, but did we add it? I think we did. Let me check just to be sure. So inside the components, UI, yeah, we have the button. Okay, close this. So after this self-closing form field, after this we can add in the button. So button, and here we can give it type as submit, type submit, and we can go give it disabled as well. So for now it's just gonna be false, and inside of here I'm gonna give I'm gonna say shorten. Let me open this. Yep, so this is what we have. We need to improve it, of course. And let me go back to this first div, give it a class name. So class name is gonna be w full, and max width is gonna be 2xl, and mx is gonna be auto. And yeah, and we're gonna go to this form. We don't need to give it any class name, but for this one we need to give it class name. So the class name is gonna be space y of 4, And for this div that is holding our form field, it's gonna have class name. So it's gonna be flex core, and on small devices it's gonna be flex low, and gap is gonna be gap of 2. Nice. Let me see. So max with auto excel mx auto space y of 2. So we have this, and from item, let me give it a class name. Class name is gonna be flex1. Yeah, this should fix it. Nice. And after this, I think this is what we need for now to get started. Okay, so this is what we need for now for us to get started. And we can go ahead and actually try it. May not try it, but go with database and all of that. So for database, I'm gonna be using Postgres, and we're gonna be using it with Drizzle ORM. Yep, this is what you're gonna be using for database. So let me go to the documentation, or just get started, and then choose Postgres, and we need to install these packages. So let me copy the first one. Let me do this. Let me open my terminal. I'm gonna close my app. I'm gonna paste the first command. Okay, it has installed, and I can open this as well. Copy the second command. Install it as dev dependencies. Okay, nice. And let me see. Let me close this. Let me close everything. So we have a clean. Okay. Yep. So this is what we need to do. We need to have a database. So if you don't have Postgres database, you want to create a thing, you can use a way now to set up Postgres in Docker. Should we do that? But for now, I think, yeah. Let me just set it up. So we're gonna be setting up. Now you can structure our project as we want, but first of all, we need to have a config file for Drizzle. So let me just do this. Okay. So inside of my root folder, inside my root here, not inside of any folder, I'm gonna create a new file, and this file is be called drizzle.config.ts. So drizzle.config.ts. Let me close this one, and inside of this, let me close my one. I can do export default, and I can do define config, and this one define config. We can import it. Let me see. Define config can be imported from Drizzle ORM. So import define config from Drizzle, but Drizzle kit. Yep. This is where we wanna. So we're gonna define our schema. So our schema will be inside of inside the source folder, and also inside of the server folder, inside of the DB folder, and after that we can have schema.ts. So this is how we're gonna structure our files. Okay. After this, we need to have out. So I'm gonna put it inside of Drizzle. So like migrations file. I'm gonna put it inside of this directory. So outside of our root folder. And for dialect, we're gonna be using Postgres, as we said, so PostgreSQL. And for DB credentials, we're gonna define the URL, and this is gonna be inside of process.env database URL. This can be empty, so let me just make it empty. And also let's make sure this satisfies config from Drizzle kit. All right, so this is what we need to do for now. And also let's see import .env. So let me see config. Yeah, you can't using version. Just go. Nice. Schema. Okay. Let me see if we get any issues. We come back to this. So let's import .env. So .env-config, so they can use our .env files credentials. So this is what we need. So we said that our schema will be inside of this, so let's just create it so we can understand it better. So inside of my src, okay, src, I need to create a new folder. I'm gonna call it server. So inside my src, I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna call it server. Inside of the server, I'm gonna create a new folder called db. Okay, so inside of the db, this is where I'm gonna create this schema.ts. Okay, so make sure it matches. So inside of src, so we are inside of this folder. I have the server folder. Inside of the server, I have the database folder, and inside of the database folder, I have the schema. So this is where we're gonna actually define our schemas. All right. So what I'm gonna do for my schemas, the first one we're gonna need is, of course, the URLs schema. So let me just close this, and I can do export const URLs. I can do pg table. Pg table, am I doing correctly? And give it a name. And for pg table, we need to import, so import not kiss ORM. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Kiss ORM, that exists. All right, whatever. And this one gonna be from Drizzle ORM and gonna be pg core. All right. So this is where we're gonna be importing all our stuff. So I'm gonna give it a name, so URLs. So this is the table name, and inside of this I need to define what I need. So I need ID, and this one I'm gonna choose serial IDs, so like 1, 2, 3, 4, that kind. And this one, make sure to import it from pg core, okay, not anywhere else. So inside of this, I'm gonna give it a name of ID, and this is gonna be our primary key for this URL, so primary key. And I'm gonna give, it's gonna have original URL, so original URL, which is gonna be a varchar. So make sure you import it from pg core as well. And I'm gonna give it a name of original URL, and inside of this we can give some configurations. So we're gonna give the length, and it's gonna can have up to 2000. Okay, so because the links can be longer, so 2000 is what we can support now. So let's also make sure it's not done, so it has to be defined. And the short code, so this is the short URL code for code like we give them, so varchar, and it's gonna have a name of shortcode, and the length gonna be 10 and not 9. And also let's make sure it's unique, just in case. Okay, we're gonna have created that. So created that, and this is not gonna be varchar, but it's gonna be, sorry, let me remove this. It's gonna be timestamps. Timestamp. Make sure to import it from pg core again. Timestamps. Created that, and default. And also let me remove this one. Copyright is not being so helpful right now, so let me just do default now. Yep. And also let's make it yeah, sorry, let's have updated that. And for the links, we're gonna have clicks, so how many people clicked your links. So let's make it integer. Integer. Okay, am I spelling this correct? Integer. Well, okay, yeah, this one. So clicks, the name is gonna be clicks, and this one is gonna be default. It's gonna have 0, and let's make it not none. Alright, so this is what we need to get started, and of course it's gonna be more complex later, but I think this is what we need. Yep, this is what we need. Okay, this is what we need, and of course for this to work we need to create let me see, yeah, inside of this db, let's create a new file. I'm gonna create index.ts. So inside of the db we have a new file, index.ts. So this is where we're gonna try to connect. So let me do so const connection string. Let's just define it here. So process.env, and yeah, defaults can be empty or this. And now you can go ahead and create the connection. So we can do const client. It's gonna be Postgres. Postgres. We need to import it from Postgres. So import Postgres from Postgres. And I think I need to install this. So let me npm I Postgres. I think I'm just complicating things, but yep. Okay, it's installed. So client Postgres, and you can pass in the connection string. I can do this, nice, and I can do prepare, gonna be false, and I can do export db equals to Drizzle. So from our not from our config, but from, let me see, there are no, okay, let me just show you where I import it from. So let me do import Drizzle from, this is gonna come from Drizzle ORM / PostgreSQL. Yep. And now that I remember correctly, I don't think so let's have a schema, and for schema we can export everything. So import everything as schema from our schema file. So export, let me see what that is. Export const db. So now that I remember this, where client, and do I really need this? I'm not sure, but let's just go ahead and I will check this after. So Drizzle ORM, and yeah, you can get the utils they have, so like and or like descending, ascending. I'm not really sure about this one, but yep. Okay, so I think we can go ahead and land it, but to do that we need, of course, we need to have the .env. Also we need a database. So for the database I'm gonna be using Neon database. Alright, so for my database I'm using neon.tech. You can go ahead and try it. So I'm just gonna give it a project name. So can give it whatever you want. ShortLink. I can use this. I'm just gonna choose the default, so create. And for now, this is what we need. I just need to click on the connect button and I can get the connection string. So let me just copy this, and instead of this I need to add database URL and just paste this. Okay, so now we have our string. I think we can go ahead and try to push this on our inside of our database actually. So let me open my terminal. Let me do this, and I can do for pushing it, we can do npx. First of all, we can generate npx drizzle kit. Can do drizzle kit generate, and this what's gonna do, it's gonna go ahead and generate our drizzle file. So as we specified here, this is where we specified it to be at. So we have a migration file now, and after this generating, we can do npx drizzle kit. We can actually push this, and so let me do push. Okay, so as you can see now, it has connected to our database and it has pushed it. So to check this, we can do npx drizzle kit studio. So you can check this. So npx drizzle kit studio, and we can open this. So let me copy this. Let me go here. Let me paste it here, and let me check. Yeah, it's pushed here. So we have our ID original URL shortcode created that. So this is nice. And now this we have our database set, so we can go ahead and keep working on this. So we have defined our schema here, and the next step, what we should do, we should create a server action to actually create this URL. So let me see what I need to do. Inside of src, inside of my server, and inside of the server, I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna create actions. And inside of actions, I'm gonna create a new folder. So this is where all actions related to URLs will be at. And instead of URLs, I can create the first action, which is gonna be shorten URL. So this is what we shorten our URL. So shorten URL.ts. Nice. So let's go inside of this, and the first thing we should do, should probably define the schema for this. So const let me see, const so shorten URL schema. Is that a good name? Shorten URL schema. Nice. And you can do z.object. Let's import this. So import z from Zod. And what do we need? So we need a URL. It's gonna be z.string. And inside of this, we can do this is all we need. Yeah, this is all we need. But we need to add some utils to help us with this. So I'm gonna go inside of my close this. Let me close everything. And inside of my lib folder, so inside the crc, inside the lib, inside of utils, I'm gonna create a new utils to help us with this. So the first util we're gonna create is a tool to validate if the string is a URL. Okay. So export function is valid URL. Is valid URL. So we're gonna have URL inside. It's gonna be a type of string, and this is gonna return a boolean, so true or false. And I can go inside of this. I'm gonna do inside of try catch. So the first thing we're gonna create, I'm gonna try to create the object, so the URL object. So I'm gonna do const URL obj, yeah, it's gonna be the new URL and passing that. And so we're gonna, after that, we're gonna check if the URL is if we're gonna check if the protocol is HTTP or HTTPS. Okay, so you can do return URL obj, sorry, URL obj dot protocol, and it's gonna be goes to HTTP. Yeah, so this is what we need. Yeah, HTTP or HTTPS. Okay. So if this constructor throws an error, it's just gonna be meaning that this is not a valid URL, so you can just return false. Alright, so the next one we're gonna do is to ensure that URL has HTTPS as the prefix. So export function, and it's gonna be ensure HTTPS. We're gonna have a URL as well, so it's just a string, and this one we're gonna return a string. And inside of this, you can do if does the URL does not starts with HTTPS, so HTTPS and // and if the URL does not starts with HTTPS, yeah, HTTPS, and let me see, URL that start with, yeah, I don't know why I'm double checking. I don't know if this is necessary, but okay. So for now, let's return this URL, and we're gonna try to convert HTTP to HTTPS if needed. But yeah, so if URL, let me see, if URL starts with yep, so if URL starts with HTTP, we're gonna try to convert it to HTTPS. So in the final, we can just return this URL. So this is the little utils we're gonna be needing for this one to work. Yep. So now you can go ahead and do export inside of our server. So make sure you're inside of this server action. So inside of this, we're gonna do export async, and it's gonna be function. It's gonna call it shorten URL. So we're gonna call it this shorten URL. This is not the what we're gonna be taking in. So let me read this. And before you can go ahead and proceed with this, I just wanna, sorry, let me zoom out a bit, and yeah, okay, let me just keep it like this. So I just wanna create an API response that I'll be using throughout these actions. So let me just show you what I mean. Inside of my lib and inside of my types, I wanna create a new like what my server will be sending as a response. So I just want to have everything typed. So export type, and it's gonna be API response. It's gonna be API response. So what do we expect? So I'm gonna be expecting a success, which is gonna be a boolean. I'm gonna be expecting data, which is optional because it can be null or undefined, and also an error, which is optional as well, which is a string. And finally, I can, when I'm still here, I can do export type, can give this URL, and this is gonna be ID, which is number. Remember, we're using a number, and you can have the original URL. We're gonna have shortcode, and we're gonna have created at and updated that, also the clicks. So this is how our schema is like. So yeah, and now you can go back inside of this server action. So inside of my actions URL is shorten URL, and the first thing we're gonna need to do, this shorten URL is gonna have form data. So let's do form data, and it's gonna turn a promise. Sorry, promise, and inside of this one, I'm gonna have let me just type it. So let me what I want to actually expect. So inside of this, inside of here, I'm gonna have in the API response. So API response. So we just created this API response, and inside of this, I'm gonna have in object. Inside of this object, I'm gonna have short URL. Okay. So this is what I actually wanna do. Let me make sure I'm doing everything as I want. Let me see what's the issue. Yep, this is fine. And inside of this, I can have try catch. Let me see, is this the same? Yeah, this is just was we need to return something. So this is why this issue is happening. So the first thing we need to do, we need to get the URL from data. So we can do const URL. It's gonna do from data and dot get URL. It's gonna be a string, and yep. So this is nice for now. And after that, we can validate the input. So let me do const validate validated fields, and do shorten URL schema dot save pass, and inside of here we have the URL. All right, so this is what we expect. And if it's not, so if the validated fields dot is not succeed, what we wanna do, we're gonna return an error. But yeah, we're gonna turn this error. So we're gonna do success, it's gonna be false, and error, it's gonna be validated fields dot error dot flatten, and we're gonna do field errors dot URL. We're gonna get the first item, so this can be empty. Yep. Or we can do validate fields dot error dot flatten, and again field errors, and we don't need this for now. Let me just, yeah, this is all right. And or for now you can just do or you can just return let me see why isn't, yeah, so you can just return invalid URL. Okay, so this is fine. So after this, we can use our utils we just created. So we can do const can get original URL, and we can use our ensure HTTPS. So we just created this, and you can do validated fields dot data dot URL. Okay, and after this we can do we can generate the safe code shortcode, and for shortcode I'm gonna be using nano ID. So npm I nano ID. Okay, let me close this, and inside of this I can do const short code. It's gonna be let me import nano ID. So import nano ID from nano ID. So nano ID, and it's gonna be nano ID, and we're gonna generate 6 characters. All right, and for this we can check I mean it's really, we can let's check if the short code, already exists. I mean, this is not possible because nano ID is always returning random ones, but you never know. So let's just do it to be safe. So const existing, let me just do existing URL, and it's gonna be await DB. So from the server DB, and we're gonna go to query, and we're gonna do URLs, and we're gonna do find first. Okay, so where, and we're gonna find where the URLs. So import this from server DB schema. So this is our schema, and we're gonna import equals, and equal is not being suggested. So let me just import this. So equals is gonna come from, let me see, we have the DB imported, and do we need to import it actually? I'm not sure. We don't need to import it because we are extracting it. Yeah, we don't need to import it. Okay. Yep. And where URL is equals to, let me do this, equals, oh yeah, we don't need to import it. Okay. So in URLs dot shortcode is equals to this shortcode. So if this is the case, so if existing URL, what we wanna do, and we can do, can return the shorten URL. So if existing code, what should we do? I'm trying to think. What should we do? Should we just return, or should we? Let me do return shorten URL, and it's passing this from data. Yeah. And after this, we can just insert. So we can do await db dot insert. We can insert into the URLs, and we can get the values. Okay, so we can have the original URLs defined, have the shortcode, we have the created that, it's gonna be new date, and updated that, it's gonna be new date. And yep, so this is what we need for now. And after this, we can construct like the short URL, and we can do const base URL. It's gonna be process.env.next public, and we can call it app URL. Otherwise, just return to localhost 3000. So we can do const short URL. It's gonna be base URL, and we're gonna have this slot. We're gonna have this slot. So this is the shortcode, and we can revalidate the pages. So revalidate path from next page, and we can revalidate this. All right. So after that, we can finally. So let me see what's the issue. Oh, yep. Okay. So after this, we can return. And if you don't remember, we return success to be true, and instead of the data, we can return short URL. Yep, this is what we need. And what's the issue now? Okay, so instead of the catch, let me the console log failed, and we can return success to false, error, failure to generate. Let me close this here. All right. So let me try to actually format this. Format document. Do I have prettier? Yeah. Nice. So this is what we have. And we can go back to our URL shortener form and try to actually submit this when user press on. Yeah. So we're gonna create a on submit. So shortener URL shortener form. Let's go back to this one, and we need to create. So let me just import what I think we're gonna need. So we're gonna be needing const router. I'll use router. So make sure to import this from next navigation, and also we need the const path name. I'm gonna be use path name from next navigation as well. And we have the form, that's fine. And after this form, we can go ahead and create the on submit as we wanted. So we can do const on submit. It's gonna be async, and it's gonna have in the data, which is gonna be URL form data. And now inside of this, I can do I can define some states that I need. So let me add it here and do const. Let me define it. So I can do short URL. Yeah, I'm gonna need short URL, and we import your state from React. It's gonna be string null, and by default it's gonna be null. So this is fine. And the second one, we're gonna do const shortcode. So const shortcode, set shortcode, it's gonna be the same. And also we can do const can do is loading, and set is loading. By default it's false. And also you can do const error, set error, and by default it's gonna be null. All right, so now we have this error, and yeah, I think this is what we need for now. And I can go on my on submit. So now I can actually start working on it. So I can go inside of this, can set is loading to be true, the first thing, and set error, it's gonna be null. And you can do set short URL, it's gonna be null by default. And it's gonna be shortcode also, it's gonna be null. And here you can do try catch. So I can inside of try catch, and inside of this one I can do const form data. It's gonna be new form data, and can do form data dot append. It's gonna append the URL, so which is gonna be the data dot URL. Okay, and we can get the response. So const response, gonna call our server actions, gonna be await shorten URL. So from our server, so make sure you import this from the server actions URL and shorten URL. So this is the response. So let's check if the response is succeed. So if, and it's going to do response dot success and response dot data. So if you have a response succeed, and also we have the data, you can do set short URL, gonna be to response dot data dot short URL. Nice. And you can try to extract this short URL. So you can do, let me add a little comment here. So extract the shortcode from the yeah, and you can do const short, let me see, short code, what do I want to call it? Short code match, and you can do response.data.shortURL.match, and the regex I want to use, can not type it, but you can get it from my GitHub. So this is the regex I'm going to use, regex. So if shortcode match and shortcode match, and let's get the second one, and you can do, go inside of here, you can set the shortcode to be the second. All right, so this is what I need, and you can go inside of this, inside of the try catch, can the set error, so an error occurred, please try again later. And also for ourselves, let's console log it just in case. And I think this should be what we need for now. So let's go to my form here, and I can do on submit. On submit, I'm gonna give it form.handleSubmit. Form.handleSubmit, and inside of here I can just pass in my on submit. Okay, nice. And let me check the button. We can change this button. So the state now can be is loading, and inside of here I can check, so is loading. So if it's loading, I can go inside of here, can pass in empty fragments, I can pass in a span, and otherwise I can just pass in the shorten URL. Did I do this correctly? Let me see, let me remove this. So okay, let me just finish this. Yep, actually this can be self-closing, so let me self-close it. I'm gonna give it a class name, and this is gonna be ml of 2, and it's gonna be size of 4, animate spin, rounded 4, border, and this is just the spinner. I know we can import one from Lucid React, but I just want to create this. So border, now make it current, and also I'm gonna border T transparent. Border on top is gonna be transparent, and here after this I can add in and just say shortening. Nice. So if it's loading, boom, and here I can say shorten. Yeah, so let's start our app, and now let's see. So this is just the basic to get us started. Of course, we're gonna be creating more, but this is the good starting point. And I think after this we can go ahead and add authentication. So let's go ahead and test this. So let me refresh this. Oh yeah, so let's go back inside of this. We need to specify that this is a use server, so use server. Nice. And also let's open our Drizzle Studio if it's not running. Okay, I see it's running, and let me just refresh it just in case. So let me check my table. So I have nothing, and I can go back to my file. I can add in a new HTTPC, and if I just send this shorten, should not work. If it works, that means there's an issue. And let me check. It's not okay, is it? Because I believe we are checking if this is a valid, and also sending the message. We are sending that is not a valid URL. So why is it trying to load? Oh, okay, it's gonna keep loading forever because I did not. Let me see. Did I do something wrong? So you're a shortened form. Check this. Don't get why this is happening. So on error, you can console log, and maybe you can have finally, and you can set threading to be false for now. Okay, so HTTP shorten. Yep. Okay, so now it's validating, but when I add this, yeah, so it's not accepting it. And is it bad? Let me check. Maybe it is, but let me check the studio. Do I have anything? Yeah, it got created. Okay, this is an issue, but we fix it, of course. But as you can see, it's working. Let me just delete this. As you can see, we can save records. Let me just add over the URL, so like http www.google.com. Shorten, succeed. You can check our database. Yeah, and so this is the original URL and have the shortcuts. Yeah, so this is working, and we have some issues, but we're gonna fix those. And let me just check what the issues are. And we have the short message and the errors. We're not setting the errors to anything. And also let me check my server. Ensure HTTPS, and oh yeah, because we are, yep. Okay, that's fine. We can of course come back to this later, but for now what we wanted is working. Yep, so this is working, and we can cross this up, and in the next one and the next chapter I'm just gonna add authentications so users can be able to save and track their links, and also gonna have a admin dashboard where they can accept and manage flagged URLs. Like, yeah, so let's just go ahead and work on this on the next chapter. All right, so before we can go ahead and set up authentication, I think it's a good practice, or I mean, it's a good thing that we can go ahead and show when user generate a URL, we can just show their results here, and also can give them an option to copy, or yeah. So let me just go ahead and do that. So I'm just gonna go back inside my SRC, inside my components and the URLs, inside of my these components. So I'm just gonna go on the bottom. So I'm just gonna go after the form item, and I have this form item, and where's the button to generate? This is the button to shorten this URL. This is the button to generate this URL. So after this button, I think, and I'm gonna go right. So yeah, so let's see this div that is holding our form and the button. So I'm just gonna give some space, and also let's check so if there is an error. So error, and can create a div, and if we have error, I can give it a class name p of 3, and we can do bg destructive, and let's give it 10, and also text, let's make it destructive, and rounded, let's make it medium, and text, let's make it small. So inside of here, we can just render the error. Okay, so I believe now I mean, we're not gonna see anything because I'm not setting it yet, but we're gonna come back to this. So let me just, after this error, so I'm gonna check if I have short URL. So if I have this short URL, and I can go ahead and render this, so I will have to install a new Shadcn component, so which is the card. So let me look for the card and let me copy this command, and let me open a new tab. Let me add this card. Let me just make it bigger, and okay, update it, npx Shadcn. I've created the card. Let me go back to my, alright, nice. So inside of here, I can just now use this card. So from Shadcn components, and I can have the card content, and inside of this one, I can give it a class name and meaning of 4, and I can go inside of this one, I can give it a paragraph, and I can say your shortened URL, and after this I can give this class name. Let me see, let me make it text SM, so text small, and I can make the font to be medium, and I can make the text to be muted or foreground, and margin bottom can be 2. Okay, and now after this paragraph, I can have another div and I can give the class name. The class name is gonna be flex item center. Gap is gonna be 2. And the inside of this one can have in the input. So I believe we already installed input. Yeah, we have input. It's already even imported here. And here, this is where we can render that. So we can make type to be text, and the variable can be the short URL, and it's gonna be read only. And also the class name, it's gonna be font of medium. Font of medium. And I can add another button so that user, they can copy this if they want. So after this input, and I can add a button. So button, we already have it imported, and inside of this I can have the copy icon from Lucid React. Do I have it imported? So I don't think I have it. So import copy from Lucid React, and this should be all I need here. And I can also give it text of copy, and let's see what we get. So let me go back to my app, and I can pass in the link again. go.com shorten, and if you get the results, yeah. So this is the what we have. So this is the link, and users can be able to copy this. But let me improve it a bit. So this button, make sure to give it type of button so it does not submit anything when user click it. And also we're gonna give it a variant. It's gonna be outline, and it's gonna have class name. It's gonna be flex shrink. Well, it's gonna be just flex and shrink or 0. Okay, so this is how it look like. And for this icon, I can give it a name, a class name. Size is gonna be 4, and also ml it's gonna be 1. Nice, and you can check now. That's better. And of course, I think this is all I need for now. So whenever user generate a URL, we're gonna give them this .com generate. Yeah, so this is the generated code, and the users can copy this, but we don't have the functionality to copy it. And I mean, it's not even complicated to do it. So you can do on click. So let me add on click, and we can call it copy to clipboard. So you can go on top. So on top here, over here, I can do const and copy to clipboard. And this, let me make it async. So async, and inside of this, I can do if there is no short URL, we can just return, so we don't have to do anything. And if there is, so we can do a try catch. Inside of this try catch, I can do await. So await navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and then we have this short URL. Okay, and inside of the catch, I can do console.log the error, and we can later on we're gonna be adding the toast, so it's gonna be much better. But yeah, this is all we need to do for now, and yeah, I believe this works. So you can go ahead and test it and see if it's working for you. Okay, so now this is done, and we can go ahead and try to add authentication. So for authentication, we're gonna be using Auth.js. So let me go here on the auth.js.dev website, and I can click on get started. Next.js. So what we have to do, we have to install this. Let me copy this. We're using this one, and let me stop this up. Let me paste this command to install it. So npm install Next-Auth beta, the beta version. All right, that's installed. Let's see what we need to do next. And look like we need to add this auth secret. Let me copy this command. So let me just paste this here. This is gonna generate a Next-Auth secret. Okay, it created a new file, but I don't want this, so let me just go here. Let me add it on my side, my env, and let me remove this local one. I don't need it. So all right, so this is done, and let's see the next steps. And we need to create an auth.ts file, and also need to create a router. And yeah, so I think I can go ahead and do it as how I want to do this. So I'm gonna go inside of my src, inside the server, and inside of this server file, I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call it auth.config.ts, and I'm gonna go inside of this file and cross this, and now you can get started. So since we are using Drizzle ORM, let me just go ahead and try this, and I think we need to create some tables. So let me go to the adapters, and I can search for Drizzle if it's there. There's Prisma. Where is Drizzle? Oh, Drizzle is here. Okay, I need to install these packages. I already have Drizzle ORM installed, and Drizzle Kit is installed. I just need to install this. So let me copy this. Let me open, so I can do npm I, paste this one. So of Drizzle adapter. Okay, this is installed, and now we need to create some tables. So this is the tables we need. So for the users, for the accounts, for the sessions, and yeah, that's all we need. So we just need these two one. So accounts, sessions, and users. So we can go back inside of our schemas. So let me go back inside of my schemas. So this is what we had for now, but we're gonna improve it. So what I can do, I can import the type. So I can import this type, so adapter account type. So copy this, and I can import it over here. And now we can go ahead and copy this user, but I don't think I like how they are doing it. So let me see, they are using okay, I'm not gonna do this same way they are doing it. So first of all, our user gonna have different roles. So because we're gonna be having admin role in this project, so we're gonna be defining role enums. So we're gonna do export const, and it's gonna be user role enum, and we're gonna do pg, we're gonna do pg enum, pg enum, so from pg core, and we're gonna have these two. Okay, so but I'm gonna make it small cases. So we're gonna have admin and the user. All right, so after this enums, I can go ahead and define the user table. Okay, so what I have to do, export const users, and this is gonna be pg table, and it's gonna be called users, and inside we can go ahead and start defining. So we need the id. It's gonna be virtual, and virtual, it's gonna be id, and the length is gonna be let me see, 255, and it's gonna be primary key. So this is gonna be our primary key, and also let's make sure it's not null. It's always there. And after this we have a name, which is gonna be virtual, and it's gonna be called a name, and the name is gonna be 255. We'll have email, and from this okay. And this email gonna be not null, and also it's gonna be unique, and also we're gonna have, let me see, we need this email verified at, so which is gonna be a timestamp. And let me just copy this one. So email verified that, and the mode is gonna be date, and we need the image, and this is just gonna be text, and we can import text. Sorry, I'm gonna report it later. So import text here as well. So let me just add it, and it's gonna be called image. Simple. And now we can go ahead and add password. So this is also gonna be a text, and it's gonna be called password, and we need the lol. So lol, it's gonna be user login, and gonna get this lol, and also default, gonna have a default one. So default one is gonna be a user, and it's gonna be not null. Okay, and finally we can have this created that and also updated that. Nice. So the next one we have to do, we have to create these accounts. So let me just copy this one because it's quite long. So after the users, we need to define the okay, let me just modify it. So what we have the user, it's called account. I'm gonna call it account, and we have this user ID. Okay, so this accounts pg table, the name is accounts. We have the user ID. User ID, I don't want to use it like this. This is why I didn't want to copy it. Let me just modify it. So this is gonna be version, and it's gonna be called user underscore ID, and it's gonna have this, so length of 255. It's gonna be not null, and it's gonna references to users.id, and root is cascade. That's correct. Okay, this is okay for the user ID. And now let's go for the type. Also the type, I'm gonna make it virtual as well, and the name is type, and let's see, give it some length. So okay, so this is the can give it length as well. It's gonna be 255, and the assign the type. This type should be adapter. We imported this, so let me get it. You can, yep. And inside of this, I can just take in what I need, which is the type, and it's not gonna be null. Okay, so providers, I don't want to use the text, I just want to use var character, and it's gonna be called var provider. I'm gonna give it length and 255. It's gonna be not null. Okay, so provider account ID, and you already know what I'm gonna do. So var, it's gonna be called provider underscore account underscore ID, and it's gonna have length of 255, and it's not gonna be null. Refresh token, it's gonna be text. It's gonna be called refresh token. Access token can stay the same, and expire that can stay the same, and token type, it can be var, and it's gonna have a length of 255. For the scope, it's just gonna be like this, but I'm gonna give it as var characters. and the length is gonna be 55. token, it can stay like this. Session state is gonna be varchar session state, and we can give it length of 255. Okay, so for this one, account, and let's import this. So import from pg core primary key. So column is account provider, yeah. This is good, this is okay. And next one, it's gonna be for the sessions, which I think is the last one. And this one, should we copy this? Let's type it. Okay, let's type it. So I'm just gonna go here, I'm gonna do export const sessions. It's gonna be called sessions, and we're gonna have the first one, it's gonna be session token. So session token, it's gonna have var character, and the name is session token. Length is 255. It's gonna be not null, and also it's gonna be the primary key. Next, we're gonna have the user ID, which is gonna be var character. Var character, it's not gonna be, so not null, and it's gonna reference, so references to the user ID. So reference to the users dot ID. Why is this showing an error? References. Let me remove it. So let me remove this. So I just accepted what Copilot suggested, but so it's not gonna be not null, and we're gonna do references. So let's call this, sorry, why is it, yeah, so references users dot id. Okay, user dot id, and under it, so under it, it's gonna be cascade. Nice. And lastly, we can do expires, so timestamp expires, and it's gonna be not null, and you can give this mode, it's gonna be date. It's not gonna be null. And yeah, we need this verification token. Let me copy this. So verification token, let's add it here, and it's called verification underscore token pg table identifier, and let's call this with var character. So identifier, let's give it the length. Length is gonna be 255, and it's not null. And text is gonna be var character as well, and I can give it a length. It's gonna be 255. Alright, so expires can stay like this, and verification token can stay like this. So Karim's verification token identifier, verification token, yeah, this is fine, and I believe this is all we need. Yep, so this is all we need. And now we're gonna go back to this URLs table. We need to extend it, because now we have users, so we can like get know who created this. So after this clicks, we can have user ID. I'm gonna do varchar user. All right, so the user can have the user ID on the URLs, and can call it like this. So user ID, let's give it a length. It's gonna have 255, and it can reference, we're gonna reference it to, so reference, and let me do users.id, and under it, it's not cascade, but I'm gonna set, so we're gonna set to none. I think this is possible, right? Let me just make sure I'm right. Set now. Oh, I'm not on Drizzle, so let me just go back to Drizzle documentations. So just want to make sure. Okay, if we get an error, I will see, so I can later on. But now we have this, and of course this can be null because we are not gonna force users like to use our app. You don't have to be logged in, but if you want to track the clicks and stuff like that, you will need to create an account, but you don't have to. So after this, we can create relations. So export const users relations, and let's import relations from Drizzle ORM. We're gonna have the users, and we're gonna have the many relation. All right, so let me just close this. So inside of this, I have the URLs. This is what I'm gonna call it. So I'm gonna give it many, and then URLs. And also I have accounts, many accounts, and sessions. And also maybe I can do export URL relations. So just gonna be similar. And inside of this one, I'm just gonna have the user, and I'm gonna have one users, and inside of this one I can take in the fields, and I can take the URLs dot user ID, and I can reference to user.id. Yep, and I think this is what we need for now. So this is what we have for our schemas, and now you can go back inside of our auth config. So auth config file, and it's inside of my server and auth config.ts. So I can go ahead and get started. So the first thing I wanna do, and I can put this in a different file, but I think it's no use. So I can extend the types to include lol. Okay, so I can do declare, and I can do module, can get the Next-Auth. Okay, so I can do interface user. So interface user, it's gonna have an optional of lol, which is a string, which can be user or admin. Nice. And still inside of this interface, or not into the interface, but still inside of this, I can also add interface session. So interface session, gonna have the user, which can have an ID of string and an optional role of user or admin. And also we can do default session, which is gonna be user. So we can import default session. So import let me see, default session. Let me just do from from Next-Auth, yeah. So let's get the default session. Alright, so this should be alright. I made a typo. Okay, so this is good. And also we can declare another one, and this one gonna be for my JWT. And so in the interface JWT, and gonna have the lol, which is gonna be optional user or admin. Okay, so where is this package, the JSON? Do I need any package, any types for this? Maybe. Let me just check if I need this. So for Next-Auth, what do I need as package? Okay, not sure why this is happening. Let me see. Invite name augmentation. So the current module Next-Auth slash the JWT. Okay, let me comment it for now. I'm gonna fix it later, but let's keep going. So now we can also start with our configuration. So export, sorry, I can do export const of config, and we can give it types of Next-Auth config from Next-Auth, and inside of this one we can have secret, and gonna be process.env, and we already have this one created, so we're gonna be this of secret. So let's just use it here. And after we have pages, so like where our sign-in pages will be at. So we have the sign-in, and I'm gonna put it on login. Have sign out and log out. We have error, just gonna take us on the login, and verify gonna be on verify request, and news are just gonna be on the register page. Alright, and after this we have callbacks. So inside the callbacks we have to add authorized. So inside of authorized we can get the auth, and can get the request, and the request can be next URL. So inside of here how the const is logged in, so I'm gonna check const is logged in. So if user is logged in, so what I'm doing, I'm gonna check, so auth dot user. So const is on dashboard, so I'm gonna check if your user is on dashboard. So you can use this next URL to check that, and you can use the path name, and can check if it starts with dashboard. And also you can check const is on admin, so we can also check next URL starts with admin. Okay, nice. After this we can do, so if is on admin, what we wanna do, we just wanna allow admin users to be able to access the admin pages. So this is where we are protecting it. So we can do return is logged in, and is logged in, and end of dot user dot lol equals to, let me check, equals to admin, and this can be empty. So let's just be safe and add this. So is return is logged in, and end of is admin. Okay, so else if is on dashboard. So if the user is on dashboard, we're gonna return if it's on dashboard, we can do if is logged in, we can return true. Okay, so just return false otherwise. Okay, so else if is logged in, just return true, and also return true, not false but true. Okay, nice. And we can go here and we can get the JWT, will be async, and inside of this one we're gonna get the token. Let me see, async token. Okay, and also we can get the user, and I think yeah. So if user, so if I have the user, I'm gonna attach this token dot id. It's gonna be user dot id. So token dot email is gonna be user dot email. Token dot name, it's gonna be user dot name. Token dot picture, it's gonna be user dot image. Token dot lol is gonna be user dot lol. And here we can just return this token. Nice. So after this JWT, we can also need the session. So session, and do async, and can get the session and also the token. And inside of this, we're gonna check if token. So if we have the token, and do session session dot user dot id. It's gonna be token id, and it's gonna be id as string. So let's make it a string. Let me scroll down. Okay, so session dot user dot lol, it's gonna be token dot lol. Doesn't have to be a string. Why is it? Let me see. So unknown is type user admin undefined. Okay, we're gonna take care of that, and finally we can just return this session. Okay, and now we come where we can start providing our providers. So providers, it's gonna be an array, and inside of here we have a couple number of options. We can use GitHub, we can use Google, and let me just show you. You have so much providers we can use with Next-Auth. So inside of providers, these are of all providers that you can use with this. And whenever you click to any of them, you will get a full guide on how to implement and add it to your app. So for GitHub, you just need to import this GitHub and GitHub provider. So let me just copy this import. Let me add it here. And you can come back here, and what we have to do, we just need to specify this is GitHub provider. So let me add GitHub, and we just need to also pass in the secret, so the ID and the secret. So GitHub, let me name it GitHub client client underscore ID, GitHub client underscore secret. And we can do the same thing on on Google, so let me just copy down this. So just gonna be Google, and can come on bottom here. So after the GitHub one, you can just add Google. All right, and finally we're gonna be using the credentials one. So we're gonna need credentials one. So let me just import that, and let me add it here and paste it. And so for credentials one, you need a little bit of configurations. So credentials, and let's open this inside. And what I have to do, I'll give it a name, and let me call it credentials. And now you can have credentials. So you have to configure it. So you need the email. I'm gonna be using email, and the label can be email, and type can be email, and also can have placeholder, and this can be example at example.com. Nice. And same thing for password. So password, you don't really need a placeholder for password. And after this, you can have async. Let me see, is it here? Yeah, async, and call it authorize. And let me remove this. So sorry, let me just type it. Async, and it's gonna be authorize. Inside of this, you need credentials. Open this, and we're gonna validate the credentials first. So we can do const past credentials, and it's gonna use Zod for this one. So let's import Zod. So import Z from Zod, and I can come on bottom here. So I can do z.object, and after this, inside of here, I need email, and I need email, which is gonna be a string, and it's gonna be an email. And also I need the password. So on the minimum, I'm gonna accept with 8 or 6. Yeah, 6 is okay. And after this, I can do dot save pass, and I can pass in these credentials. So after this, we can, if not pass credentials dot success, can return null. Do const email password. You can extract it from this past credentials data. And now we can try to find this user. And so we can do, let me see, we can do const user, and we can do await db. So import db from our file db, and we can do select, and we can just select, and also we can do from. So I'm gonna select from users, so users, and where it's gonna be echo. So import echo from our db, and it's gonna be equals to not gonna be user, not user, but users dot email is equals to the email we have, user provided, and to lowercase. Yeah, so I think this is what I need now. And if we don't have a user, we can return null. And we can, so let's check if password is correct. So we can do const password passwords match. We can do await. Oh, sorry. And I think I'm gonna need npm install. I'm gonna need to install bcrypt. Npm install bcrypt.js. This is what I'm gonna install. Nice. And can remove this now, so I can do await. And on the bottom here, I can do await. Alright, so I can do import bcrypt from bcrypt.js, and on the bottom here I can use bcrypt .compare, and inside of this I need the password and also the users dot password, or it can be empty. Okay, so if the password does not match, I'm gonna return null. Otherwise I can just return. So yeah, so I can turn the user ID, the email, the name, and also the image, user.image and user.role. And I believe this is all we need. Yep, this is all we need for our configuration. So let me just try to fix this issue, and let me uncomment this. I'm not sure why this is. Do we need to import JWT from Next-Auth JWT? Yeah, we just need to import this like this, and we're good now. I think this is all we need for now. We have it set up. So all we need to do is create these pages, but before that we need to create a new file. So inside of server I can create auth.ts. I'll create a new file. So this is where we're gonna be exporting all things we're gonna be using throughout our app. So export const, and we need to use Next-Auth. So Next-Auth, and here I can have in the adapter, which is gonna be Drizzle. Let me just import it here. So import from, it's gonna be coming from at Drizzle of Drizzle adapter. So let's just Drizzle adapter. Now we can use it. So Drizzle adapter, and let's pass in our database. So just like this, and also we need the session. Yeah, session, and we can make the strategy to be JWT, and we can pass in the auth config. So auth config, and let's import this from our file we just created, and this is what we need. But inside here, of course, we need to have handles, and we can get, and also the post. Is it post? Yeah, the post. And now we can have this off. You can also sign in and sign out, and yep, that's all we need. And now all we need to do is to create the route, the API route for this to work. So inside my app, create a new folder. I'm gonna call it API, and inside this API I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna call it auth, and inside this auth folder, I'm gonna create a new. I'm gonna add a bracket. I'm gonna 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna do next auth. Close this, and inside of this, you can just say loud.ts. Good. So here I just need to import get and post from the file we just created. So from server and off, and all we have to do is export this. So get and post, and yeah, that's all we need to do. And all we have to do now is to create the files, the pages we specified here. So this login and the register one. So all I have to do now, I can go inside my app, and app, I can create new folder, but this one gonna be like this. So this is just for organizing. So this will not affect the URL, so the layout, this will not see it. This is just for us to organize our files and our folders. And so inside of here, I can get a new page, login. And inside of this login, I just need to create a new file. So page.tsx. And I can open it. So I can just do function, not function, export. We need to export default. So for pages, we need to export defaults. Login page, return. For now, we just need to return this, and also let's create the register page. So still inside of this auth, let's add another file folder. So register, and I can copy this one and paste it here. And I can just call this register page. Nice. So register. Cool. So let me just start my app. So npm run dev. And I can go back to localhost 3000. Let me just disable this. And I can try to access this page. So login page. Yep. So this is what we have. So I have this login page here, and we can go ahead and try to create it. So I have this div, and I can remove this h1 now. I can add another div, and inside of this div, I can add another div. Okay, and finally I can add h1 from this div. So I can say welcome back. Welcome back. Nice. I can see that now. And after this h1, I can add also a paragraph. I can say enter. You can say whatever you want. So enter your credentials, log into your account. Now, okay, this is fine. And yeah, this is all I need to do for now. I can give it a class name. So the file div class name, it's gonna be a container and flex h screen with screen flex core item center justify center. Nice. And the second div, so class name, it's gonna be mx auto and flex with full flex core justify center space y6, and on small devices it's gonna be if gonna be custom, so 350 pixels. Okay, and this div here, so we'll give it a class name as well. It's gonna be a flex call, and it's gonna be space y of 2, text center, yeah, text center, and the h1 give the class name text to excel, and font semi-bold. Tracking is gonna be tight. Okay, for the paragraph and class name is gonna be text sm, and text muted foreground. Should be good, but I need to center this, so let me just go inside this layouts, this off. I can create a new file. I can create layout.tsx. Yeah, so this will be applied to both of these folders. So these folders, so export, and I can do default function, and I'm gonna define this. So let me just put this here. So can do interface layout children. It's gonna be React node. So let's import React node from React. And here we can just return a div, and instead of this, we can just return this children. Okay, okay, this is okay. And I can do class name, and I can do flex h screen with screen item center and justify center, and I should be centered. Yeah, so now everything is centered, and I can go back to my login page. And what we have to do, we have to create a login form, and so after this div, so this paragraph and is this div, so this closing div, I can go here and we can add the card from components UI. You can have card header from components UI as well, and you can leave the class name. So let me just space y of 1, and inside of this one I can have card title, and it's gonna be say sign in. Okay, and also you can have the card description, and can say choose choose assigning method broad continue. Nice. And after this card header, so we can add card content. So card content, and this is where we're gonna render our login form. So you can say login form. So we need to create this login form. I can open this, and let me close everything. Let me go back to my SRC components, and you can create a new one related auth. So I'm create auth. Our components related to auth will be here. So I can create a new file, login form.tsx. And for now, I can just do export function login form, and for now I can just return div login form. So let's import it here. login form. Nice. And now let's go back inside of this login form and let's try to finish it. So I can go on top here. I can do const router. It's gonna be use router. So let's import it from next navigation. And also I can do const search params. Gonna be use search params. And can do const is loading. Now blue set is loading. Default is false, and so can do const error and do set error. Okay. Nice. And that this, what we need to do, we need to use the form from from React whose form. So okay, so on top here we need to create the schema. So const login schema, and it's gonna be z dot object, and it's gonna have email z dot string dot email, and also the password, the minimum is gonna be 6. Also we can have the type, so type login from value z dot infra type of login schema. Nice. So after this we can do const form. It's gonna be use form from React, and here you can pass in the login form values, and inside of here you can pass in the resolver, which is gonna be Zod resolver. So the resolver, so import that, pass in the login schema and default values, and it's gonna be email empty, password empty. Now you can create the on submit. So async function. So async function on submit. I'm gonna pass in the data, and it's gonna be login values. So we can set is loading to true, set error to null, and I can try. So and do try catch, and inside of here you can do const results, or just result goes to await sign in. Make sure you import it from server auth, sign in, and choose credentials. Let's give it some options. So we're gonna say email. Let me see. Yeah, email. It's gonna be data.email, and also the password is gonna be data. The password redirect is gonna be false. Okay, so if results dot error, you can do set error. You can just say invalid email or password, and we can just return. Nice. So after they are logged in, we can do router dot push. We can push them to /dashboard. So we can do router dot refresh. If there's an error, we can console, can do console.lm. Finally, set is loading the force. Yep. So this is what we need for now. And while I'm still here, I can just, it's easy, so I can just do const and GitHub sign in. It's gonna be async, and inside of this, can just set is loading to true. And I can do try catch. So I can do await sign in, and I can do choose GitHub, and I can do callback, callback URL. It's gonna be /dashboard, and inside the catch, that's gonna console log, and finally set to false. Just copy this. It's the same thing for Google. So get handle Google sign in, just change here to be Google. Okay, and now you can go ahead and work with this. So this div, I can go inside of this one. I have another div, and for this one, that I can add a button. Let me see, make sure. Let's make it as use client. So, let's just make it use client. Okay, what's going on? Let me restart my server. Let me restart this. Okay, what is this? Did I do something wrong? Did I do something wrong somewhere? Okay, so okay, so I think the issue is because we are trying to import this sign in, which is from server side. Actually, let me just import this. It's not gonna come from our server. It's gonna come from Next-Auth, and it's gonna be React. And I think this is the issue. Yep. So this was the issue. Okay. So where were I? I was here after I added a button, and variant is gonna be Altline, and disabled it's gonna be is loading, and on click it's gonna be handle GitHub sign in. And you can say sign in with GitHub, and you can do the same thing for Google. So let me copy this down. You can say sign in with Google. So those are the buttons. So undo Google sign in, and let's give this div class name. So class name, I'm gonna say grid and gap of 2, and let's give this one a class name. It's gonna be space y of 6. Okay, so this look fine. And after this, you can add this. So after this button, and also outside of this div, we can add another div. So I'm gonna add another div, and inside of this div, I'm gonna add another one, and inside of this div, I'm gonna have a span. And this is span, it can be self-closing. So let me say self-closing. Sorry, yeah, self-closing. And let me give it a class name. So class name w full, and it's gonna be border top. Don't say anything for now, but once you give this other div class name, so after this second div, and I can add another div, and inside here I can add a span that says all or continue with. So this is right here now, and you can go ahead and try to style. So this div, I'm gonna give it a class name. It's gonna be relative, and here I can give it a class name. It's gonna be absolute, and set 0 flex, and item is gonna be center. Nice. And here on this div, can give it a class name. It's gonna be relative. It's gonna be flex, justify center, text XS, and it's gonna be uppercase. Nice. And finally, you can give this class name. It's gonna be bg background and px of 2 and text muted foreground. Cool. And so after this div that is relative, can give some space. This is where we're gonna have the form. So form to sign in, and we can import the form from our components. So let me make sure to import this. So import form from UI form. And here I can make sure I can destruct the form because we have it, and you can go inside of this. So I can have the form, remove this action, and you can do on submit. On submit, it's gonna be form dot under submit, and inside we can have in our custom submit. Okay, so class name, it's gonna be space y of 4, and instead of here I can have in this form field, and finally I can do control. It's gonna be form control, and I can have in the names, which is email, and I can have Linda. So let's get in that field, and inside here I can have in the form item, form item, and inside of here I can have form label, which is gonna say email, and now I can have in the input, which is self-closing, and it's what we have. So we have this input, nice. And inside of this can have the placeholder, which is gonna say example at example, example.com, and can have the type to be email, and maybe you can say autocomplete to email, and disabled if it's running. Disabled if it's running. Nice. And I forgot to put this input inside of form control, so let me just do that. So let's move this input, cut it, and paste it inside of here. And after this form control, can add form message. Okay. Nice. So I can copy and paste this form field. So paste it down. And the next one is gonna be for my password. So let me just change what need to be changed. Password, and it's gonna be password, and form control and placeholder. Don't know what I can do. I can just say this, and password, and here autocomplete. Can just say current password, and after this I can do error and div, and here I can just say error. Okay, class name, text sm, text destructive, and font medium. Nice. So after finally you can add a button to submit. So button, and is loading. I can say finally let's use this icon instead of creating our custom one from Lucid React, and we can give some class name. So class name ml2, size is gonna be 4, animate spin. Okay, and we can say sign in. Here we are, and let's give this button some type. It's gonna be submit, and class name can make it with full. Disabled is loading. Nice. So yeah, this should work with these two already, but for this you cannot of course sign in if you don't have a user created, so we need to create a sign up page. And yep, so if we try now, I mean we can try some random email, and we can try some password. We fail because this user does not exist inside of our database. And yeah, invite email or password, so it did not find anyone. And let me see, yeah, users does not exist. Okay, so we also forgot to push the new changes inside of our Drizzle Studio. So we just have this URLs, so we need to push the new changes, the new studio. So npx drizzle kit generate. Nice. We created a new one. Okay, so npx drizzle kit can do push. Very nice. So now I'm sure we have what we need. So we have users, URLs, sessions. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna delete these URLs. So let me just delete it. And yep, so try signing again. Oh, I stopped it. So let me start it again. And yeah, so this is what we need for the sign in page. We're gonna now work on the sign up page. So I believe we can just go ahead and start working on the sign up page so we can be able to log in with just credentials. So login. What's the issue? Yeah, this is just should be good now. What happened? Okay, this is just some hydration issues. So let me paste this now. Should get in here. Okay, I don't know why it's even trying to find, but yeah. Okay, so let me just stop this and let me go ahead and create the sign up or register page. Alright, so let's also create the register page. So we already have register not here. Let me see what we created inside of this. It's actually gonna be the same thing. We're just gonna change this form. So what we can do, I can copy this whole content inside of here, and I can replace this div with what I just copied. And also let's import the imports. So let's take all of these imports and let's put it inside of here. Okay, and now if we go let me start my app, pim run dev, and I can go on the register page. Okay, yeah, so this is what we have. Of course nothing changes, but we can start by modifying this and say create an account, and you can say enter your details to create an account. And for this one we can say sign up, and here we can say fill your details below to create an account. Nice. So now what you have to do, you have to create register form. So come here inside of components of I can duplicate this one and I can just call it register form.tsx. So let's rename it. So what is it? So here you can just rename it to be register form. So let's import it here and let me remove this one and it should be good. So we just now need to modify it so to match what we want. So let's start by modifying. Let me cross this terminal. So let's start by modifying this schema. So this schema is not gonna be called login schema. It's gonna be register schema. That's gonna be have an email. We're gonna have a password, and also we're gonna have a confirm password, which is just gonna be the string, and also we're gonna extend it. So we're just gonna path dot, I'm gonna say define. Let's get the data, and we're gonna do data dot password is equals to data dot confirm password, and you can give it a message and also can give it a path. So confirm password. Okay, and now you can of course change this. So this is gonna be register form value, and it's gonna be register schema. We need this router. We don't need this search params. I don't think I used it yet, so let's remove it. And for this form, so let's say register form values and z.resolver. It's passing register schema, and default values we have password, and now also can add the confirm password. Export function, async function, async function on submit, having the data. So let's pass in the register form values and set is loading to true and set error to null. That's fine. Instead of the try, okay, let me remove everything inside of the try. Not the try, but just everything inside of okay, I just selected everything. Okay, so I'm just gonna select this. Okay, it's not working. I need to configure this later. Anyways, so still inside of this register, inside the try catch, I said I was gonna remove everything. So take everything here, remove it, and you're gonna do const from data equals to new from data. Okay, and so from data dot append email data dot email from data dot password data dot let me take the name as well, email, and I don't have the name in my schemas, so let me add it. So before the email, I can add a name. It's gonna be string. Okay. And also here inside the defaults can be inputting. And here, yep, it's fine. So we need to create a server action. So const response equals to await, and we're gonna call it register user, which is gonna be imported. So we're gonna create it. So let's just create it now. So let me open my File Explorer. Let me remove it. Let me close everything. I'm gonna go inside of my server and inside the actions, and I'm gonna create a new folder inside the actions. I'm gonna call it off. So inside of here, I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call it register.ts. All right. So here, let's start by also validating. So also validating on the server. So register schema z.object, and inside of here I have a name, which is z.string. I have the email, I have the password, and that's all. And now you can create the action. So export async function register user, and this taking the data, which is from data. I can just call it from data, and this return a promise of API response. So we created this area. Let me close it, and still inside of this, you can add another one, and I can add a user ID, which is gonna be a string. Okay, and now I can go inside of here. I can do a try catch, and inside here I can do const validated fields. It's gonna be register schema. It's gonna be register schema dot wait, edit fields. Register schema dot save pass, passing the form data. Let me just do it like this. I can do yeah, and do it like this: name from data string, email from data email, password. Okay, and I can check. So if it's not like this, so if I validated fields it's not success, so which means there is an issue, can do can return a success of false error gonna be validated. Let me add it here: validated fields dot error dot flatten dot field errors dot email, and let's get this one. Otherwise you can do validated fields for the password and also for the name, and default you can just say invalid data. Okay, and so you can go outside of the here I can do const, and let's extract from validated field data. We're gonna validate we're gonna extract what we need. So we need the name, we need the email, and so we need the password. And now we can go ahead and check if user already exists. So const existing user, it's gonna be equal to await db, and we're gonna do dot query and dot users, and we're gonna find first, and we can do where. So where users, so make sure to import the user schema, and you can get the equal. Outside of this, you can do equal users dot email, and email we have, so we make it to lowercase. Okay, so we are checking if we have existing user, and we can do if existing user can return, so return success to false, and error can say the user with this email already exists. And if not, so if we don't have this user, we can just say can just generate an ID for this user. So let's import nano ID we added. So import nano ID, yeah, nano ID. So you can over here we can do first of all we can hash the password. So hashed password, you can do await hash from, okay, let me just, so import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. So in do bcrypt dot hash, taking the password, and now you can generate the ID. So we can do const, or can, yeah, okay, let me do const user ID equals to nano ID, and now you can go ahead and insert. So await db dot insert, not query, insert, and we can from users and dot values. So we can add the ID and user ID name, and we can have the email lowercase, password, it's gonna be the hashed password, and now we have this long. So this is just gonna be the user, because by default user is gonna be a user, not an admin. Created that, new date, updated that, and new date. Alright, and now we can return. So let's return success true, and from the data you can get return this user ID, and inside the catch you can do console.log an error, and from the error you can turn something went wrong. So now let's go back to our register form, and let's import this. So import this from actions. Did it import? Yep. Nice. So we have it now, and we can come back here. We don't need this Google and GitHub, so let me remove this for now. And after this response, we can do, so if no response dot, so if the response is not succeed, which means there's something wrong, we can set error, and we can do response dot error, or we can do an error occurred, please try again later, and we can return. Okay. So here we can do route dot push. We can push the user to login page, and let's add registered to true. So we will use this data on our login page, so to know that user is coming from the register page. Alright, so I think this is what we need here. Let me remove these buttons and also remove this div. I'm not using it. And actually we don't need this. We don't need this, so let me remove all of this. I just need the, okay, let me remove after this. I just need the form. Same issue. Am I importing something I didn't mean? What's going on? Oh yeah, we forgot to make this as use server. Yeah. Use servers. Oh. Okay, so this now should be fine. Alright, so also we need another field for the name. Oh, let me go back to register form. And yep, so we have the on submit is fine. Let me just copy this field here. Let me paste it, and the first one's gonna be the name, and for the format that's gonna be John Doe. Type, don't need type. To complete, it's gonna be name. Yeah, so I think this is all we need. Let's just add the confirm password one. So let me add here, and it's gonna be confirm password, and this is gonna be confirm password, confirm password. It's gonna be new password. Nice, so this is what we have, and also let's add some button to take user if they wanna maybe not, they don't need, you know, like the button where users say if they already have an account to log in, etc. So you just say create an account, and I think this should work. So let me just open my Drizzle Studio, and let's see if I don't have set the users. I have no users, so let me go back here. Nice. Let me go back here, and let me refresh. Let me try to create a user. Get the email, take this password, paste it here, and also confirm. And I should create an account. Nice. So as you can see, it's saying registered is true, which means we should have the user here. So let me refresh this, and yep, we have the user. So we have the ID, the name, the email, and the password, the role is user, created that, updated that, accounts, URLs. Nice. So this is working as you want, and now you can try to log in now. So I forgot the email, so let me just copy it from here. I copy it and let me go back to my app. Paste it, password I know it's this one. Paste it. Boom. Should log us in now. Yeah. So it's working. This is good. And yeah. Okay. So let's finish this app, and also you can go ahead and finish this registering and login app. So since we are sending where is it, since we are sending this, so let's handle it in our login form. So let's check for that and we can just try to use it. So inside of my login form here, so inside of on submit, I have this. I want to check if results dot error. Can set error to this, and also I'm gonna install a toast. So npm I sonar. So let's introduce toast here, and for this we need to we need to add it inside of our layout file, so to be able to, you know. Okay, so let me just open here, and inside of my src, inside the components, I'm gonna create a new folder, and this is where I'm gonna put all my providers. So here the first one is gonna be my toast provider .tsx. I'm gonna close it, and I can close this terminal as well. So I'm gonna give it use client, and I can do import toaster from sonar, and do export function toast provider, and here I can just return toaster, and I can give it a position like top right. And now I can go inside of my layout file, so my layout. So let me just inside of this src app layout, this is where I wanna render my toast provider. So let me see, inside of the body, yeah, on top of this, so I'm just gonna add toast provider. Let me close it. And now inside of my login form, we should be able to use a toast without any issues. So if toast has an error, we can set the error, and also you can have toast from sonar. So again, error, and we can give it invalid email or password, and also we can have in description and just say that. Okay, and so here we can maybe say toast success, yeah. Okay, so this is fine, and on top here I said we're gonna check if user is coming from registered page. So inside of my login, and here outside of this on submit, we're gonna check if user just registered, and Okay, let's check this. So we're gonna use effect, and instead of this use effect, we're gonna do const registered. We're gonna do search params. I'm gonna get the registered, since it's what we are sending here. That's true. Okay, and I'm gonna do if registered is equals to true. So it's true. We can show a toast. So toast success. Yeah, being registered. Yep. And after this is done, we can remove the parameters. Maybe. Yeah, remove create params. So we can do const new URL. It's gonna be new URL location.href and new URL search params read registered, and yeah, just do this. Okay, and you can, it's gonna happen every time. So the search params, and also we don't have to add this. Let me see what options do we have. Yeah, we don't need to add this. Okay, so let's try this up, and I need, okay, let me go back to my register page. What's this issue? Okay, so this is just some trees, and let me get a new email. Paste this, let me copy this email. Let me register. Yeah, so account created, they have been registered successfully. Please sign in, and I can paste this email, get the password, paste it, and we can sign in successfully. Nice. So our register is working, so our authentication is working as we want, and in next one we can go ahead and keep working on this. So let's just continue. All right, so as you can see, now we are being redirected to this dashboard page, so we need to create that page. So instead of my src, I'm gonna add instead of app, I'm gonna add new routing group. So I'm gonna call it let me just add it inside the user, since it's related to user, and inside here I can add the dashboard. Okay, and here I can have my page.tsx, and I can just for now do export default sync function, and it's gonna be dashboard page. Yeah, so let's see. Yep, so this is the dashboard we are being redirected at. Yeah, all right. So on top here, I can maybe add some metadata. So export const metadata. I say metadata from next, and it's gonna be equals to title dashboard. You can give it the app name. mine, I'm calling it ShortLink. So ShortLink, nice, and also a description, dashboard. And let's protect it. So let's do inside of here. So inside of this dashboard, not protect, but just gonna check the sessions. Const session goes to await off. So from server /off, this way make sure you input it from the server, and this should be fine. And here we can use this to check if the user is an admin or they're just user. So for example, we can do session, or we can just to check. So just dot signify, okay, passing this session. Yeah, so you can see this is our user we have. So they have this role. Okay, so this is what we have. Let me remove this. Let me add input fragments. So now I'm gonna have an h1 and give it class name, and this is gonna be text 3 Excel, and font is gonna be bold. Margin bottom is gonna be 8, and text center. So h1, and here I can just give it dashboard. Okay, and after this h1, I can have a div, and this one gonna have a class name of grid, and gap it's gonna be 8, and inside here I can have a card, and class name gonna be shadow sm, and inside here I can have card header, and I can say create new short URL. Nice. So after this card header, I can have card description, and I can say this. So enter a long URL, and after this card description and this card description, I think it should be with, yeah, so it should be inside here. Let me take this one, should be in the same, and also this should be inside card title. So let me cut this. Yeah, yep, now it's okay. So after the card header, I can have card content, and here you can use our URL shortener form we have created. Okay, and we need to update the server action that creates the URLs, so it can also include the user. But before we can do that, maybe we can, for this dashboard, let's create a layout file, layout.tsx, and we can check to export default async function, and this is not gonna be dashboard page, but dashboard layout. And this one's gonna have some props, so interface, dashboard approach, children, and this is just gonna have this children of React Node, and here I can just say dashboard layout props, getting the children, and here I can check, so const session, and it's gonna do await off from server. So I'm gonna check if there's no user, I'm gonna redirect back. So if session don't have the user, we're just gonna go ahead and redirect. So you redirect from next/navigation the login page. So we just return this div, and inside here another div, and now you can pass in this children. So let me give it a class name. So class name is gonna be minimum height of let's calculate it. So let me just do this. So calc, so I'm gonna calculate it 100 VH minus 64 pixels, and it's not over, so minus 50 pixels minus 56 pixels. Okay, and now for this div, so new class name, let me say if I didn't do any typo, so minus 54 64 pixels minus, yeah, that's fine. And I can give it a container and max width of 6 pixel, adding y of 10, and px of 4, and on medium devices gonna px of 8. Okay. That's fine. And let me check. So minimum height, calc, minus VH, minus 6. Yeah. So instead of this div, do I need to give some class names to this? Because I have text access, grid gap 8, text center. Yeah. All right. Let me check this layout here. So the container and max width of 660 mx. Let's add mx auto. Okay, this is what I wanted, and yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So I can go back to my shorten URL. So shorten URL from here inside of my server, and inside the actions URL, shorten URL. So you're gonna modify it since we have now a user, and we can go ahead and attach the user if they have if there is a user who created that and they are logged in. So API response, short URL inside the try catch, and we can now get the session. So we can do const session equals to await off, and put it from server, and I can get the user ID. So const user ID equals to session.user.id. So I have this URL ID and have this after divided check, and I think we're gonna add it the where we are creating. So db insert, and here, yeah, So after this, you can just add user ID, and remember this is optional, so it can be user ID or it's going to be none. And I believe this is all we need to do. So since we are logged in now, and this is the user, and we have 0 URLs, so let me go ahead and try to shorten a URL. So for example, google.com. Let me shorten this. So it's created. And if I go back to my Drizzle and I refresh this, yeah, so now the URL is created, but this time it has a user ID, so which means we know who this URL belongs to. And if you check the user, you can see that this is the user this belongs to. Okay, amazing. So this is working. And you can also go ahead, maybe improve this a bit, but for now it's fine. Yeah, for now it's okay like this. So let me see what we need to do next. All right, so let's go back to this page, and now since user can create URLs, so we need to create something like a table where they can see and manage their URLs. So let's do that. And after this card content, so outside of this card, let's add another card, and it's gonna have class name. I'm gonna do shadow SM. It's gonna be border gonna be dashed, so border dashed. Okay, and inside of this can have card header. So card header can have card title, and can say URLs. Nice. And here I can have also card description. Can do manage and track your shortened URLs. Okay, and after this card header, can have card content, and here this is where we're gonna render our URLs table. So for that, first of all, we need to create a new server action. So let me close this like this. Let me go inside the CRC, inside the server, inside the actions, and inside of my URLs, I need to create a new action. So get URLs, or can just say get, since this is for user, so get user URLs.ts, just .ts. Okay, so I can do export async function, get user, say get user URLs. Did I call it? Yeah, why is it? Yeah, so for this one we need the user ID, so we can know who we are getting URLs for, and this is gonna return a promise. And of course we need to add in our API response with that we have created, and here we can extend this. We can add an array. Sorry, let me see this. So we have this API response, And inside of this API response, we can have array. Okay, and inside of this array, we have this object, and here we have ID. It's gonna be a number. You should remember we are saving our URLs as numbers. So original URL and shortcode is a string, created that is a date, and clicks is a number. And now we can add it here. So we can do try catch. Can do a try catch, and inside of this try we can verify the authentication, so to make sure the user is the one. So you then do const session goes to await auth. So let's import auth from server, and we can do if no session dot user or session dot user dot id doesn't match the user ID of the requested one. We're just gonna return success is gonna false, and it is gonna be unauthorized. Okay, so here you can go ahead and get our URLs for the user. So you can do const user URLs. It's gonna be equals to URLs gonna be equals to await db. So import db from server. I'm gonna query, and it's gonna be URLs, and it's gonna be find many and where. So URLs, import this from the schema. I'm gonna get the equal. Yeah, so here I'm gonna get the equal, so equals to URLs dot user ID is equals to this user ID. And also let's get order by, and let's do URLs. Can get this descending, and you can do an array. You can do descending, and you can do URLs dot create that. Nice. So and here we can go ahead and return success to true. And the data, what I'm gonna do is gonna do user URLs dot map. So I'm gonna map and get an individual URL. Here I'm just gonna return the ID. It's gonna be URL.id, original URL, URL.original URL, shortcode, created that, clicks. All right, so this is what we have, and inside the console log, so inside the cache, we have bachelor, and yeah, so this should be all for now. Should be all we need to get the user URLs. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to this page, and here on top here, so after this session, so I can do I can add here get users URLs. So I can do const response gonna be equal to await get user URLs. So I can pass in the session dot user dot id as string. Okay, so I can do const user URLs gonna be equals to response dot success. So if it's success, and response dot data, or response dot data, and if not, we're just gonna return an empty array. Okay, so now I think you can go ahead and create the table. So inside of this card content, we're gonna have this user URS table, and we're gonna pass in the URLs, so which is just gonna be user URLs. User URLs table. Yep. So now let's copy this name and we can go ahead and create it. So let me cross here. Inside the src, inside the components, inside the URLs. I'm gonna create a new file, and this one's gonna be user, and it's gonna be URLs table.tsx. And we can do export function, and then paste this name. And remember, we need to get the URLs. So this is what we're passing in as props, and we need to define these props. So on top here, you do interface user URL props. You can get these URLs. So let's get the URL. And okay, let me see how this is. So URL, yeah, this is what you are basically turning. So yeah, should be okay. Let's just give it here. So user your sorry, what am I doing? Yeah. Okay, so here, what is this? So can I find it? Oh, user URL table props. Yeah. And I can return div and do JSON.stringify URLs, and I can import this table. So what is the issue here? Okay, it's missing some stuff, but you can see we have our URLs. So let me see what's wrong here, and let me remove this for now. So let me just define it here. So interface URL. Let's take what we have, because this we are sending this as string. Okay, let me just take this here. Let me go here, and I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna remove created that. Oh, I'm gonna remove updated that, and I'm gonna just make this a date. Yeah, now it's okay. So we have this list. Let me create more. YouTube. Okay, we have the second one created, and we can have meta.com, and last two we can have I don't know what that. Yep. Okay, so we're getting users URLs. So I think now we can go ahead and make this table actually look nice. So what we're gonna do inside of here, I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna render this. So I'm gonna have a div. Inside of this div, let me give it a class name. So class name is gonna be overflow x auto. Inside of here we'll have table, and here I can give the class name of w full or full, and can have table head, and here I can have table law with the class name, and it's gonna be border b, now border on the bottom, and inside of this we're gonna have table heading, and it's gonna have class name and text left, padding y of 3, px of 4, and font medium. So this one is like actions, original URL. Let's paste this a few more times, and it's gonna be short URL, and it's gonna be clicks, and it's gonna be created at, and lastly this is gonna be actions. Okay, so this is what we have, and actions. So outside of this table head and t head, we can have t body. So inside of this we can get the URLs, but let me go on top here. Let me create states I need. So const, I'm gonna create the first one. I'm gonna call it is deleting. Set is deleting, and it's gonna be false by default. And then paste it again. So I'm gonna have local URLs, and I'm gonna be set local URLs, and this gonna state is gonna use our URL, so the one we defined, and this time is gonna be an array, and by default it's gonna be URLs. Okay, so now you can go ahead and map through those, so you can show them. Inside of this t body, you can do local URLs dot map, and you can get individual URL, and you can do here. So you can do const base URL. It's gonna be public. It's not base, but app URL. You can just do window .location.origin, and also here you can do const short URL. Gonna do base URL. It's gonna be L URL shortcode. Return dl. The key is gonna be URL.id, our class name, border on the bottom, and on hover it's gonna be pg muted, so 50. Yeah, so let's make this as a use client, because we're using use state. Okay, so here you have this as the key, and can have key. class name, and it's gonna have py of 3, px of 4, and here we can have in a div, so we're gonna have class name, flex, item center. Here you can have a div, and this div can have the URL dot original URL. Okay, so now it's in my original URLs. Let me give it a class name. So class name, max width of XS, it's gonna be truncated. So in case the URL is very large, and for the title, I can give it let me see, URL dot original URL. Okay, so after this div can have a link, and this one's gonna be URL dot original URL at the href, and the target is gonna be a blank. And inside of this one I can have external URL, so external link, so in case user wanna visit this original URL, let's give it a class name, and this one I'm gonna have size of 4, so smaller. And this link is gonna have class name, and it's gonna be ml of 2, and text muted foreground on hover text foreground. Okay, and after this div, so after this div, and also after this here, we can add another one, and this one can give the class name. It's gonna be padding y of 3, and px of 4, and inside of this can have a div, give it a class name of flex, item center, and here I can have another div, can give it class name, it's gonna be truncated, and title is gonna be short URL. Let's define short URL. I think I already have it. Do we have it defined? Yeah, we have it defined here. So inside of this div, can render the short URL. All right, we're getting something. Okay, and so for the clicks, so for the short URL, maybe I can add a button for user to copy. Why not? So let's add a button here, and here we can add a copy icon. Yeah, this one. But of course, let's improve it. So let's add variant of ghost. Size is gonna be icon. And let's get class name of ml1. Okay, yeah, maybe 2. Okay, 2 is better. Yeah, 2 is better. So ml2, I'll give it size of 8. Nice. And size of 8. And for this icon, you can give it class name size 4. Nice. So after this button, you can add also for the clicks. So after this button and outside here, so inside of this, we can have another one. So okay, give it a class name, and this one is gonna be py3 px4 text muted foreground. And for this one, we need to install so npm i8fns. So here we can do format or maybe let's add clicks, yeah, because I think that's what we had. Yeah, so yeah, it's clicks. Yeah, but we're gonna use that as well. So ui.clicks, fine. So we have 0 clicks. And after this one, let's add another one. So td class name, and this one's gonna be py3. So same thing, px4 and text muted foreground. And now we can render format distance to now and add suffix true. We need to import this from data.fns. Alright, so okay, nice. So as you can see, it's over here. And now what's left is these actions. It's what's left for us to add. So let me scroll down. So after this td, let me add another one. So td class name, and this one gonna be py3 px4, yeah, and text gonna be on the right. Let's add in a div. It's gonna have class name flex, and justify is gonna be on the end. And here we can have a button, and this button's just gonna, for now it's a placeholder, but we're gonna add it so user can be able to generate QR codes for this. So let me give this button a variant. It's gonna be ghost, and it's gonna have size of icon and size of 8. Yeah, size of 8, and maybe text primary over text primary. All right, so we can copy and paste this button down here,
And the second action is gonna be edit, so user can be able to edit. So let's add this edit, and also let's add some class name to these icons. So size 4, class name, and size 4. Oh, what happened? Okay. Size 4. Alright, so we have these actions, and to get the QR code to edit it. Okay, and we can copy it again for the last action, which is to delete this. So, and I'm gonna have trash 2 icon, and let me see. Yeah. So those are the actions we have. And for deleting one, the text can be destructive over text destructive. Cool. So this is the table for our dashboard URLs, where users can manage their URLs. And let me see. We can start by maybe adding an option to delete this URL. And so let's do that. So on top here, before even we do that, we can start with the easy one. So this copy one, I think it's the easiest. So let's add it. So let me go here, and I can do const copy to keyboard, and this one's gonna have in shortcode, which is a string. And inside of here, we're gonna get the const, so base URL is gonna be process.env, and next public URL or location. So the short URL code is gonna be with base URL and short code. Okay, so here you can do try catch, you can do await navigator dot keyboard dot write shortcode. And what's going on? Oh, I mean to make this as async. And here I can do toast. So I can show the toast dot success URL copied, and let me give it a description. I can do the short URL has been copied to keyboard. And inside the error, you can just console.log error. And if I click this, I should see a toast, but I'm not. Oh, because we're not using it. Yeah. So let's go ahead and use this. So here, where is the button to copy? This button to copy, I can add on click. So copy to keyboard, you add a short script. Now if I click here, okay, so now it's copying. As you can see, you can copy this. Nice. Let me go back to my dashboard. Okay, so this is nice, it's working. And now let's go ahead and handle the druid. So the handle druid one. So after this copy, can add another one. So const handle read, so it's gonna be async, and it's gonna have an ID. So we're gonna to know which link to read, need the ID. So let's also create another state. So is reading, we already have it, so now I need to create a new one, and you can do set is reading to true. Actually, this is reading is not gonna be a boolean. It's gonna have a number, or it's gonna be none, and by default it's none. Okay, so here it's not gonna be, it's gonna be the ID. Set is reading, so we're deleting this ID, and inside the try catch, we need to create a new server action that will help us delete use URL. So let's close everything inside of src, inside of my server, inside of my actions, and inside of these URLs. I'm gonna create a new file. So this one gonna be delete url.ts, and can do export async function delete URL. So delete URL. Yeah, this is what I need. So I'm gonna taking the URL ID, the number, promise, and can import this API response, and so can add a null. So inside the try catch, can verify the user. So const sessions got to await off, so import from server off. So if session, or if there is no session, so if no session dot user, we can return success, it's got to false, and error is gonna be unauthorized. We can do const URL, so let's get the URL, goes to await db dot select and dot from URLs where equals, so let's import equals, and URLs dot id goes to URL id. Okay, so after this, we can check if the URL exists and also if the URL belong to this user. So first, let's do if the URL can return success, it's gonna be false, and error, URL not found. Now let's check if this URL belongs to this user. So we can do if URL dot user ID and URL dot user ID not equals to session dot user dot ID. I can return, so unauthorized again. Simple. Okay, so if after all of these checks have passed, I think you can go ahead and read this. So await db dot read, and we can do delete URLs and where equal to URL.id equals to this URL ID, and we can return success to true, and later it's going to be none. And inside the catch, we're just gonna console log, and also return an error accurate. Now let's go back inside of our table and inside of my try catch. So inside of handle delete and try catch, we can do const response goes to our delete URL, passing this ID. So if response dot success, you can do set local URLs, can get the previous value, and you can do prev dot filter URL, so URL dot ID is now equals to the ID, and you can pass in the toast dot success deleted. There has been deleted successfully, and else just gonna show an error toast. And yeah, so response dot error, or if you don't have a message, you can show this default one. So instead of my catch, I can console log the error, and I can show this toast. And finally, I can show set is deleting to null. So this is what we need to do. All we have to do now is go back to this button that is delete. So let me add on click. We have to handle delete URL.id, and you see disable it. So disable is deleting, and if it's equals to this ID, so you can disable it. So this should work now, and let's fix this. What did I do again? Log. Oh yeah, we forgot to mark this as use server. Use server, because this is server actions. So do we do it same for this? I don't know why I didn't get any error for this one. Yep, so now it's okay. And also for this users tables, so let's improve this delete. So here I can check is deleting equals to url.id. Can show a div, show this safe closing div. Let's create our own spinner. Why not? Size 4, animate spin, and now the full border, it's gonna be 2, border, it's gonna be current, border top, gonna be transparent. All right, and otherwise just gonna show this, not this, but just gonna show this trash icon. Nice. So now if I try to delete maybe this one, it's load and it's deleted. And now I should have only 2 of them inside of my database. So let's check this. Yep, and the Google one and the YouTube one is what we have inside of our database. So this is working. And what else should we work on? The editing. Maybe the editing one. Should we work on the edit one, or I'm thinking, or let's just work on the QR code. Yeah, let's work on QR code. Oh no, edit is gonna come as the last one. But for now, let's just work on the QR code. So for QR code to work, we need to install a package, and also for the states, we need to add more states. So I do const, and it's gonna be QR code URL. Set QR code URL. It's gonna be a string. And string, and by default it's gonna be an empty string, and you can do const QR code shortcode. Also it's gonna be a string, and by default this, yeah, and we need this. So const code is QR code model open, set is QR code model open, by default is false. So this is what we need, and for the package we need is just QR code. So we can do npm install, and the package is called what is it? It's QR code. Let me search for it. Yeah, just QR code, as simple as this, QR code. Okay, nice. So let's go ahead and create this function. So after the handle read, I can do const show QR code, and can pass in the shortcode as a string, and inside of this one you can create basically this. So const base URL, it's gonna be this, const QR code URL, which in dash, like not this, but so const short URL, it's just gonna be like that. And we're gonna set QR code set QR code is gonna be short URL, and we're gonna be set QR code shortcode, it's gonna be shortcode, set is model open to true. So this is all it is doing, nothing much. But now you need to create this model that we're gonna be showing. So for the model, I'm gonna go inside of my close everything here, outside my src, inside my components. I'm gonna create a new folder, and this is where I'm gonna be putting all my models. So this one's gonna be called QR code slash model .tsx, and for now I can just do export export function QR code model. Then div QR code model. And now you can go back to this. So where we are having this QR code button, so this one, and here we can unclick, can do show QR code UI shortcode, and now we can display this short QR code on the bottom here. So outside of this div, can render the QR code model. So I believe now if I tap on this one, yeah, as you can see, it's showing over here. Let me refresh this. Yeah, so if I click here, I mean, it's always showing because we are not handling this as needed. So we need a dialog. So let me do npx shadcn artist add dialog. And I use legacy pay depths. Okay, so let's go inside of this, and let me first pass on what we need to pass to this one. So let me pass what we need. So we're gonna need is open, which is gonna be is QR code model open on open change set is QR code model open, and we need to pass in the URL, which is QR code and also shortcode, QR code shortcode. Okay, so we can go back inside of this QR code model and we can do the interface for this. So let's create the interface. And we can do is open. It's gonna be a boolean, and we're gonna do on open change. We're gonna have in the open, which is a boolean, and it's a void. We're gonna have in the URL, which is a string, and the shortcode, which is a string. So now we can just QR code model props. So yeah, now we're good, and now we can get all we need. So for this one, I can come here, I can do const, I can soon QR code data URL, set QR code data URL, and let me import this use state, and also const is generating, set is generating to false. So let me make this as use client. Yeah, and so what we need to do, let me just import what I need here. So I can import QR codes, import QR code from QR code. Okay, I hope this is not an issue. QR code from QR code, okay. And now we can create a function to generate that. So const generate QR code. It's gonna be use a callback, so use callback, and we're gonna have async. And if your just gonna return, and here we can set is generating to true, and you can do a try catch. And so let's do let me see, yeah, so let's do const data URL. It's gonna be equal to await QR code the one we imported, QR code dot to data URL. So what's wrong with this? So import QR code from QR code. Okay, so I think I need to install the types for this. Let me just install them. So okay, so that's done. And inside of this one, I can give it the width as I want. So it's gonna be 300. Margin is gonna be 2. And for the cars, just gonna be go with classic ones. So dark and white. And here I can just set QR code data URL. And if there was an issue generating this, I can just console and also show a toast. Alright, and finally I can just set it's generating false, and here I need to pass in an URL. Nice. So after this, I can use effect. So use effect. Okay, use effect, and I can check. So if let me see, if is open and URL, generate QR code, and here I can check is open, URL, and also generate QR code. Nice. So lastly, we need to create another one. So const to download this. So download QR code. Do if no QR code, we're just gonna return no const link. So let's do const link. So go to document, create one, and link href QR code generate. And so we can create a name for this. So const download. Let's create a name for this image. We can give our shortlink and the shortcode. So document.body.append charge link create document.remove. Yeah, and you can just say a toast. Okay, and so now we can actually go ahead and return what we need. So we added the dialog. So let me add dialog from UI, and it's gonna be open. It's gonna depend on is open change. It's gonna be on open open change. Our dialog content with the class name, and it's gonna be SM on small devices. It's gonna be max with medium. And inside of this one, I can have dialog header. So dialog header, and inside of this dialog header, I can have dialog type, dialog title. So you can just say QR code, and after this header, I can have a div, give it a class name, and it's gonna be a flex core item center, and justify center width is gonna be 300 pixels. Inside of here you can have a class name, and this is gonna be size of 8. Animate's gonna be spin, and around it's gonna be 4, border 4, border 4, border 4, border primary, and border top, border top, the top, and border transparent. So border on top is gonna be transparent. I'm so tired right now. But let me finish this chapter. And so yeah, this just let me cut this, don't remove it, just cut it. So let me check is generating, and this is when I'm gonna show this. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Okay, I think I did something wrong. So the flex core, the team center, justify center, it's fine, but let me remove this here. Let me add. Okay, and here I'm gonna check if it's generating, and add a div, and let's add our loader, and also here if it's not, and it has QR code URL, let's show this. Otherwise we can show another div. Okay, what's going on? Okay, let me just do this. So let me give this a class name. Flex name, it's not easy. No, what am I doing? I really need to strip now. So let me see. This one's gonna have flex item of center, justify of center. If it's gonna be 300 pixel, and also the height is gonna be 300 pixel. And here just gonna show that loader if it's generating. We can show this div. Otherwise, so this, right? Yeah, this is fine. So if I click this, you'll see this. Okay, so let's display this QR code. So let's render this image from next image. We need to give it src. It's gonna be this data URL, and art is gonna be QR code. Width is gonna be 300. Height is gonna be 300. Last name is gonna be border, and also rounded it's gonna be medium, and unoptimized. Now I should have a QR code generated. So this is the QR code, and this is working. By the way, you can scan it and to open the link you have. And so let's finish this up. Let's add a paragraph. So a paragraph here, and you can say scan this QR code and the class name and text sm text center text center and text muted foreground. Scan this QR code to open the link in your device's browser. Okay, something is wrong. I'm gonna fix it. That's fine. And after this, we can add, after this paragraph, we can add a button. So button, and we can say download QR code. Yeah, and you can give this on click. So on click, it's gonna just be download QR code. Class name is gonna be w4. W4, and we can have this icon. So download class name size of 4. Nice. So the case we had it failed, so we're just gonna text center and text muted foreground and just try to generate this QR code. Okay, so let's check why this is not centered as I want. I have this dialog header. Flex call item center, justify center. Okay, it's generating. Yeah, so this is because I need to give this class name and flex. Okay, flex item center. Yep. So here it is. This is the QR code. So this should be good. Also, I wanna change this title here. QR code for short URL. So yeah, this is what we have. This QR code is working, of course, and each one has their own QR codes. So yeah, so now for now we can generate QR codes and we can delete it, and next we can work on this edit function. So yeah, let's go ahead and edit. I'll work on this edit function, but for me I'm gonna sleep and I will work on it tomorrow. So yeah, see you.
Okay, so it's the next day for me, and let's go ahead and work on this edit button. Okay, so what we have to do, we have to click, let me remember where I was. So I was inside of URLs and this URLs table. So this is where we left last time, and what I have to do now is this is the edit button, so I have to give it an edit. Let me see. Okay, nice. So inside of this button I have to give it on click. So on click, and this is gonna be empty for now, but I can go back on top and I have to create a new one. So, but for that to work, let me go on top here. So after the after is the QR code. Yeah, so after this is QR code mode open. We can add another one. So this is gonna be for our edit. We can do const, and we can say is edit mode open. Set is edit mode open. It's gonna be false by default, and also can do const URL to edit, and it's gonna have this is not what I'm gonna have, but I'm gonna have, let me see. Okay, I'm gonna have an object here, and I'm gonna have an ID. It's gonna be a number, and also the shortcode. Which is gonna be a string. Yeah. Okay, nice. And we need to create and handle edit, just like we created handle delete and handle show model. So after this show QR code, we can do const handle edit. Handle edit, and it's gonna take an ID number. I don't know why I always put this. Take an ID which is number, and also the shortcode which is string. I'm going inside of this and I'm going to do set URL to edit, which is gonna take in the ID and also the shortcode. Also can do set is show mode open to true. So this is all you do, and can add another one. You can do const handle edit success. So if it succeeds, you can do new shortcode, which is gonna be a string, and inside here you can check if there is no URL to edit. We're gonna just return, and here you can just update the shortcode and the local state. So you can do set local URLs, and you can get the previous, and here you can map, so prev dot map, you can get an individual URL, and here you can check the URL dot ID is equals to URL to edit of the ID of this, and now you can just set the URL, can split the URL shortcode and can be the new shortcode, otherwise just keep it the URL. Okay, and let me see. Nice. So also let's check if in the case where users doesn't have any URLs, .length is equals to 0. What we have to do, we have to return a div and a paragraph. You can do okay, and let me just change this, so because this will give us an issues if we deploy it later. So nice. Click the button below to create your first URL, and let's give this class name. So class name, it's gonna be text center and padding y of 8, and here I can just say class name, it's gonna be text limited foreground. Alright, and so we need to use this handle edit, and we're gonna use it on the bottom here. So on this button, so instead of showing this, you can do handle edit, and you can take in the url.id and also the URL shortcode. Nice. And so for this to work, we need to, of course, to create a new model, just like we created for the QR code. So first of all, let's give it here. So we're gonna check URL to edit. So if you have a URL to edit, and you can just render, so edit URL model, self closing, and give it some properties. So is open, so is open is equal to is edit mode open, on open change, set is edit mode open change, and on edit success, I don't need this, let me remove this, but I'm gonna have URL ID. So URL to edit.id, and also I'm gonna have current shortcode. So URL to edit.shortcode, and also on success, just gonna call it on success handle edit success. Alright, nice. So now let's create this model. Let me open my Explorer, and I'm gonna go inside of my components. Let me create this again. Inside the SRC components, inside the models, I'm gonna create a new one. I'll create edit URL and model or tsx, and inside here I can just do export function edit URL, and this one I'm gonna need some props, so I'm gonna go edit URL model props, and let's define them here. So I do interface edit URL model props, and I'm gonna have is open, which is a boolean, on open change, which is gonna take in open or is open, and it's gonna be a void, and so URL ID is a string, current shortcode is a string. On success, we're gonna have a new shortcode, so new shortcode, which is a string. And now we can go ahead and first of all, let me return something. Let me return a div with this. Now let's import it. Import this URL ID. Why is it giving error? Oh, it's a number. Okay. It's not a string, it's a number. Yeah, this is a number. Okay, so let me first of all create this action to update this. So let me go close this inside my SRC, inside my server, inside the actions, and inside the URLs. I'm gonna create a new action, and this one gonna be update URL.ts. Okay, so first of all, let's create a schema. So const update URL schema. Gonna be z from zod.object. And inside of this, we need the ID, which is this t.cos, and it's gonna be a number. And that's all we need for now. And here I can do export async function. It's gonna be update URL, and here I can return this for now, but let me go inside of here. We need taking the from data, which is from data. Okay, and also here what we're gonna return is a promise, and inside here we need to return our API response from lib types, and here inside I'm gonna have in the short URL of string. Nice. And inside of this I can do a try catch. The first thing I wanna do, I wanna get the user, so const session goes to await off from server off, and here I can get the user ID, so const user ID go to session dot user dot ID. Okay, so if there's no user ID, so if no user ID, we can return success false, an error, and you can say you must be logged in to update. Nice. And after this error, after the return, and outside of there's no user ID, we can validate the input. So we can do const validated fields. You can say update your schema dot pass, and here we can give in this ID, which is from data.get ID. Okay, and here we can do if validated fields, it's no success. So if there's an issue, okay, did I do something wrong? Hold on. Oh, I need to give safe pass, not pass. Okay, so I can do if the validated field is not success, we can return success gonna be false, and the error is gonna be validated fields dot error dot threaten, and here I can say field errors dot ID, and you can say taking the first item. Otherwise you can just say invalid URL. So let me see, this can be empty. Okay. So outside of this, just do const ID, and that's all we need. You can get in the validated data, and here you can check if the URL actually belongs to this user. So we can do const existing URL, and I'm gonna do await db. I'm gonna do query dot urls dot find fast, and inside here I'm gonna check where and URLs, what URL schema equal. We're gonna get the equal, and also gonna get end. So here I'm gonna check and equal if the URLs dot ID is equals to this ID, equal URLs dot user ID is equals to this user ID. Okay, so if no existing okay, nice. If no existing URL, what we can do, we can return an error. If no existing error, you can return error. Success gonna be false, and error is gonna be
say URL not found, or you don't have permission to update it. Okay, so after this we can update it, I think. So let's do const, or no need to, just do await db, and here is to dot update urls and dot set shortcode. It's gonna be where is it? Maybe we can create a shortcode because we need to generate it. Let me think how I need to do this. Okay. So actually for updating, this means user will be like trying to add in their own like their custom code or something, like customizing their thing. So let's go back to the schema, to this schema here, and let's check the URLs, and I think we need to extend it just more. So for this URL and the shortcode, okay, shortcode, actually no need to update, no need to extend it, but when updating we can add a custom code. So let me go back to my ID here, to my, can do custom code, which is gonna be a Z, and here it's gonna be a string, and maximum is gonna be 255. Can give it a message. Okay, just give it like this, and we can say regex. So can you say this regex? I think this is correct one, so let me check it. Yeah, yep, I think this is nice. Okay, and so let's start updating it. So where we're validating our fields, we can do custom code from data get custom code, and also here we can now check for this. Nice. Okay, so now when getting ID, also can get the custom code, and checking is existing, this is fine, and existing, let's check if the code exists. So const code exists, can do await db dot query dot urls dot find fast, and inside here I can check where urls equals okay, let me note this now. Now check it. So I want to do urls equals, we're gonna get end, and also gonna get not append, end. Okay, so here I can do end equals urls dot shortcode custom code check urls dot id equals to id. Okay, And now if this code exists, so if code exists, so which means someone is already using this code, we can return success to be false. Custom code already exists. And now on updating, we can say custom code. And also updated that, new date. And here we can add where let's use where equals, let's import equals, and urls.id is equals to id. Okay. Now that I remember it, let me add a server here. I always forget this. So let me move this custom code. I'm not using this. Nice. Okay, so after updating this, you can construct the short URL. So const base URL. Let's go to process.env next public app URL or window location.origin. Const short URL. This is what you have to do. And now you can also validate. So validate path. And we're gonna validate this dashboard. And we can return success to true. And the data, you can turn the short URL. And inside this catch, you can console log error or return this issue. Yeah. So this is all we need to do. And now let's go back to our edit URL model. So here, inside of this, I can create on submit. But first of all, let's create some. So let me do a state const is loading, set is loading. Let's import use state. And also let's do const form, const to use form from React hook form, not use array, but use form. Okay, nice. And now I can, inside of this, I can, what do I want to do? I want to create a new form. I don't have it. So on top here, after these imports, we can create a schema. So const edit URL schema. Edit URL schema, I can use Z from Zod. And so inside of this, you can do custom code. So it's just the same thing inside of here. So we can copy this one. You can copy this and use it here. Okay. And also maybe let's add minimum to be 1, so user can add something. Nice. And now let's also get the type. So type edit URL from data. It's gonna be this. And now on the form here, we can add this. So edit URL from data. And now we can get this. So const form, const edit URL from data. I forgot this. Okay, so const form edit equals to edit URL from data. Sure, this is not correct. And inside of this, yeah. So let's get the resolver. It's gonna be Zod resolver, and let's import Zod resolver from hook form resolver Zod. And default values, I'm gonna have custom code to be current shortcode. What's issue with this? Cannot find the name current shortcode. Did we not define it in our current shortcode? Oh, okay, I haven't destructed these. Okay, so current shortcode. Now we can go ahead and create the onSubmit. So const on submit is gonna be async. Gonna take in the data, which is gonna be of edit URL form data. And inside of this can set is loading to be true. And here you can do try catch. So const form data gonna be new form data. Form data dot append the ID. So I'm gonna append the URL ID to string. Form data dot append custom code. Data dot custom code. Now let's get a response. So const response. It's going to await update URL from actions, and let's give it this form data. Now let's check if response dot success and end response has some data. We can go inside of this and can show a toast. So toast dot success URL updated successfully, and we can also add a description. The URL has been updated successfully, and on success, sorry, do I have it? Because on success we can send data dot custom code, and on open change can make it false. Else you can just show this toast of an issue. And instead of catch, we can just console.log an error, and finally we can set is loading to be a false. Set is loading to false. Okay, so this is all we need to do, and now we need to create this dialog. So let me remove this, and inside of here I need to add the dialog from Shadcn. Not make sure you import it from your components, and have open. It's gonna be on open. It's gonna be is open. On open change, it's gonna be on open change. And inside of this dialog, I'm gonna have dialog content. Dialog content also imported from your components. Let's give it a class name. This is gonna be on small devices. It's gonna be max width of medium. And inside of here, I can have dialog header. Let's make sure we imported it from the correct place. Yeah. Dialog header. Here we can have a dialog title. Dialog title. Dialog title, and here you can say edit URL, edit short URL, And I believe if we click on this, we can see it already. So after the dialog title, we can have a dialog description, and we can do customize the short URL. And yeah, this is nice. Customize the short URL. The short must be unique and only contain letters. Yeah, Copilot is really helpful when it comes to stuff. So after the dialog header, let me add a form. Import it also from your components, and let's create this form. And inside of here, let's have this form. Move the action, and let's add on submit. So on submit, it's gonna be form.handle_submit, and here I can do on submit. Class name, it's gonna be space yo4, and inside of this form, I'm gonna have a form field. So form field, self-closing. I can do control. It's gonna be form.control. Name, it's gonna be custom code. And render, it's gonna get in this field. I'm gonna go outside of this and I'll get here, and now I can add form item. It's not self-closing, and inside here we can have form control. It's not self-closing as well. And inside of this we can have a div, give it a class name, flex item center, and inside of this div we can have a span. Gonna be class name, it's gonna be text smaller, text muted foreground, ml of 2. And inside of here, okay, what I can do, I can say let me define the code on top here. Const base URL. Yeah, let's just define it here so I can use it. So inside of here, I'm just gonna show this base URL and slash this, because later on we're gonna be adding to this. So if we open this now, we can see this. All right, and outside of this span, still inside of this div, need to add in the input. Make sure you import the correct one. Input from your components, self-closing. And inside of this input, what we have to add, a placeholder. You can say custom code, split the field, disabled if it's loading, and for the class name, it's gonna be flex1. Wow. Okay. So as you can see, this is the code of this. So if I open the next one, I'm gonna have this as the code. Sorry. Yeah, this one should be okay. There's some issue. Let me refresh. Open this. And why is it keeping this state? All right. Okay. Let me see how we are handling this on open change.
on open change or current shortcode. Okay. Okay, let me add, I use effect here. So I use effect. So make sure, sorry. So form.reset custom code. Yeah, this is what I want to do. And here I can just, I believe this should work. Open this and open this. Yeah. Nice. So what I need to do now, I need to add in, so after this input, after the form control, I can add form message, and also let me go outside of this form field, can add a footer, so dialog footer, let's close it, give it a class name, it's gonna be SM, and it's gonna be justify and here I can do button, can add the button, and this button I'm just gonna say cancel. So let's open this now. Okay, now we have this cancel button, and also let me make it type button, so this is not submitting button, and variant, let's make it outline, and on click just gonna say on open change, it's gonna be false, and gonna disable it, so disable if it's running. Otherwise, let's add another button. This is gonna be the submitting one. So we're gonna check is loading. I check if it's loading. Here we can add in a span, or maybe this time we can just use loader 2. And this class name can be animated spin, and size can be 4, and so ml of 2. And here I can say updating. Otherwise, you can just say save changes. And this button is gonna be type of submit, and it's gonna be disabled if it's loading. Okay, nice. This is what we have. Let's start up our Drizzle Studio. So let me see if it's not running. It's not running. npx Drizzle Studio. Let's open it here. Okay, let me refresh this. What happened? There's not enough information. Okay. What? What's up with this? Public users.accounts. We don't even change anything. Okay, let me just check in from menu and take. Don't know what's up with that. And of course I will check it. So users, URLs, okay. So let's go back here and let me try to update this. So custom URL, save changes. Okay, something went wrong. What's up? So let's check this error. Window is not defined. It's from my components, right? Const base URL. Oh, it's from this here. Inside of my update URL, I'm getting this issue that window is not defined. Oh, that's okay. Makes sense. That's because we're inside of the server. So instead of using this, can just use this far back. Let me now save. Nice. So as you can see, it's updated. And if we check our database, this is the ID we had before. Let me refresh. Okay. So you can see now it's created. Very nice. So now maybe when the user is creating the short URLs, we can add another field that if they want to customize their short URL. So I'm gonna need to go back to our short URL form, and we need to update some things. So let me close this short URL form. Let me go back to my form. So I had the URL. Also, you can add custom code, and by default it's gonna be empty. Let me see. Do I need to update it anywhere else? URL schema. Yeah, I need to add it here. Of course, the same thing. Okay, and now we can check on our on submit. So let's see. Const on submit. We are setting those, and from data append, and now append. Here maybe we can, yeah, if it's appended we can do it. So we can do if data dot custom code and data dot custom code dot trim is not equals to empty. We can from data dot append custom code, just like that, and data custom code dot trim. Yeah, so we get the response, const response, and const response. We're checking if response data is nice, and we're checking shortcode. Okay, this is okay. And here, let me see. I'm trying to understand how I want to do this. So const shortcode match. Okay. You can just show a toast here. Right, so also I wanna get the session. So let me do const data. It's gonna be named to session. I'm gonna use session from Next-Auth React. Make sure to import it. And after that, what I can do, I can check if the user is on. So for here, before the catch, here, you can do if session dot user and path name dot includes this dashboard, which means user is on dashboard page and we have a user as well. We can do router dot refresh. Okay. All right. Also, since we have, let me see. Okay. Since we have been using from our server side, now on client, we need to add it. You need to add this session provider. So let's just do that for our auth provider, and we can go inside of close everything inside of src and inside of components. Inside the providers, you can create a new one. Let's call it auth provider .tsx, and we can do export function. Gonna be auth provider. You're gonna have in the children, and children is the type of React node, and just gonna return session provider. Session provider. We wrap it inside of children. So let me just close it here and get this children. And let's import session provider from Next-Auth React. It's called session provider. And also make sure to mark it as use client. So use client, and now you can go back to our layout. So layout, and we can set everything, so including this toast, we can wrap our auth provider So let's put everything inside of here. And now it should be alright. Okay, this is fine. And now let's go back to our shorten form. So I wanted to add the option to have the QR code, since we already have the model, and I think we can add QR code, of course. So what we have to do, I have to create a new state. So after this error, we can add a new state. So const is QR code model open,
gonna be a state, and by default it's gonna be open. And here and here after the copy to clipboard, I can do const show QR code, and you can check if no short URL or no short code, you can just return. Otherwise you can just do set is QR code mode open to true. Okay, nice. Now let's add a new field to show a custom code. So after this div, before the error, we can add another form field. Let me see if I can copy this. Let me copy this, and you're gonna modify it as you want. So we're gonna add another form field. Now you should have two. Yeah. Form field, this one's gonna be for my custom code for my team, and form control for my team. Let's remove this class name, we don't need it. Form control, and also let's remove this div. Okay, so now we just have this. Let's have this div and give it a class name of flex item center. Inside here have a span, class name text sm, so text small, text muted foreground mr2. Inside here I can post.env app URL. Also it can be window dot location dot origin. Okay, let me see. Yeah, and after this span, it's just like on we did on our update input. So let's add this input and have a placeholder. Yeah, this is what we need. Custom code, which is gonna be optional, having the field, and for the value, gonna have field dot value, or it's gonna be empty. And on change, we're gonna get in the event, we're gonna do field dot on change with the target dot value, otherwise just empty. Okay, so yeah, if you want to add the custom code, they can go ahead and do that. And flex one, that is fine. And after user got their short URL, input short URL, and now let's add another button to show the QR code. So let me copy this copy button, add it here, and let's make it a button, outline flex shrink 0, and can show this QR code. And here on click you can say show QR code. Just give it a size. And now let's try this. So let me do HTTPS. custom code. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I know why. But let's remove this one. So my custom code is not being added, but as you can see, we have this now. Also, we need to add. We need to show this QR code when user click it. So we just need to fix those issues, and also let me go outside of this, so we can do short URL and short code, and we can just show the QR code model. QR code model. Now I have to pass it is open, and is QR code model open. You need to pass it on open change, which is gonna be set is QR code model open. You need to pass in the URL, which is gonna be short URL, shortcode, which is gonna be this. Alright, let's try this again. HTTPC. I don't know. I mean, this is not working, but yeah, that's fine. We'll fix it. So shorten. Now, if we open this, we have our QR code model, and users can be able to go on to scan this. So yeah, okay, let's just try to fix what's the issue here, and yeah. Alright, so we need to update this action, so the shorten URL, because for now it's just taking the URL and it doesn't know about this custom code. So let's add it. Custom code, it's gonna be optional. Also this URL, we already have a util we created, so refine, and we can use is vary the URL from our utils we created earlier, and here we can pass in the message, please enter valid URL. So this time I believe it's gonna check if this is actually correct. So let me go to my update. I wanna just take this custom code and go back to shorten URL. This is gonna be a string, and this is gonna let me just copy paste it. All right, so this is what we have, and maximum, it's not gonna be 5. Let's make it 20, and let's make it optional, and also let's make it nullable, and we can transform values. Transform value equals to var equals to null, or value equals to empty. Can be undefined, or can be this. Alright, so now we need to update this. So here I'm not gonna just get this, we're also gonna go to const. We're gonna get the custom code as well, and also from our validate fields we're gonna also need to add this custom code, which is gonna be custom code or undefined. On validate fields, we also need to validate it, so let's add it here. Custom code, And here we are ensuring that this is HTTPS edit free data.url, and that's fine. And for the shortcode, we are using nano ID. We need to update this a bit. So here we need to identify dated phrase dot data dot custom code. Otherwise, you just use this nano ID. So if existing URLs, and if existing URL, what we are doing, can check. So I can check if, let me see, if validated fields dot data dot custom code, and we can return success to false, and I can say this code is already in use, or otherwise we can just return this. So the shortcode is being created here, and I think that is all we need to do. So now let's test. Nice. So you can see now that we have this custom code added. We can copy it. We can get the QR code. Yeah, so I think the edit and adding custom codes is working as we want. So you can check even our database. This is what we just created now. So yeah, this is working as we want. And let's go ahead and continue working on this. Okay, I think next thing you can do is add a protection system. So we're gonna be using AI to detect if the provided URL is malicious, it's inappropriate, or it's just something that if AI gonna determine if this is a bad link or not, and our system is gonna flag it. So we're gonna be added to the flagged links, and an admin can either approve the link or they can delete it. And if the user visits that flagged link, they will be warned as this link has been flagged by our system and it's not advised to proceed. And of course, we're gonna have an admin dashboard where we can manage all of those. And so yeah, okay, so now let's go ahead and introduce AI to our application. So let me go to my schema. So inside SRC, my server, my database, and inside the schema, and on my URLs, so after the user ID, I'm gonna add a new field. So this is gonna be, I'm gonna call it fragged, and it's gonna be a boolean because we're gonna be of true or false. So make sure to import it from PG core because we're using Postgres, and it's gonna be word fragged, and the default is gonna be false and also not none. Let's add frag. Let's add a reason, frag reason why this was fragged. So this is gonna be a text and it's gonna be frag reason. Let me open my terminal. Let me cross this. Let me do npx not Prisma, Drizzle kit generate, npx Drizzle kit push. Okay, nice. So we have these new fields, and now we can go ahead and set up our AI.
And so for AI, I'm gonna be using Google Gemini, which is free, so which means anyone watching this video can go and follow along. So you don't have to pay for anything. You just have to have Google account, and you can go to your aistudio.google.com/API key, and you can click here get API key, and you can go ahead and copy your API key. Alright, so I'm gonna copy mine and copy it. Make sure to copy yours. And now I'm gonna open this inside my .env. Let me add a new, gonna call it Google Gemini API key, and you can paste it here. So let me copy this name, and now what you have to do, we need to create a new action that will check if this URL is saved. So inside the actions, still inside the URLs, we need to add another action. I call it check URL safety.ts. And for this, we need to install some packages. So npm install, and the package name is Google Generative AI. So npm I Google Generative AI. Okay, so this is installed, and we can close this, and we can import everything from here, and also make sure to add this use server, our API response, and also the Google Generative AI. And now we can initialize the Google AI. So const gen AI, and do new Google Generative AI, and inside here we need to pass in the process .env. Let's go back to my env file. Let me copy this so I don't make any mistakes, and now I can paste it here and make sure it's there. The TypeScript know that we have it. So here I can do, let's add some types, const type, and this is gonna be URL safety check. And what we have, so we're gonna have is safe. It's gonna be a boolean. We're gonna have flagged. It's gonna be a boolean. We're gonna have a reason, which is a string, and also it can be null. We're gonna have category. It's gonna be between these categories here. So it's gonna be safe, suspicious, malicious, inappropriate, or unknown reason, unknown category. So confidence, it's gonna be a number. Okay. So let's go here, and we're going to export async function check URL safety. We're gonna pass in the URL, so pass in this URL as string, and also it's gonna be a promise, which is gonna have our API response. Also we have these types, safety check. Now we can go inside of this, we can add a try catch, and we can validate the URL. So we can do new URL, passing this URL. This is just validating, and inside of the catch we can return success false, error invalid URL, so we don't need to do anything. And now let's go back, let's go outside of this. So
actually, let me see. Let me stay inside of this URL. Instead of the try catch, we can add try catch. So I'm gonna add another one. So I'm just gonna name it so I know your URL format. You can do try catch inside of the try catch, and you can do new URL, cost new URL, and here you can just return this. So outside of this try catch, we're gonna skip. So if, because maybe you don't want to use this, so if there is no Google Gemini API key, we can skip. If not, you can skip this check. Maybe you can first of all add some console, so console.log missing Google Gemini API key, and here you can return success to be true. So we're not gonna treat this as an error, and also the data is gonna be safe. It's gonna be true. Fragged is gonna be false. Reason is gonna be null. Category is gonna be unknown, and also confidence gonna be 0. Okay, and now we can go ahead and get the model. So we can do const model goes to gen model goes to gen AI dot get generative model, and for this model we're gonna be using Gemini 1.5 Flash. You can always check the Google documentation to see which models they have, and now you can prepare the prompt. So for the prompt, this is the prompt I have. I'm gonna leave everything in description so you can check. So we're gonna say analyze this URL for safety concerns. Consider the following aspects. Is it non-phishing site? Does it contain malware or suspicious redirects? Is it associated with scams or frauds? Does it contain inappropriate content? Is the domain suspicious or new registered? Okay, so this is the response we're gonna need. Is it safe, boolean, fragged, reason, category, confidence, and only respond if JSON object. Okay, so this is fine, and now we can do const result goes to await model dot generate content, passing the prompt, and we can do const response. This can be result dot response, and now we can do const text and do response dot text. Okay, now let's extract the JSON from the response. So we can do const JSON match and do text dot match, and this is the thing. And if the JSON match is not correct, so we can do can throw new error failed to pass the JSON response. Otherwise we can do const JSON response. It's gonna be JSON dot parse. Here JSON match, get the first item, and we can do as URL safety check. Now we can return success to be true, and the data is gonna be JSON response. Yeah, and inside of my cache I can do console.log, and here forget to add this. Yeah, this is what we are adding. So where do we need to use this? We need to use it inside of our shortening URL. So let's open this inside the action, inside the shortening URL, because this is where we're creating the URL. So we need to create this. Let me go on top here. So we have the session user ID, we have the custom code, we have validating, and we're ensuring that this is okay. So here, after you have ensured it's HTTPS, we can also check the safety. Okay, so const, you can do const safety check goes to await check URL safety, and inside here I can do original URL, and here we can determine if it should be flagged. So I can say let flagged, it's gonna be false. So let flag reason, it's gonna be none. And we're gonna do if safety check dot success and safety check dot data. We can set fragged as safety check. Yeah, can set check the data fragged, and also the frag reason safety check data dot reason. Okay, and here if the URL is detected as malicious, so we can do here still inside of this, I can do if safety check dot data dot category equals to malicious and safety check dot data dot confidence is 7. Can do check the session, so session dot user dot role goes to admin. We can return success go to false, error, this URL is flagged as malicious. All right, now we generate the shortcode. We check the existing URL. This we don't need to touch it, but here we are inserting this. So we have the original URL, we have the user ID, and now you can add fragged and also frag reason. And yeah. So after you have revalidated this, so success to true, data short URL, fragged, did I not extend this, my API response? Where is it? Okay, we need to extend this. So you can add fragged boolean, frag reason is optional. It's gonna be a string or none. Also, let's add in the message optional string. And now we can go ahead and so let's add short URL, fragged, frag reason, message, fragged, or yeah, so fragged as suspicious, or you can be more precise and say let me just see. And say, yeah, so you can just say this URL has been flagged for review by our safety system. It may be temporarily omitted until approved by administrator. Yeah, so maybe we can test this. So let me make sure my app is running. It's running. And let me go back to my browser and let's test. All right, so I have this URL which is ngrok, and this is usually used for malicious activities or just testing, but this should be flagged as not safe if our thing is working. So let me click on shorten. Okay, did I not make this optional? Let me check on my form. Okay, your schema. Yeah, this is optional. Doesn't have to be defined. Okay, so now let me generate. Wait, what's going on? Okay, let me check what I have here. Let me copy this whole thing. Let me go back to my types. This, it's gonna be like this. And I think, why is it asking me to fill it in? Alright, so I just added this arbitrary to allow an empty string, and yeah, this should be good. So let me test now. Let me paste this string and generate get the short string. Okay, as you can see we have this, but if we check our database, let me refresh it. We have this new one, and yeah, so as you can see now it's saying true, and we have the reason. This is the reason, and this is not safe. So what I can do on this shortener form, we can check if it's fragged. So let me go on top here, and after it's QR code model open, I can add another state, so const, and we can say let me see, fragged info, set fragged info, and this is gonna be gonna have flagged, which is a boolean. We're gonna have reason, just string or null. Gonna have message string or undefined. Okay, and now we can also be null, so by default it's null. And what's the issue? Yeah, okay. And here on submit we need to update it, so should set short URL code and also set fragged info to be null. And now I can check response, and we are getting this correct. So after the short code, still inside of the response data, we can check. So if response dot data dot fragged, we can set fragged info to be fragged. Is gonna have response dot data dot fragged. Reason is gonna be response dot data dot frag reason, or it can be null. A message is gonna be response dot data dot message. Okay, and here we can show a toast. So toast dot warning, and we can pass this message, and also let me give it a description. Description is gonna be response data dot this reason. Okay, and let me see. So we have in the toast the warning toast, and else we can just show the toast dot success, just normal. And I think this is all we need to do. And now we can go ahead and show it on the UI. So after this QR code button, where is it? Yeah, after this QR code button, outside of this div, inside of the card content, you can do fragged info and fragged info dot fragged we can do, and now I can design it. So I have a div, and this div have class name. So class name gonna be margin top of 3, padding of 3, bg yellow 50. On dark I'm gonna be bg yellow 900 20. It's gonna have border yellow of 200. On dark it's gonna be border yellow of 800. Okay, and rounded it's gonna be medium. See the class name. Have another div, give it a class name. This is gonna be flex items start gap of 2, and here we can have a red triangle icon from Lucid React, and can give it class name, and it's gonna be size 5, text yellow of 600, dark can be text yellow of 400, margin tops can be 0.5, flex gonna be shrink 0. And now outside of this, so outside of still inside of here, can add another div, and this div don't have class names. Ours add a paragraph. Here we can get the fragged info dot message, or not this, but let me add in this URL has been fragged, for review. And after this paragraph, we can have another paragraph, and this one we can show the fragged info dot message, or we can just say this URL. Can just say this. Okay, and after this one, I can have another fragged info dot listen and end paragraph. Can have in here a span, and you can say listen is, let's give it some space, and can frag reason dot listen. Nice. So let's check it again, and you can try to paste this link again. Let me generate again. Okay, so this URL has been flagged for review. Let's try to design this better. Okay, so on this div, this paragraph, let me give it a class name. It's gonna be text sm, text small, font medium, text yellow 800, dark text yellow of 300. Nice. And now for this one, I can give it class name. Let me see, text xs, text yellow of 700, dark is gonna be text yellow 400, and margin top is gonna be 1. Okay, and for this info, let's give it a class name. So class name is gonna be text xs as well. Margin top is gonna be 2, and text gonna be yellow 600. Dark is gonna be text yellow 400. Yeah, and for the span, I can give it a class name of font medium, maybe text, let me see, text sm. Yeah, okay, so this URL has been flagged for review. This URL has been flagged for review by our safety system. It may be temporarily limited and delimited. The reason the domain use ngrok service often is to a single web application, but frequently used. Yeah, so you can see this is our safety system we are setting up, and yeah, so let's continue building this core application. And maybe the next thing I can do, I can add a header for this, and before you can go and start talking on administrator, admin dashboard, we can go ahead and add a header so users can navigate. Let me close everything here. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go inside of my layout for users. I'm thinking, should I make this global? But I don't wanna show the heading. Okay, for now let me just put it inside here, and if you need to change, we come back to this. But I'm gonna add it here. I'm gonna create a new component called header, and so let's go ahead and create that. And let me close everything. I'm gonna go inside the src, inside of my components. I'm gonna add a new folder. I'm gonna call it layout, and inside of here I can add this header.tsx. So we can do export function header. Now you can import it here, and it should be visible here. Don't know why it's giving me this error. Oh, I'm not returning anything, so return div boom. And now you have the header here. Nice. So let's go ahead and try to do it. So here first thing I wanna do, I'm gonna get the session. So const data equals to session, and also let's get the status from use session. So make sure to import it from Next.Auth React, and we need to make this as use client. Now, okay, so const is authenticated. You can check this is authenticated. First status equals to authenticated. If that's the case, we can return a header now. Give it a class name of border bottom. Now let's have a div inside of here. The class name, container, mx auto, flex, item center, justify between, adding of 4. And now I can have my logo. And so for href, just gonna take us to the home page, and I'm calling this ShortLink. Here we go. And I can give this class name. So class name is gonna be text XL, font bold, okay, and now we're gonna have 2. So let me add a comment. Let me say desktop nav, and I can have a nav. So class name, this is gonna be hidden, and medium it's gonna be flex, item center, gap of 2, and here let's add a comment to do add theme toggle here. Okay, now let's add a button, and this is gonna have variant of cost, size of SM, and also it's gonna be as child. Inside of here I'm gonna have a link, href is gonna take me to the /stats. I'm gonna have this public stats page where we show all the links that has been shortened by our service. So let's have a class name, flex, item center, gap 1, and now we can do bar chart. Tree icon, mesh theme. Yeah. Give it class name, and it's gonna have size of 4. And after this button, we can check so is authenticated. Check if user is authenticated. And if that's the case, you can let me copy this button. Let me add it here. We can give the user menu of authenticated. Otherwise, let me just render this empty. So the button is gonna be go smaller, and the link is gonna take them to dashboard, and this stay the same. And here for the icons can be layout, dashboard, and also here I can say stats. I can say dashboard. Okay, nice. And also I can add another one for the actual user stats. So this is will be let me see. Okay, I need to wrap it into empty fragments. This is will be actually where user can check their analytics. So I can say my stats. Okay, and also a button to sign out, and this is gonna be log out. Just say log out, and this is not gonna be a link, and it's not gonna be as child. It's just gonna say log out, and when user click it, you should be able to log them out. And so we need to import sign out from Next.Auth React. So on this button, I have to add on click. Can use sign out from Next.Auth React. And here, go back here. Okay, it's duplicated, no need to add it. Just this is all we need, so users can be able to log out now. No problem. And otherwise, so if the user is not logged in, let me copy this button. What do you wanna do? instead of these empty fragments, let's add another one, and this one's gonna be login icon, and this is gonna take them to login page, and here we can just say login. So let's sign out to see that. Okay, it's rolling. Okay, so this is what we have. Let me go back to my home page. It should take me to the home page. Yeah. See the home page, we have the login. And also let me copy this. And this can be the register one. So let's use this icon. User plus, and you can say register, and the page can be register as that. So now we can log in, and we can register. Can go to the register page as well. Okay, so in development mode it's a bit slow, but once deployed it's faster. So let me check now. Yeah, that is fine. Okay, and so this was for okay, and this was for my desktop, and now you can also check for my mobile or small screens. So we're gonna need add another Shadcn component. So npx Shadcn test add. Okay, and let's say use legacy paydebts. It's added, and so after this nav, I can copy everything. I can copy everything from this div. Let me see. Let me just do this. So outside of this nav, I can add mobile nav, and I can add a div. Class name is gonna be flex. Item center gap of 2. Medium is gonna be hidden. And now let's copy this whole thing. Copy it and let's paste it inside of here. But before that, let's add in sheet from Shadcn, and here you can add sheet trigger. Let's make it as child. Let's have a button, and this button is gonna be variant of ghost. Size gonna be icon, and inside of here I can have this icon of menu. Size 5, and also let's add this span. So class name is just gonna be SR only, and it's just gonna be toggle menu. Okay, and after this sheet trigger, we can add sheet content, and can say side, it's gonna be on the right side. Class name, it's gonna be width of 250 pixels. SM is gonna be width of 300 pixels. And inside of here, I can add sheet header. I can say sheet title. And here I can say navigation menu. So after the sheet header, I can probably paste this. So let me copy this whole nav. Copy this whole nav, and after this sheet title, and outside of this sheet header, I can paste it here. Just need to change something. So on class names, let me remove this class name, and this is gonna be flex item center gap of 2. On medium devices gonna be hidden. So let's check. So let me go inspect, and let me put this on mobile. Let me just change this like to be something on maybe S20, and if I open this, I should see this. Okay, but the menu is not as I want, so we need to change some things. So after this sheet header, class name. Okay, sheet header, flex. It's not like this. Let me do flex core. Gap of 4. Margin top of 6. Okay, and I can add another button. This theme not gonna be on here. It's gonna be over here. Alright. It's gonna be over here, and after this sheet header, we have the nav, and I can add another one. So inside of this nav, I can add another sheet cross and make it as child. I'm adding this button, and this one is just gonna be okay, this is fine, I guess. Okay, well, what I'm doing is not correct. This is not correct way to do it. Okay, let me. I don't think it already has one. I think to close it. Yeah, it already had one. So for the menu, for small users, they can see this. Yep. And maybe let me see. Let me think. Flex. Having this bar chart. Okay. Let me do flex item center gap 2. Justify stat. Why is it? Is it just if I start? Yeah, just if I start and width of full. Okay. And for this button, okay, this is fine. Size of 4. And if it's authenticated, can have another one to our dashboard. Gap 2. Let's first start with full. And same here. For the button to log out as well. Okay, gap 1. Team center, gap 2 with full. So that's fine. I think same thing for register. Is this okay? I think this looks fine to me. Yeah. I think that's fine. You can of course customize this. So let's log in again. Let me go to my database. Let me get the user. Loading. Let's log in with this email. Paste this password. Let's log in. Yeah. So this is what we have, and I think next thing I'm gonna do, I don't know if we should do it now, but you can work on my stats page, or should we work on this page? I think, okay, we're gonna work on the link page. Like when user who has this copied link, when they open it, where they will be redirected to original URL, or whether we warn them that and tell them that this link is flagged as not safe, and you can show some option like back to the website, or you can just give also option to proceed if they wish to, but we will warn them and tell them that this is not a safe link. So yeah, I think next time we are going to work on this link page. So this one here, this is what you want to be working on. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump into that also and start working. Okay, so I think now we can go ahead and create this this page. So this is the page, and we have to get this code as well. So I can go inside my SRC and inside of my app, inside of this user routing group, and not inside of the dashboard, but inside of this. So just inside of this, let's create this page, which is gonna be just like that. And inside of here, we need to get in the shortcode. So let's get the shortcode. All right. So now that we have this shortcode, we can create a page.tsx. And let me try to navigate there. So
let's open this, or let's just copy it. Let me open a new tab. Sorry, new tab, and let me paste it here. And this should throw us some errors. Yeah, that's fine. But now we can go ahead and start creating it. So what I'm gonna do first of all, I can first export some const metadata. And this is gonna have the metadata from Next.js. So metadata. So this is gonna have metadata from Next.js, and I can open it here, and I can give it title. And for title, you can just say redirecting. Description, I can say you are being redirected like to the original URL. And now you can also have the type. So param, it's gonna go to promise, and we get shortcode. Now you can export default async function, and we can call this redirect page, and we can get this let me see, we can get these props, and here we can have in the param, which is gonna be params. Okay, and now I can go inside of this. I can get this shortcode. So const shortcode equals to await props.params. And before I can proceed, let me create a new server action, so that help us get the URL by the shortcode. So inside of my server, inside of URL, inside the actions URLs, I have to get user URLs. Let me create a new one. This one is just gonna be get URL, just single one. So get URL.ts, and we can do export async function, and we're gonna get URL by shortcode, and we can provide the shortcode as string. And let me just remove this. Okay, and here we're gonna turn a promise as always, and also let's provide in our API response. So API response, and inside of here we can add what we have. So we have the original URL, which is a string. We have if it's flagged or not, which is a boolean, and of course this is optional, it's not always the case. And we can have flag reason, which is a string or null. Okay, and inside of here I can do try catch, and now I'm gonna find the URL inside of database. So I'm gonna do const URL. I'm gonna go to URL, so now it goes to await db dot query dot urls dot find first, where okay, not just like this, where URLs, so import URLs from the schemas, and now you can get equal, so equals and URLs
dot shortcode and shortcode. Okay, so that's all we need to find the URL. And you can do if no URL. So if you don't have a URL, we can return success is false and also an error, URL not found. Let's go with that. And now when user visits this, we can increment the clicks. So deep dot update. What you want to update is the URLs, and we want to set the clicks. And it's gonna be URL dot clicks +1. So we're gonna increment it and update that. Gonna be new date. Now you can do where equals, import equals from the server DB, URLs dot shortcode is equals to shortcode. And now we can go ahead and return. So you can return the success is gonna be equals to true. Also success is true. And for data, what do you want to turn inside of this data? We're gonna turn original URL. It's gonna be and fragged and or false. Flag reason, it can be none. And inside of the catch, we can go ahead and console.log the error and also return false. And so this is all we need to do here, and we can go back inside of this page and we can do can get the response. So post response equals to await get URL by shortcode, and we need to pass in this shortcode. And I forgot to mark this as use server. Okay, and can check. So if response dot success and response dot data, we can check if this URL is fragged. So if response dot data dot fragged, we can return this div. Okay, so return div class name. It's gonna be flex. On the height, I'm gonna calculate this. So calc gonna be 100 ph and 64 pixels. Okay, and item is gonna be on the center, and justify is gonna be center, px is gonna be 4. Inside of here, I can have another div that has class name. So class name w full, and max with medium, mx auto, and text is gonna be center. This is gonna be in the center, and inside of this one, I can have a div, again a div, give it a class name. So class name flex, justify center, margin bottom of 6. And here we can have a right triangle. And I think we should see something because this URL I'm on is flagged. So let me just refresh. Yeah, so you can see it now. And let me give it class name. So class name, this is gonna be size of 8. Text is gonna be yellow 600. Dark is gonna be text yellow 400. Okay. And I think I need to, let me add another div here and then put this triangle inside of this. I'm gonna give a class name, so class name size 16, rounded full, bg gonna be yellow 100, on dark it's gonna be bg yellow 900, it's gonna be 30, flex item center and justify center. Okay, nice. And outside of this div and also outside of this div, you can have h1 and you can say like caution fragged URL. Okay, and here you can have a class name, so class name, and can make this text to Excel a bigger font bold, and we can make the text yellow of 600. On dark can make text yellow of 400. Margin bottom is gonna be 4. Nice. And after this h1 I can have a paragraph. I'm gonna give it a class name. Text gonna be muted of foreground. Margin bottom is gonna be 2. And for this one I'm gonna say this link has been flagged by our safety system and is pending review by an administrator. Okay, so this is what user gonna see if the URL is flagged. And after this paragraph, I can do response.data.flag reason, and you can add a paragraph. So, paragraph. Okay, let me just create this paragraph, and inside of here I can say reason. It's gonna be reason, and I'm gonna show this as the reason. Okay, and let's style this beta. So for this paragraph I'm gonna give it class name, and it's gonna be text smaller, and it's gonna be text yellow of 600. Dark is gonna be text yellow of 400. Margin bottom is gonna be 6. BG is gonna be yellow 50. On dark it's gonna be BG yellow of 920, and rounded is gonna be medium. Okay, this is what we have. I'm missing something. Yeah, I'm missing padding, so after this I'm gonna padding of 3, and this should be fine. Yep, so this is fine. And now we can add buttons, so give user options whether they wanna go ahead or whether they wanna just avoid this string. So inside of this div, let's give it class name. It's gonna be flex call. SM is gonna be flex low. Gap is gonna be gap of 3, and justify is gonna be justify center. Margin top is gonna be just margin top of 6. And now we can go ahead and add a button, and let's make it as child So variant is gonna be outline. And let's add a link from Nextjs. href is gonna be to the home page. And now you can say return home page. Return to home page. And you can add another one. So let me add another button. Okay, and this one is not gonna use this link. Let me add this link. So href is gonna be on response dot data dot original URL, and target is gonna be underscore blank, so it's gonna open another tab. And we can also add this no opener. I'm not sure if I'm spelling this correct. Okay, and here you can say proceed anyway, and here you can have external link. Since this will open another one, so external link. And this is how it's look like now. Proceed anyways, and let's give it a class name. So class name is gonna be size of 4. This is size of 4. This is fine. And for the button, this I'm not gonna pass in any variant. We're just gonna use the default, which is dark. So if the URL is flagged, this is what the user gonna see. So they're gonna show them that this URL has been flagged by our system, and also gonna give them the reason why we are think that this may be a malicious link. Okay, so let me go here, and after all of this, so after this here, let me check. So if response after this, like this one, if it's not flagged, we can go here. So we can just redirect. So import redirect from next navigation. So response data dot original URL. And also let's do the case where the URL is not found, like we don't have it in our database. So return div, and let's make it the case. So let me just add in something that doesn't exist. Okay, this doesn't exist, so I can do class name flex height is gonna be again calculated, so 100 ph minus 64 pixels. So pixels, item is gonna be center, justify is gonna be center, px is gonna be 4, and div is gonna be class name of w4, max with medium, mx gonna be auto, text gonna be center. Let's add another div inside of this. So this one, let's give it class name flex, justify center, margin bottom of 6, and div give it a class name. So class name size 16, rounded full, rounded full, it's fine. bg destructive 10, flex item center, justify center, and here we can just have the array triangle as well. Should be here now. Yeah, and outside of this div and also outside of this one we can have h1. Yeah, so URL is not found, URL not found, and also you can have paragraph where you can say let me see, what do we say? Let me just add this. So this paragraph, we can just say this. So the shortening repository does not exist or has been removed. And let me give it class name. Class name is gonna be text muted paragraph foreground, and margin bottom is gonna be of 6. So this is fine. And after the paragraph, I have this button as child, and inside of here I can have this link that will take us to the home page. Yeah, so this is everything we need to do for our shortcode link page. So this is all we have to do, nothing much. And you can go to my dashboard and my links. All right, so I'm thinking what to do next on this page. Since we are incrementing the clicks, so you can see this has been clicked this many times. Let me try this. Let me open this. Okay, let me open here. Yeah, it's been clicked one time, and I believe if we try it again, we're gonna get, yeah, let me refresh this. Yeah, okay, so this is what we have. And since we are tracking the clicks, maybe you can go ahead and work on the stats page, my stats page. So if you go here, we don't have this page yet, so we need to create it. And also we are not redirecting the user to the correct thing, so let me just check where we have to redirect to that. So inside of header on my stats, we need to direct user to stats. So make sure I do the same thing for the mobile and for the dashboard for the desktop as well. So now if I click this, I can be redirected to this page, which does not exist for now. And let me close everything. So now we need to create that page inside of our dashboard. We need to create that page. So here, that src inside the app, inside of the user routing group, inside the dashboard, we need to create a new page. So let me create stats, and inside of here I can have page.tsx, and now we can just go ahead and work on it. And we can do export default function, and we can do stats page. Yeah, for now it is just return this. So let me see, and now I should have this new stats. All right, so I have it here. And for stats, let me go back to Shadcn. I'm gonna be using these charts. I'm gonna be using these. So let's go to the documentation. Now to install them, you just need to use this command. So copy it, open your terminal, you can add it. Can do use regex depths. And it's gonna install it. So we have charts inside now. And let me see. We need to add these colors. So I'm gonna copy this for the here, and I can go inside of my global CSS, and it says on my load. Let me add it here. I'm not sure if it's added. Let's just follow the documentation. So here as well on the dark theme, I can add it here. Nice. So for this one, we can start by defining how this will be. So we can do interface start page probes, and not just this, but for now let's do for URL. So it will have an ID, which is number, and you have the original URL, which is a string. You have short code, which is a string. We have created at, which is a string. You have Greeks, which is a number. So inside of this stats page, we can get the user first. So const data is equals to session, get the status as well, and we can do use session from Next.React, Next-Auth React, and they also can do const user URLs, set user URLs. Let's import use state, and by default it's going to be an empty array. And also let's do const loading, set is loading. By default we're going to make it to true. Make it to true by default. So if status, so if the status is equals to authenticated, and session dot user dot id, we can create a function. So const fetch user URLs, gonna be async, and you can do a try catch, and inside of this try we're gonna if no session, I'm gonna check if no session dot user dot id, we're gonna return. Otherwise you can just do const response goes to let me see, goes to await get user URLs. We already have this created, and we just need to pass in the user ID. So session.user.id, and we can do if response.success and end response dot data, response dot data. Okay, response.data. I'm gonna set URLs to response.data. Okay, something is wrong. So if response, what's the issue? Original ID number created at a compatible type date is not assignable to string. So let's see how this is being created. This response, where is it? Where am I? Okay, get user URLs. So we have the ID, original URL, shortcode a string, created that, which is a date, Greeks. Let me make sure I'm getting the same props so I don't make any mistakes. So yeah, it looked like I had a typo. This was not a date, I think, but now it's good. And so set URLs response.data, and after we have set this, inside of the catch we can console.log are not found, and finally we can set the loading to be false. Yeah, so now let's call this. So let's call it after this. So after this loading false, so after this, go ahead and call fetch user URLs, and okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put this inside of use effect. So let me cut, not read, I'm just gonna cut it. I'll do use effect, and let me give it this empty. I can go inside of this, I can paste it inside. Okay, and here also we can check if the user is not here. So if status is equals to unauthenticated, we can just redirect the user to /login. Okay, so now we are calling this, and we're gonna call it every time this session and status. Nice. So we can check this. We can do json.stringify user URLs. Now we should see something, and we need to make this as use client, of course. All right, so here they are. They have loaded. We have all of them. And now what we can do is prepare our thing. So after this use effect, we can get the total clicks. So we can create total clicks. We can do const total clicks. It's gonna be equals to user URLs dot reduce. We're gonna have the sum, and also we're gonna have the URL. Here we're gonna have sum plus URL dot clicks. So here for like this we get the total clicks, and also now we can do can calculate average clicks per URL. So we can do const average clicks. It's gonna be equals to, let me do user URLs dot length 0. Here I can do math dot round. Let me pass in this total clicks divided by user URLs dot length times 10, and also divided by times 10 and divided by 10, just like that. Else we're just gonna be 0. Yeah, and now we can do get, how do you call it, get top performing URL. So we can do const top URLs. It's gonna be an array. And we're gonna split the user URLs, and we're gonna sort this. So let's sort an A and the B. So we're gonna check the B dot clicks minus A dot clicks, and we can slice this by 0 and 5. Also we can prepare. So we can prepare data for the pie chart with numeric, with numeric values. So let's come here and const pie chart data. It's gonna be equal to use memo, and here we can get this use memo. I'm gonna return top URLs dot map in the URL inside, and here we're gonna also get in the index. Okay, and we can outside we can do browser. Oh, it's no browser URL the shortcut. This is just some data we are estimating. So Vista is gonna be URL visitors. Let's call it visitors. Of course you can improve this. And for the fill, I'm just gonna use this color, and so let me just use this color and index. Yeah, and now here I can just get top URLs. Okay, so this is the top, and now also we can prepare for the bar chart. Okay, so I can do const bar chart config. This is gonna be clicks, gonna have label, which is clicks, gonna have color, which is HSR. Yeah, 1. This is fine. And I can go outside of this. We can do top URLs dot reduce, and you can get accumulator URL. No, this accumulator URL, and also the index. Okay, so the index, and we can inside of this we can do accumulator in array URL dot shortcode, and you can pass in the label, URL shortcode color, just like that. And here we can return this accumulator. Okay. And here we can just pass in the empty, and we can do as chat config, import it from components UI chat. Yeah, and so also I need to, this is not preparing, this is by chat config, and also can do for the pi, so by chat config, and we can basically the same similar thing. So let me just copy this, let me paste it here, and I can just name this to pi chat config. And for this one, we're just gonna have visitors, and I'm just gonna have label, cheese clicks, top URLs, so same thing, nothing changes here. And now we can check if status is equals to loading. So if it's loading or we are loading, we can return a div, and inside here you can add loader to icon, and you can give the class name, so class name size 8, and you can animate spin, and yeah, so let's give this one a class name, so flex justify center, item center, minimum 8, it's gonna be a custom one, 400 pixels. So if I go to my stats, I can see this loader. Nice. And now we need to create these chats. So let me remove this. Let me add empty fragments. Let's add h1. Can do URL statistics. Give it class name. So class name, it's gonna be text3xl. Font is gonna be bold. Margin bottom is gonna be 8. Text is gonna be center. Okay, and give it some space. Now let's add a div. Class name, it's gonna be grid, gap of 8. Media is gonna be grid cos of 3. Margin bottom is gonna be 8. I have a card, so import the card. Give it a class name of shadow SM, shadow smaller, and have card header. Give it class name of padding bottom 2. And inside of here I can have card title, which is gonna be total URLs. Nice, total URLs, and here I can do card description, and here you can do number of URLs you ever generated or you've created. I think that sounds better. So outside of this card header, we can have card content, which is gonna have paragraph, and this side of the paragraph, we're just gonna put user URLs.length. Okay, nice. All right, so now we can give it a class name. As you can see, I have 7, so let me give it a class name. And this one's gonna be text3xl. Font is gonna be bold. Okay, and we can do the same thing. So I'm just gonna copy this card. Copy this card, and for this one, it's gonna be total clicks. And it's gonna do total clicks across all URLs. Nice. And for this one, I'm just gonna add in my total clicks. Total clicks, this should show here. Yeah. Nice. And here, copy this card again. And for this one, it's gonna be for the average click. So let me change this. It's gonna be average clicks. And here we can say average clicks per URL. And here we can pass in our average clicks. Nice, awesome. So this is the stats page. Let's keep working on it. So now we can go outside of this div. So outside of this, we can add another card, and we can have class name. It's gonna be shadow SM as well. And inside of this one, we're gonna have card header. Have card title, and we can say top performing. Wait, how do you pronounce that? Performing URLs. Okay. And for this one, also we can add card descriptions, and we can say, yeah. Now let's add another component from Shadcn, and pick Shadcn add. We're gonna add this tab. Is it tabs or tabs? Tab. Let me see. Okay, it's added. Okay, and so after this card header, you can have card content, and here we can go to our bar chart. Do we have bar chart data? We don't have bar chart data, so we need to prepare that. So let me go here. Let me see what we have. So we have average clicks, total URLs. Yeah, we can also prepare this. We're gonna use memo as well, and here we can do the same thing basically. So, and let's close this up. Okay, what did it do? Okay, let me just try to do what I did with this. So let me copy this, paste it here, and top URLs as well. Right check the top config, the price map, and for this one, I'm gonna return not this, but I'm gonna return URL, which is gonna be URL.shortcode clicks, and also the original URL. URL.original URL. So that's what I'm gonna do here. You can go here down. So now I can do bar chat data, and we can do dot length, do 0. Okay, and so we're gonna check data length. Let's go to 0, and we can go here. For now, let's otherwise just return this empty. Okay, so inside of here, I can get these tabs. And default value is gonna be on the bar one, and class name is gonna be w4. And here I can have the tabs list. With a class name at the bottom of 4. Inside tabs trigger, the value is gonna be the bar, and let's paste it here. And you're gonna have also for the pipe, so you can say bar chat, and also can say the pipe chat. Now if we check, as you can see, we have these two. So can keep working on this. So after this tabs list, we can add tabs content, and we can say the value. It's gonna be equals the bar tabs content is gonna be equals to the bar. Class name is gonna be minimum height. It's gonna be 400 pixels, and margin top is gonna be 4. Now let's have this card header, and you can say card title. You can say URL. URL performance. Or do I really have to add it inside of a card? Let's see how this looks like, and you can change this and customize it later if you want. Card title. Let me add the card description. Yeah, and here after the card header, you can add card content, and this is where you're gonna add so chat container from components UI, so chat container, and pass it in the config, which is gonna take our bar chat config. And inside of this, you can have the bar chat from rechats. And I think this is safe closing. Let me see. Okay, we need to pass in some data, of course. So this bar chat can do accessibility layer, and also can pass in the data. This is gonna be bar chat data. And I believe now we should see something. Okay, nothing yet. But I think that's normal. So let's just keep working on this. And here we can also bar chat. Is it really safe closing? It's not safe closing because we have to pass in, yeah. And we have to pass this card Asian Nextjs grid from rechats, and this is safe closing. And we can do vertical. It's gonna be goes to false. And after this, you can have in the x-axis. X-axis, and you can pass in some props. So data key, this is gonna be URL. Tick line, it's gonna be false. Tick margin, it's gonna be 10, and axios line, it's gonna be false. Now let's see. Refresh. Okay, so we can see something here. This is the URL, our top 5 URLs. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. Now let's add a tooltip. So chat tooltip from components Shadcn. Make sure to add that. And here we can add cursor, false, content. So for content, we're gonna add chat tooltip content from Shadcn also. And we can do indicator, we can make it dashed, and label formatter, we can have this label, and we can make it URL and label. Okay, so once we add this, and after that we can now add the bar. So after this chat tooltip, let's add this bar from rechats, and data key is gonna be clicks, and radius is gonna be 4, and it's not safe closing, so let me close it like this. And here I can do bar chat data dot map. I can get the entry and also the index, and here I can add in this cell from rechats, safe closing cell, which is a safe closing one. And now I can have in the key, can have the key, which is cell, and the index. And for the field, I can do bar chart config, not this, but we can maybe just use HSL bar chart index. Yeah. And I think this now should give us something. Nice. As you can see, now we have this, and you have this nice tooltip. So we have it here. Okay. Nice. So this chat container, card content. Maybe we can add after the card content, we can add a card footer. Give it a class name. We can say flex core and item start gap to text sm. Have this div class name flex gap of 2 font medium leading is none, and here we can check the average clicks. So average clicks and 5. We can have this, or we can have this. So here we can say trending up by, let me do this. Yeah, trending up by average like this, and here this math, I'm gonna modify this so it's trending up by, okay, and average clicks -5. Let me make it divided by 5, and here times 100, and let me remove this here, and I can make this 2 fixed and pass in 1. Okay, nice. And here I can add an icon trending up, class name size 4, text green 500, and let's see what we got now. Let me just refresh this. Okay, and here we can also, if that's not the case, we can do code improve with only create, and you can do trending and yeah, let's give it a class name. Size is gonna be 4, text gonna be amber 500. Not gonna see this, but yeah. And of course you can customize this. And so this is for this, and outside of this div you can add another div and give it class name. I say reading none, text muted foreground, and inside here I can do showing clicks, click count for your top, so I can do top URLs dot length URLs. Nice. So this has been clicked only once, so this is why it's like this, but this one has been clicked many times, so of course it's higher. So I think this is all we need for the bar chart, and now we can move on to the to the other one. Boom. So after this, card footer showing clicks, we have the card, we have the tabs content. So see inside of the tabs, but outside of this tab content, we can add another tab content, and the value is gonna be for the page, and class name is gonna be min height of 400 pixels, and inside of this one also I can make it margin top of 4, and I can add in the card with class name flex core, and here I can have card header, give it a class name, and this one gonna be item center, padding bottom of 0, padding bottom of 0, and you can have card title, just like we did. So you can maybe say the clicks distribution top, and here I can say top. So let's switch to this pie one. Okay, and here instead of after the card header, we can add card content, give it class name flex1, just one, padding bottom of 0, and inside of here we can add chat container, and you can add in the config, which is by chat config, and also give it class name mx auto, and aspect square, max height is gonna be 350 pixels, nice. And inside of here I need to add in this pie chart, not from Lucid but from Richards. So pie chart, and inside of here I need to pass in the chat tooltip safe closing, and here I can add in cursor to be false, and the content we can do chat tooltip content and we can hide label for this one. So hiding label, and after this we can have this by from Richard, and it's not self-closing, and we can pass in some configs. So let's have data. It's gonna be by child data key. It's gonna be visitors, name key browsers, and you can do inner address. It's gonna be 60. Stroke width, it's gonna be 5. So inside of here I can have this label from Richard, and this is not self-closing as well. So label can do content. Did I import this label from Richard? And I can have this content. I can do view box, and I can get if view box and alright, and cx in viewbox and cy cbox, we can give this, so you can just return a text, not text, and you can pass x as viewbox dot cx, and also for as viewbox dot cy. So also let me pass text indicator, no, text anchor, gonna be middle, and you can pass in the baseline, it's gonna be middle. Okay, nice. And inside of this I can have this tspan, which we have also x, which is gonna be viewbox x, and gonna have y as well, which is also gonna be this, just cy, nothing else. And class name is gonna be free foreground, text excel, and font is gonna be bold. And here I can have total clicks dot to occur string. Okay, let me go to my stats. Let's check what we have for now. Okay, so this is what we have. Can check for this one, and for this one as well, for the pie chart. And let's keep working on this. So after this tspan, you can have another tspan, give same thing. So but for this one it's gonna be or 20. Let me do it like this. So let me add it inside here, and we can add 20. Okay, and here I can say total clicks. total clicks, nice. And field muted foreground, text SM. What about text XS? Yeah, this is fine. Button. Yeah. And yeah, I think this is all I have to do. So outside of this card content, we also need to add the card footer, class name, flex score, gap 2, text SM, can have div, class name, flex, item center, gap 2, font medium, leading none. Can have this user URLs dot length. Can have this, and yeah. Of course you can customize this, guys. If this is boring, you can just get the code from my GitHub. So, and let's check this, let's add this, boom. Okay, what's going on? Yeah, inside of this, we can just say, yeah, I'm just gonna accept what Copilot suggests me here. Yeah. Yeah, this is fine. So outside of this div, so inside the footer, I can add another div, class name. It's gonna be reading none, and text gonna be muted foreground, and yeah. Nice. So here, if there is nothing, so we can just add this div. So class name, text center py of 8, text muted foreground, can do no URL data available yet. Create some short URLs to see the stats. Yep, so this is everything we need for our stats page. Everything is working fine. We have a dashboard and we have our stats page, and yep. Okay. All right. So yeah, before I finish this chapter, I wanna log out and I wanna go to the home page. So as you know, we can generate URLs without having to log in. So I can generate this, and it's created here, and you can just copy it. But I wanna add a dialog that we ask the user if they wanna sign up, which is optional. Like if you wanna, like you have generated your URL, and now if you wanna sign up, you can do it. And yeah. All right, so let's do that. So let me close everything here. I'm gonna go back inside my components, inside my URLs, URL shortener form. And we need to add some state. So on top here, after this error, I can do const show sign up dialog. Is it a dialog or model? Okay, let's call it a dialog. It's gonna be false. So we already have, let me see, we have the session. Yeah, we have the session. That's good. And now what we can do, after the user has successfully like generated the URL, so here let me check. So we have here router.refresh. After here we can also check, so if, or let me, yeah, if no session dot user, we can set show dialog on the open to be true. And we can add it over here on the bottom. So before the short URL, we can create sign up suggestion dialog, and it's gonna have is open and on open change, and also you're gonna have the short URL. Okay, nice. So now let's create this. So I'm gonna open here, and these are my components folder. I'm gonna create a new folder which is called dialogs, and I can create a new file inside of here. I can get sign up suggestion slash dialog or slash dialog dot tsx, and now I can just do export function sign up suggestion dialog, and let me import it here. Okay, nice. Let's go back inside of this. Let's create some interface. So interface sign up suggestion dialog props, and we have is open, which is a boolean. We have on open change. Okay, and also we have this short URL, which is a string. So now all I can do is sign up suggestion props. So let me extract them. So is open change.url, and I can go inside of this. I can do const router. It's gonna be equal to use router, from next navigation, and I can do const handle sign up. So all we have to do is on open change, and also we're gonna just push the user to register, and we can copy this and sign in, login, and now we can return dialog. What's the issue here? Yeah, okay, no issue now. Dialog, so let's do open. It's gonna be on is open, on open change. It's gonna be on open change. Inside of here, I can have dialog content, give it a class name. It's gonna be on SM. It's gonna be max width. It's gonna be medium. And inside of here, I can have dialog header. Dialog header. Also, I can have dialog title. And we can say, we can have URL shortened successfully, and we can have a description. So dialog description, and we can say our description manager, please sign in. Yeah, this is fine. Or we can just, since this is optional, we can just say our link has been shortened. We can just say this. Now if we put incorrect link, this should give us errors, even HTTP like this. And okay, yeah. Okay, so this is what we get when user generates this successfully. And after the dialog header, I can have a div with class name flex core space y4 by of 4, and I can have another div inside. Class name is gonna be rounded MD, rounded medium, BG is gonna be muted, and also padding is gonna be 4. Paragraph, I'm just gonna say you are shortened URL, class name. It's gonna be text SM, font medium, and I can copy this down, and now I can just show this short URL. Okay, it's here. And let me change the class name. So margin top 1, black all, font mono, text SM. Okay, nice. And outside of this div, you can have another div. Give it a class name, space y of 2. And let's give it h4, heading 4. You can say create an account 2. Let's give this class name, so class name, and this one's gonna be text small, font medium. No, this is gonna be margin left of 4. List, it's gonna be list text sm space y1. Okay, and here we can go ahead and create this UR, and we can give the class name of actually I think this was supposed to be on this, so let me add this class name here, and for this one I can do text sm and also font medium. Yep. And inside of this URL you can have a list, and you can say save all your shortened links. Yeah, track your analytics, customize your shortened link, and I think, yeah, this is all. Okay, nice. And now we can have a footer. So outside of this div, and also outside of this one, you can have dialog footer, and you can have class name, flex core, sm, flex low, gap of 2. You can have a button, and the variant is gonna be outline. Class name is gonna be sm, it's gonna be auto, and width is gonna be full. And inside here I can say maybe later, and on click you can say open change, we can set it to false. Okay, HTTPC something. Okay, nice, maybe later. And we can paste this button 2 more times, and the second one is gonna handle sign in, and you can say log in, and this one's gonna be handle sign up, and you can say sign up. Okay, and for the variants, maybe you should have something different. So for the sign up one, I'm not gonna have anything, just gonna be default. And yeah, so this is all I wanted to create for this one, so a user they don't have to create. Yeah, And so this is all for this chapter, and let's go ahead and next let's start working on our admin dashboard. All right, so now we are done with this user dashboard. I think we can go ahead and work on the admin dashboard as well. So yep, let me just close this, and inside of my src, inside the app, I'm gonna create a new routing group. So this one gonna be all related to admin. So everything related to admin will be inside here. And also can go ahead and actually add this admin page. So let's create page.tsx. Let me close it. And first thing we can do export const metadata from next. We now have title, and this title you can do admin dashboard, and this is gonna be our site name. So for me, I'm calling it ShortLink, and I can give a description. And let's just come here and let's go to the admin. Of course, we're gonna get some error because we need to export this. So I can just come here and do export default function admin page, and you can do just return this for now. Nice. And what I can do, I can keep this here. So let me give this div a class name. Can give it flex item center, justify between, and margin bottom is 6. H1 is class name text excel or string excel, be much larger, font bold, tracking tight, and okay, that is fine. And also before we can proceed, inside of this admin, can add a layout file. So layout.tsx, and we can we can define the props, and also we need to protect this, so only users who have the role of admins can access this. So interface admin layout props, and let's check the children, which is gonna be React node from React, and do export default async function, and let's check in the children. Let's get the session, const session equals to await off from the server, and we're gonna redirect if the user is not authenticated. So we can do if no session and the user. So if you don't have the user, we can redirect to /login. And also we're gonna check if the logged in user, so if we have the session, the user.lol, and it's not equals to
admin. Okay, it's not equals to admin. We can just redirect to the dashboard, so the user's dashboard. So now we should be back to the dashboard because we are not first of all, we're not logged in. So let me get this user. Let me get this user here, the Chris user. Let me copy this. Let me log in. And press enter. And now I'm logged in. Okay, nice. And now I can go to the admin. I should be redirected to the dashboard. Yep. That's because this user is not an admin. So let me make them admin. So this is the user. I can change the alert to the admin and let me save changes. And now I should be okay. So let me just log out and let me log in again. And I think I can go to admin now. Yep. I can go to the admin. So this is done here. And now you can return a div, class name, flex score, minimum height of screen, padding top is going to be 14. And I can have another div here, and class name is going to be flex1, w4. Now let's have in this main, and inside of here let's have a div and let's get these children. So yeah, and let's give this main a class name. So class name flex1 ml0, medium is gonna be ml64, overflow auto. And instead of this div, so let's give the class name container, and it's gonna be padding y of 6, padding py of 8, px of 4, md gonna be px of 6. Now nice. So this is what we need, and we can maybe go ahead and create the sidebar. So this sidebar will be, I will add it here and create a new component, admin sidebar. I'm gonna add it here inside of this. So flex, okay, I'm gonna add it here, and let me go ahead and create this. So inside of my components, let me close everything again. Inside of components, I'm gonna create a new folder, admin, and inside of this admin, I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call it admin sidebar.tsx. I can do export, sorry. With function admin sidebar, and for now I can just return a div with admin sidebar. So let's import this. Okay,
and I can go inside of this admin sidebar. I can import what I need. I can start defining what I need. So const path name, use path name, import from next navigation, const nav items, go to get nav items. So we're gonna define this later, and let's just do it. So I'm gonna open this still inside of this admin, and I'm gonna define it. So inside of this admin, I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call it nav-items.tsx. And what we have to do, we have to export type nav item. So what we need as the we need the name is a string, we need the href, the string, we need an icon, it's a React node, we need exact, which is a boolean. And now we can go ahead and do export const get nav items, which is gonna be an array, and it's gonna take our definitions. Okay, nice. So we can go inside of this and define what we need. So for our dashboard, we're gonna have an object inside here, and then have a name, and we can do overview. href just gonna take us the admin, and for the icon, I'm gonna use layout dashboard icon from Roasted React, and this can give it class name. It's gonna be size 4, and exact is gonna be to true. And let me copy and paste this few more times. So the second one is gonna be URLs, and it's gonna be on admin URLs, and the icon is gonna be link to icon, and the third one is gonna be fragged URLs. It's gonna be on admin /URLs/flagged, and the icon is gonna be a red triangle icon, and the exact is gonna stay true, and this one we're gonna be users. So users is gonna be on admin /users, and for the icon you can just have the users icon. Okay, and for this one we can have another one which is for how can I call it, database. So we use this to like seed our database. So database, and this one we can have database icon. So this is all we need. And now I can go back inside of our admin dashboard, the sidebar here, and I can do I can check if the nav is active. So I can const is active, and I'm gonna be equal to item, which is gonna have nav item. We can import this nav item from nav items, and inside of here we're gonna check. So if item dot exact, you can return path name is equals to the item.href. Okay, so if you check our items, we have this admin URLs and also admin URLs /fragged, which means if we go on these URLs, also this one will be marked as active, which is not really the case. So we need to do something to make it doesn't highlight it if we are not on that page. So what I'm gonna do, still inside is active. I'm gonna do if item.href is equals to, so this admin look like Copilot, so I already know what I'm trying to do, and they're gonna do pathname dot includes let me see, yeah, so admin /urls /flagged. We can return false. Okay, and for other items we just need to do return pathname equals to item.href or pathname dot starts with, and we can do item dot href slash, yeah. Okay, now I can go inside of this ones and no class name hidden. On medium devices, it's gonna be flex. Medium is gonna be width of 64. Medium is gonna be flex core. Medium is gonna be fixed. Medium is gonna be insert y of 0. And the medium is gonna be padding top of 14. On medium, it's gonna be z of 30, and we're gonna have border on the light. Also, the BG is gonna be muted 40. And now I can go inside of this, and let me see what's the issue. We need to mark this as use client. Use client. Yeah. So as you can see now, our link, or how you call it, our sidebar is starting to come into place. So I can go inside of this. I can add a div, class name, maybe flex. Flex, height of 14. Items gonna be center. Border is gonna be on the border on the bottom, and px4. And inside of this div, we can have h2, where I can say admin dashboard or something. Yeah, okay, you can add whatever you want. With the class name, text is gonna be large, font semi-bold, and outside of this div, and half and half, class name flex1 overflow auto, adding y of 4, and have ur. So class name, it's gonna be space y of 1, px of 2, and inside of this one we can do nav items dot map, and you can get individual item, which is type of nav item. And now I can go inside of this. I can get a list. The key is gonna be item.href, and inside of this one I can have a link from Nextjs. The href can be item.href simple, and inside of this one I can have item.icon and also item.name. So now let's check. So we have our items on the side, and for this li, I don't have to add a class name, but on this class name, on this link, I will add a class name. Let me put it here, class name, and I'm gonna use the cn util, and by default I'm gonna have flex item center gap of 3, rounded median, px of 3, py of 2, text smaller, font medium, transition of colors. And now I can add if it's active. So if the item is active, I can check and I can add bg to be primary, and text to be primary foreground. Else we can just have hover bg to be muted. So now if you check, this is active. This is why we see it like this. So it's active. We are on the admin. So if you go to the URLs, if you go to fragment URLs, we will see it active and etc. So that's the idea. And now we can go ahead and let me scroll here. Outside of this nav, I will add another div. In the class name, I'm gonna add border. On top, p of 4, padding of 4. Can have a link. href is gonna take us to the dashboard, and here we're gonna say just add the button inside, and instead of this we can give say back to app. So how that look like. Okay, and I can also style it a bit more. So this button, give it variant of outline, size small, class name gonna be width of 4, specify stat, and gap of 2. Yeah, gap of 2, and I think that's fine. Let me add maybe an icon. So chevron light. Yeah, and I can give it class name size of 4. Yeah. And this is all we need for sidebar. Okay, now I can go back inside of my layout. So this layout, and we have the admin sidebar. What we should now, we should work on the page. So this page here. So outside of this, let me add some empty fragments, and let me add this inside. Let me go on the bottom. Let me add a div. So class name gonna be grid. So this is gonna be a grid, and gap 6. And here I can have another div. Class name can be a grid course of 1. Medium is gonna be grid course of 2. RG it's gonna be grid course of 3, and gap is gonna be 3. So here we need to define the admin modules. So let's go ahead and do that over here. Let me do const admin modules. It's gonna be an array. Oh, okay, what is this, man? Okay, it's gonna be an array, and inside of here I have an object. I can have a title. You can say URL management, description, and I can say view, edit, and manage or short yeah, icon is gonna be link to icon, and the class name is gonna be size of 5. And also we're gonna have an href. It's gonna be on /admin URLs. I'm gonna have color. It's gonna be a text blue 500. I'm gonna have a background color. It's gonna be BG blue 100. And on dark it's gonna be BG blue 900/20. And so yeah, I can copy this down a few more times based on what we have. So let me copy it down. So next we have the what do you have next? Next we have of these flagged URLs, and for the description it can be like review and moderate flagged URLs, and here icon can be alert triangle. Okay, and for URLs can be here flagged. For the text gonna be yellow, so let me change everything to yellow. And for third one, we're gonna have user management, and here we can just do manage user accounts, manage user accounts and manage user accounts and permissions. And for the icon, it can be the user's icon, and for the layout, it can be on admin users, and for the color, I'm gonna be let me see, indigo. And the last three, we have database, and we can say seed and manage database data. And for the icon, it can of course be the database icon. And for admin, it's gonna be on database. For the color, it can be which color? Purple. And I can remove this. Do I have to use this? I don't need this. Okay, let me just move it. Nice. So now I can go ahead and map through these. So inside of here, you can do admin modules dot map, and I can get module. Can get the card. Can give it a key, which is gonna be module dot href, and give it a class name. Gonna be overflow hidden. And inside here I can have card header. Gonna have class name. It's gonna be padding bottom of 2. And inside of this you can have a div. Class name. It's gonna be flex. Item center. Gap of 2. And here I can have another div, and I can give the class name. It'll be flex. Items. Let me see. How do I want to do this? So the bottom, okay, and instead of a div, okay, let me just make it a bit dynamic. So I'm gonna padding of 2, and I'll do rounded end medium, and also I can add this. So module dot pg color, and also this module dot color. So yeah, this is what we are seeing now. And inside here we can enter the icon. Okay, nice. And outside of this div, I can add a card title, and I can give it a class name, text Excel, and I can say module dot title. Nice. Yeah, we need to fix this. Okay, but let's finish with this one. So after this div, I can add code description, which we're gonna bash the module dot description. Cool. And after the card header, I can have card content, which gonna have a link, and the href is gonna be on module dot href. And inside of here, I can have this button, and the variant is gonna be outline. Class name is gonna be with or full, and justify between, and it's gonna be group. And you can say manage. Boom. Okay, I need to refresh this. Okay. Okay, I can just say go to yeah, and I can also add an icon, so arrow light. Class name. Yep, I need to charge my laptop. And let me just do that. Cool. So I can give it size of 4. Transition transform group hover translate x of 1. Nice. So this is the overview of the admin, and yep. So let's continue. And the first one we're gonna work on is this URLs, where we display our URLs and also options to manage them. Just check. Okay, so yeah, let's just continue with that. All right, so also I want to add some like link to take us to the dashboard page if you are the admin. So let's go inside of the user, so the dashboard, inside of this page. So after this card, I can check, so process .env if you're in development, and also the session dot user dot lol is equals to, so if the user is admin, and we can have this div. Let's give it a class name, text center. It's just simple one. Text center, margin top of 4, and here I can use the link. So link and href is gonna be to admin, and you can say admin tools. So if the user is admin, you can give them this option. And also let me style this. So class name, I'm gonna make it text sm, text muted foreground, and hover. It's gonna be text primary, and then we put underline. So this is how it look like, and now I can go back to our dashboard, admin dashboard. But I wanna fix this, so I wanna remove this header on our admin. So which means I will have to remove this header from our layout, for our layout here. So I removed it, and we have to find a way to show it only for the dashboard page. So maybe you can put it inside here. Let me see if I add it here. Let's import it, and I can go back to this app. Yeah, so only it's available for the users dashboard. And now let me go to my admin. So the first thing we can work on this URL management. So let me click on it, and let me go to this page. So which means we have to create this page. So it's on admin URLs. So inside of my SRC, inside of my app, admin, inside here admin, I have to create a new folder, a new page, URLs, and here I can have page.tsx. And now I can do export default async function admin URLs page. And we need to get in. First of all, you can have some. You can have this. And also you can get some props. So instead of this one, I'm gonna have these props. So I will have this search params. And now I can define these search params. So search params, it's gonna be a promise, and inside of this I will have a page, which is a string, search, which is an optional string, and sort by, short spell out, sort by, which is optional, of string, and sort order, which is optional, of string, and also the filter, which is optional of string. Okay, so this is our search params. And now we can check for the session. So inside here, I can do const session equals to await of, and you can check if no session dot user, and let me see if no session. So if you don't have session, you can just return redirect, or maybe just redirect from to redirect them slash login. And now we can do if session dot user dot log is not admin, you can redirect them to dashboard. I mean, we're already checking it inside of our layout, but it's better to also check it like this. And so let me prepare these search params. So let me do const params. It's gonna be equal to await search params. Let's get the page, const page, now equal to params dot page, or we can pass int params dot page. Okay, and also const search, just like that, const sort by, and we're gonna do it this way. We're gonna have in params dot sort by or created at, and we're gonna have this as, let me see, let me define it here. So we're gonna have as original URL, and also we can get it by shortcode, created that, and so we can get it by clicks, and also we can get it by the username. Okay, and so also let's prepare the const sort order, and this is also gonna have params dot sort order, or it's gonna be descending as ascending or descending, and do const filter. It's gonna be params dot filter, or we're gonna check the all. I'm gonna do as, let's see, as all, or we can get by the flagged, we can get by security, can get by inappropriate, or we can get by other. So we're gonna try to categorize these. So, and let's prepare also this. So const get highlight, get highlight style gonna be equals to is, and I'm gonna use switch here, and I'm gonna take the filter. Inside this filter, we're gonna do the case. So where the case is security. In this case, we will return security. Okay. And the case where it's inappropriate, we're gonna return inappropriate. In case where it's other, I'm gonna return other. Default, it's just gonna return none. Okay, and here I can see get highlights time, and after this get highlight styles, can go outside of this and do const response. Now I can make a call. So get await get or URLs. So we need to create this server action. Get or more. So get all URLs, and let's create this. So we need to create this inside of our actions, and inside of server, inside of actions, since this is related to the admin, so let's create a new action, a folder. We're gonna call it admin, and inside of this we're gonna add a new folder. We're gonna call it URLs. And inside of this URLs, we're gonna have get all urls.ts. All right. Now this get a type, export type, and this is gonna be URL with user. Now the ID of string. Let me just add these types here so I don't make any mistakes. This is the type we need. So the ID, the original URL, the shortcode, the created that, the clicks, and user ID, username, user email, fragged, and fragged reason. And also we can define this. So get all URLs options. So this is what we are having, if you remember. And now we can go ahead and do export async function. And let me just export async functions and do get all URLs. And here I can pass in the options. So those options are gonna be get all URL options, and it's gonna return a promise, which is gonna have our API response. And here we can add these URLs, which is gonna be URL with user, and it's in array. And also we're gonna get the total, which is gonna be a number. And here we can just get this. Okay, and we have a try catch inside here, and now we can verify the authentication. So check if it's admin, const session, I'm gonna do await auth. So let me import auth from the server. So if no session dot user, gonna return success or false, and also the error is gonna be unauthorized. And after this, you're gonna do if session. If you have a session and but the user role is not an admin, so we're just gonna also return unauthorized. Simple as that. And now we can set the default options. So const, let me do this, get these options, and now you can get page, it's gonna be 1, limit of 10, sort by created that, sort order descending, search is gonna be empty, and the filter is gonna be to all. Okay, and now you can go ahead and calculate the offset. So const offset, it's gonna have page -1 times the limit. And now you can go ahead and get all the URLs with user information. So const all URLs gonna be await. URL is gonna be await db dot query dot URLs dot find the many. And inside here we're gonna get with user. It's gonna be true. All right, so here I can do I can transform. Let me just add transform data to include user info. So let transformed URLs I'll do URL with user, which is an array. You can do our user or URLs dot map, and let's get an individual one. And inside here I can do ID. It's going to URL.id, original URL, which is got to original URL. What's wrong? Am I doing it this correctly? Original URL. What did I do wrong? Okay, okay, what's wrong here? So URL with user, it's an array, or URL.map, get the URL. And how are we getting this? Get all URLs, go to our db.query URLs. Original URL, a string. Yeah, what's wrong? Okay, let me try this again. So URL with user, have ID, go to URL.id, of original URL, go to URL.original URL. We have shortcode, URL.shortcode. We have created that. We have the creeks, URL.creeks, user ID, URL.userid, username, URL.user.name or not, user email, URL.user email or not, fract, URL.fract, frag reason, or the fract. So, what am I doing wrong? So let's transform the URLs. URLs.map. Okay, I see why. Let me cut this inside of here, and also let me do this. I need to put this inside of this, so now I can paste it here. Nice. Okay, and now I can do apply search filters. So if search, so if I have the search, we can do can do transformed URLs and go transformed URLs dot filter, and here we can get this URL, and then we can start. So URL dot original URL dot to lowercase dot include search, or we can do shortcode, and we can do the same thing for the username, user email, and user email, frag reason. Yeah, I think that's all we need. And now we can apply the filters as well. So apply filter. So if filter is not equals to or, we're gonna transform URLs, transform URLs dot filter, and let's get this URL here. Let's do if filter is equals to fract, can just return URL.fract, and here we can do if filter is equals to security and end URL.fract reason. And go inside here, you can return URL.fract reason to lowercase dot include security, and can have the phishing and also the malware for security. Okay, and I'm gonna do the same thing for inappropriate. So outside of this, you can, let me copy this, let me paste it down, and this time I'm just gonna check for inappropriate. And for inappropriate, I'm gonna first of all check this inappropriate, and let me add it here, inappropriate, and I can have this adult, I can have this offensive, and now we can check the other case. So if there is a URL, I can just do this. So does not include security, phishing, malware, inappropriate, adult, offensive. So all of these are not in the case. Like all of these we have to specify here are not in this case. Here we can return false. Okay. And so, and now we can go ahead and get the total count for our pagination. So outside of this, can do const total, can do transform URLs.length, and now you can apply the sorting. So if sort by and sort order, and here I can do transformed URLs dot sort, can get A and B, and I can go inside here, I can let value A goes to any, let value B goes to any, and now I can handle sorting by username, and of course this can be also null. So we can check if sort by is equals to username, and we can do value A equals to a dot username, and also let's add the email, so a dot user email. Okay, and as well for the value B, so the same thing. Else you can just add this value A and sort by and sort by B. And now also we need to handle the where the value is null, so where there is nothing. So here, stay inside of this, no, outside of this. So what we need to do after this else, outside here, we can handle values. So if value A is equals to null, we can do value A is equals to null. If value B is equal to value is null, value B is gonna be null. And here you can do sort sort in ascending order. Let's do both of them. So we're gonna do in ascending or descending order.
Okay, so we can do if sort order equals to ascending. We can return value A and value B minus 1 goes to value A, value B. I'm gonna explain this in details after I finish typing this, and just follow along for now. And else I'm gonna return value A go to value B minus 1 and value B, sorry, value A less than value B 1. Yeah, okay. So after this I can go ahead, go outside of here. So outside of here we can apply this pagination we just created. So const paginated URLs, gonna do transform a.slice, and we're gonna get the offset times the limit, and here we can return success is true. And the data inside here we have an object. We're gonna have in the URLs, it's gonna be paginated URLs, and also we need the total. Nice. So here I can do console.log, and here I can return this. So now let me just explain quickly how this is working. All right, so I'm gonna start with this, and here we are just we are fetching the all URLs in our database, and also we are including our user. So like we're getting the user informations when we transform this data. Okay, so we just make it easier for us to display and search. So just make it easier. So like here, if the admin provide like a search term, we filter the results to show only URLs where the term appear in the original URL, like shortcode or username, email, as you can see here, username, email. So we're just doing we're just adding to the lowercase everything. We are setting everything to lowercase, and here we're just categorizing and also like applying filters, just categorizing. So this we apply like to all fragged URLs. If not all, we're gonna get all fragged URLs, and also we're getting the total count for this. And here we are sorting. So this is sorting for us, and yeah, I think there's nothing so complicated about this, but if you don't understand well, guys, just let me know so I can explain more. Yeah, so now back inside of our page, we can import this. We just created it, and remember you can pass in some options. So you can pass in the page, you can pass in the limit, even though we are already passing the defaults. Limit make it 10, search, sort by, sort order, filter. Filter is, why is it showing an error? Filter, what's the issue here? Type inappropriate is not off. Oh, I think I'm here. I'm doing some mistake. what's long? Filter type inappropriate. Wait. What did you mean inappropriate? Yeah. Wait, am I okay? Is this actually how we type inappropriate, or we are just, yeah, this is how we do it. I was just getting it wrong. Nice. So after this response, I can come here, I can do const URLs, go to response.success and end response.data and response.data.urls. Otherwise, just return an empty. Also, let's get const total. Response.data.total, or just default to 0. Now we can return an empty fragments, and here I can pass in a div. You can have a class name, flex, item center, justify between, margin bottom of 6, h1, class name, text of 3xl, font of bold, tracking type, and here I can say URL management. URL management here. And here I can add another after this div. So outside here, I can add another div. Class name is gonna be grid, and the gap is gonna be 6. And here I can have a card. Class name shadow SM. And inside here I can have card header. Class name is gonna be padding bottom of 3. Class name is gonna be flex core. SM is gonna be flex low. SM is gonna be item center. SM is gonna be justify between, and the gap of 4. And inside of here I can have another div. You can just have card title, you can say URLs, and here you can have card description. You can say view and manage all your errors in the system. Nice. And here we need to create, so after here we need to create a new component which we're gonna call URL search. And this is gonna take in initial search, which is gonna just take in the search. Okay, so let's create this component. And this one's gonna be on our here. This one gonna be inside of, let me close everything. So inside of my SRC, inside of my components, inside of admin, I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna call it URLs. I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna do URL search.tsx. And I can give it interface. I say interface URL search props, and can get in the initial search. It's gonna be a string, and now I can do export function, and we can get this URL search. Let's
give this as URL search props, and now let's import it here. URL search. Let me close these others I'm not using. Okay, let me stay here. And I can just return a div, empty div for now. So here I can get my initial search, and here I can get the const router, use router from next navigation, and do const search params. I'm gonna go to use search params, and I can do const path name, go to use path name from next navigations. Okay, and now we can set this state, so const search, set search, and by default we're gonna have this initial search. So which means we need to set this as use current, and now I just remember that I didn't specify that this is a use server, so use server. Nice. Now here I can do const handle search on having this event of react dot from event, and here I can do if dot prevent default. Can do const params equals to new URL search params, and you can pass in our search params, and also let's make sure it's to string. Okay, and now you can reset the page, so I can do reset to first page when searching. So params dot set page, and you can set the first one, and you can do if. So if search, you can do params dot set search, and also you can set the search value, and here you can else. You can just do params dot delete search, you can just delete it, and now we can also do router dot push, and you can do let me do it this way. So let me add path name, and we can have this question mark here and param dot to string. Okay, and outside of this I can do const clear search, you can do set search, so set search to empty, and you can get const param, const new URL search params, you can delete the search, and also can params dot set page to 1, and you can finally do router dot push to string. Okay, and finally inside of this we need to have a form, so let me use a form, and on submit it's gonna be under search, and class name is gonna be flex gap of 2. Inside here we have a div, class name is gonna be relative, and flex of 1, and now I can have this icon, so search, and I can do a class name, it's gonna be absolute, left is gonna be 2.5, top is gonna be 2.5. Sorry, oh, what is my keys? Okay, 2.5, and size gonna be 4. Text gonna be muted or foreground. I believe you can see it now. It's over here. And after this, you can have this input. So make sure to import the input. And you can give it a type of text. And press hold. I can do search URLs by original URL shortcode or the person who created it. Remember, we are doing that. Or since this is too small, let me just search URLs enough. Okay, and for the value, let's pass in the search, and on change we can just set search e.target.value, and class name, let's set in 06, and okay, so it's fine. So let me see, flex 1, F2 top, size 4. Yeah, and so if you have a search, so if search and let's add this button. Should we add it? Let's import this button. Let's use this button, and we can have this X icon, and let's give it a class name of size 4. So let me try to search something. Yeah, so we have this search, and you can see this icon, and let me give this a variant of cost, and on click gonna be clear search. Okay, and let me give it some class name. So class name will be absolute light 2.5, top 2.5. Okay, it's not positioning as I want. All right, nice. And I can, let me see. Absolute light 2.5, top 2.5, text, okay. And outside of this div, let me add another button, which type of submit, and just gonna say search. But this icon is not positioned where I want. And let me see what's the issue. So absolute. Okay, let me I have this light 2.5. Let me remove this top and make it 1 divided by 2. And let me do minus translate 1 divided by 2, h of auto, and also padding goes 0. And I think this should be okay now. Yeah. So I can search code, can click on this search, and you can see it's being added to a URL params. So let me delete this, and by default you have nothing. And now I can go back inside of our page. So this page, so after this after this card content, after this card header, card header, and we can add card content now. So add content, and you can have a div class name space y of 4, and here we need to add new component, so URL filter. This one also gonna need initial filter, which is just gonna take the filter. So let's create this. So let me open my Explorer inside the SRC, inside of the components, inside of the admin, inside of URLs. Let me create a new file. I'm gonna create URL filter.tsx, and I can do export function URL filter, passing the initial filter, and let's define this here. So I can do interface URL filters. Initial filter is gonna be a string, and let's import this. And inside of this one, I can just do const router equals to use router. So just like what we did, let me import it from next versions. So just like we did here, so let me copy these imports and let me add them here, and let me also include them. Use search params, use path name, and now we can do const create query string. I'm gonna use callback, so use callback from React, and inside of this one you can get in the name, so a string, take the value, which is a string as well, and here I can do const params. It's gonna be new URL search params to string, and can the params dot set page to 1. When I set the default one, so params dot set name and value, and also return params to string. And inside of here I can add these search params. Okay, and now here I can do const handle filter change, have in this filter, which is a string, and inside of here I can do router dot push path name, created query string filter, and passing this filter. All right, and now we can go ahead and start working on the UI. So you can return a div class name flex wrap gap of 2, margin bottom of 4, and you can add a button, and here button, and add a variant. So the variant is gonna be based on initial filter, go to all or default. So it's just gonna be outline, and the size is gonna be small. Also on click, gonna do handle filter change, and we're just gonna set it on. So the first one is gonna be the all URLs, and I should see it here. Oh, let's make it as use client, not use strict, but use client. So use client, and now we have this all URLs, and we can copy down this button. So let me copy down this button, and the second one is gonna be for fragged. So it's gonna be default URL trying, and on change it's gonna be set to fragged, and we can say all fragged. Okay, and I can copy down this one, and the second one is gonna be for the security. So security, and we can set this to security, and we can say security risks. And maybe let's customize it a bit. Let's give this a class name. So class name, let me give it a gap of 2, and let me go to this one, let me give it class name, so gap 2, and also let's add text red 600, dark is gonna be text red 400. So let me copy this class name and let me add it to this one. By this one, I'm not gonna change to red, it's gonna be orange. And let's also add some icons. So for the all fragged, I can add this icon, frag icon. Give it a class name of size 4. Let me see how that look like. Let me refresh. Yeah, I think this is fine. And also for this one, let me add a new icon, but for this one, it's gonna be for security, it's gonna be shield icon. Okay. And if we click on those, they're just gonna they're gonna change our params to have this. Okay. Nice. And what do we need? This we need 2 more. So let me copy down this. This one is gonna be for let me just copy this word because I always mess it up. And here I can just add a triangle, and for the color it's gonna be don't know which color will look better. Actually, maybe for this one gonna be, let me make security risk delayed one. And for all fragged, let me remove the class name for now. Yeah, makes sense. So let me copy this button again. And for this one, did I change the title? Let me just say inappropriate content. Okay. And finally, we have this other. So other is gonna be and the color is gonna be yellow. And here I can just say flag, and you can say other flags. So you can see that this is working. You can filter this, and our backend will give us the data we need. But I want to change something. Instead of, let me test this. So instead of setting it to default, can maybe look for something else. Wait, let me find something more. Let's do secondary. Oh, wait, this is for, okay. So this is how secondary look like. I think it's working nice that way. So I'm gonna change all of this to secondary. Let me refresh this. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it here. Yeah, I honestly think this is better. All right. So this is it for our search and also for our filters. And now we can go ahead and actually render these URLs. So let's go ahead and do that. So back inside of my page, and with here inside of this div, I will add another URLs table, and this passing some data. So URLs is gonna be URLs total. Oh, sorry, total. It's gonna be total, and we're gonna do current page, which is page, and we're gonna do current search, which is search. We're gonna do current sort by, which is sort by, current sort order, and also we're gonna have another one which is highlight style, and I'm gonna use this get highlight style. So let's create this. So inside of our admin here, let me close everything again. Inside of my src, inside of my components, inside of my admin, inside of my URLs, I'm gonna get one more file, which is gonna be URLs table.tsx. And now I can go ahead and do export function URLs table we need to create some. So let me just take these types, the interface. So define this interface, and now let's import this. We already created it from our actions, and let's mark this as use client. So use client, and here we can go ahead and have this URLs table props, and let's import it here as table props, and here we can define, so const router, it's gonna be equals to use router, import it from next navigation, and here we can have another one, so const copy copying ID, set copying ID, which is a number or none. So let me import this state and do const action loading, set action loading, and this is not gonna be false, but it's gonna be number or null. So let me make this null, and you can get const base path, it's gonna be equals to type of window is not equals to undefined, and with no location or no location dot path name is equals to admin URLs. So here you can calculate the pagination, so const limit, which is 10, const total pages is gonna be equals to math.save total. Oh, we didn't extract everything, so let me extract everything I need, and divided by limit, and now we can handle the sort change, so const handle sort, which gonna have in the column of string, and here I can const params, const new URL search params, and now I can do router just URL search params, nothing else. So const, now I can keep current search if there is not. So if current search can do params dot set search and setting this current search. So if oh, this is must be if current search, and outside of this we can set, so params dot set, and we can sort by this column, and we can toggle so let me just do it. So if current sort by is equals to column, so current sort by, and it's gonna be I forgot where I was. Current sort by column, if current sort by
Let me get back. Okay, if sort by, okay, I get it now. And params dot set. So we're gonna set order, current set order ascending, otherwise ascending, or yeah. So else I'm gonna do params dot set order ascending, and after here I can just do params set page go to 1, and you can navigate to updated params. So auto push base path params to string, yeah. Okay, now we can go outside of this. So we are done with the handle sort. We can generate pagination rings. So const get pagination items gonna be here, and we can do const items goes to an empty array. So also can get the const base path, go to window dot location dot path name, and now we're gonna always show the first page. So always show first page. So we can do items dot push, and now we need to install pagination from Shadcn. So npx Shadcn add pagination. Let's also add the avatar. Oh, okay, but just pagination. We add avatar when we come to the user table, but for now we don't need it. So let's just do this. And no, I don't want to replace the button. I just want to add pagination. So for router.push, I'm gonna, inside of here, I'm gonna add pagination item, and the key is gonna be first, and here I can have pagination link, and here I can have href. So href is gonna be dynamic. Oh, okay, it's something wrong with my keys. And I can get the base path, and can add this question mark page equals to 1, and add this current page, otherwise you can just add and search. So current search, otherwise just make it empty. Okay, and here also I can add this. So add current sort by. So here I can just sort by current sort by, and sort order current sort order. All right, so is active, current page equals to 1. And inside of this pagination, you can just show 1. Okay, and here outside of this, I can show ellipses if needed. So you can do if current page string. I can do items dot push, and here pagination item. Yeah, pagination item, and I can just make it 1, remove this disabled, and inside of this I can just get the pagination ellipses from Shadcn. Okay,
So outside here, can do for loop. So let I is equals to math.max get the 2 and also the current page minus 1, and here I is okay, and math.min get the total page minus 1 and current page plus 1, and we're going to increment this. And now we can go inside of this and we can do if I is equals to 1 and I is equals to total pages, like total page, we can continue. But this is just skipping the first and last as they're always shown. So here I can do items dot push inside here. We have the pagination item. The key is gonna be the I, and here I can have pagination link. Here we need href. So the href is gonna be again dynamic. So let's have this, and you're gonna have base path question mark page is equals to I, and now let's add this current search, and here we can add current search. Can add this and search equals to current search, otherwise just make it empty. So search current search, and now you can come here, can also add current sort by, otherwise just empty. Current sort by and is active, current page equals to 1, and inside here we can get the page to I, and otherwise you can just get this page. Okay, and also here we can also show the ellipses if needed. So we can do just the same thing we did earlier. And here we can outside of this we can show last page if there's more than one page. So if total page goes to 1, not equals but more than 1, and do items dot push pagination key is gonna be last. We're gonna have pagination link. Let me see. Pagination link href is gonna be page path goes to page, total page, current search goes to search, current search, and current sort by, current sort by, and sort order. Current sort order is active. Yeah, this is fine. And here we can just return items. Okay, and now we can go outside of this. We can get the sort icon. So const get sort icon. So we can do current is gonna be a string, and we're gonna do if current sort by is not equal to this current this one, just gonna return allow up down icon. And the class name is element2 size 4. And I can come here, I can do return current sort order equals to ascending. And here I can return these icons. So allow up, give it the same class names. Otherwise, you can just return allow down. Let's give it class names ml2 and size of 4. Okay, so this is just for getting the code, the icons. And okay, so what do I need to do now? Let me add another one, so let me add the last one so we can start seeing something, and we're gonna keep working on it until we are done. So get highlight, get high get highlight styles. I'm gonna take in the URL, and it's gonna be URL with user. Import this, we already have it, and inside of this we're gonna do if URL is not fragged, so URL.fragged, just gonna return an empty string. Otherwise you can just switch, so highlight styles, and for this I'm gonna have these styles. So these are the styles I'm gonna have. Okay. And I'm gonna add another one to get my get frag icon. So outside of this highlight styles, I'm gonna have this. And now finally we can return something on our UI. So a div class name space y of 4, div class name is gonna be rounded medium, and have border, and I think we need to install the table. So let me open this, npx Shadcn add table. I believe this is how you install table from Shadcn. Okay, nice. So now we can have this table from components UI table. Can have table header, or header not head, table header. Okay, and also we can have table row. And inside of here we can have table head. Okay, so let me have a class name. Width is gonna be of 300. And here we can have a button which is gonna say original URL. Let's see it. Boom. So we have this original URL. Let's give it some class names. So class name, it's gonna say flex item center font medium. And here on click of this, on click, user is gonna handle sort and we're gonna pass in the original URL. Okay. So this is how it's working. Let me go back to this page. Nice. So this is the first one, and also can get the icon. So get sort icon, and you can pass in this original URL. And now you can see it here. We need to get another table head. So let me copy and paste this table head here. And the second one is gonna be for the short code. Code. And of course, this is gonna be short code, and also get the icon is gonna be for the short code. It's over here. And for the width, this one's gonna be 100 or 150 maybe. Yeah, 150. Okay, yeah, 150 pixel for the header. Let's copy and paste it on the bottom. And this is for, let me think, this is for the clicks. And this is gonna be clicks. And the class name, this is gonna be 100. All right. And we need two more. Well, let me copy this. And this one is gonna be for the created at. And for this one, I can get in, oh, not created, but created by, yeah, corporate just reminded me. So username, and here we can pass in the username. So we have created by, nice. And you can have another one. Let me see, the class name is this. Let's make it 150. Table head. And this one's gonna be created, and this is just gonna be created that and created that, and it's gonna stay the same like that. So yeah, and this is what we have. So right, okay, let's keep working on this table. And okay, after this we need another one, table head, which is just gonna say actions. And this one is gonna have class name of with 80. Pixel gonna be text, right? Okay. So outside of this table row, outside of this table header, we can have table body. Okay, so this table body, we're gonna have the urls dot f is equals to 0. So we're checking if we don't have any. We can have table row, and inside here you can have table cell, and inside here you can do current search. You can say no URLs found with the search term and no URLs found. Okay, so otherwise let me add it here. We can just map through these URLs, so we can do urls dot map get individual URL, and we can add a div, and the class name is gonna be get frag icon color. Let's make sure to call this, and let me refresh this. Okay, let me see urls.map. Okay, I need to pass in a key. So where am I mapping this? Table url.map. Okay, let me remove this div here by now, and let me just go inside of this. Let me add in a table row. Yeah, this is what I was supposed to do. Table row, and here I can pass in a key, so url.id, and class name can be get highlight styles, and we can pass in this URL. So this should be fine. Yeah, and inside of here I can have in this table cell, and over here I can have class name. It's gonna be font medium, and inside of here I can have a div, class name flex, item center, gap of 2, and I can go inside of here. I can do url dot fragged, and I can have another div, class name, can say get fragged icon color. Okay, and for the title, let me give it url dot frag reason. I'll just say by AI. Okay, and here I can have a red triangle from React, and I can say class name is gonna be size of 4. Yeah, so we have 4 URLs that are fragged. That's why we see this highlighted. And after this here, we can have an help tag, and the href is gonna be url dot original URL, and the target is gonna be blank, and this class name is gonna be, let me first of all show this. So, and url dot original URL, and also let's do external link. Class name gonna be size of 3.
Okay. Okay, this is everything we have. And for this link, let me give it a class name. So text's gonna be brew 600, and hover it's gonna be underline flex item center gap 1, max width is gonna be 250 pixels, and also let's make it truncate. Okay, cool. And for this URL, maybe let's create something that will help us truncate this. So let me add it here. So const truncate URL, we're taking the URL as a string, and also let's have max length. And of course we can put this inside of a util. By default it's gonna be 15, and you can do if URL dot length less than the maximum length, gonna return URL. Sorry, didn't mean to check it like this, and return URL dot substring max length. And yeah, so now you can go ahead and start using this over here. And yeah, so this is what we have now, and let's go ahead and keep working on this table. So outside of this div, I can have a URL if and check if it's fragged, and URL dot fragged reason. We can show that here. So let me add a div, and here I'm just gonna say reason URL dot frag reason. And let me see what I see now. Okay, so let's improve this, and I can give it some class name. So class name is gonna be margin top of 1, text xs, text 0 of 600, dark text 0 400, max width is gonna be 250, and we're gonna be truncate. Nice, starting to look better. And after this table cell, we can have another table cell, and for this one I'm gonna have a div, and inside that div I'm gonna pass in this code, and so URL.shortcode. So here we have the shortcode, and we can give this div a class name flex item center gap of 2, okay, and can give this code a class name. It's gonna be pg muted, px of 1, py of 0 to 5, rounded just rounded,
and text sm. Okay, this is what we have, and let's add some yeah, this is what we need. After this code, we can have a button, and inside here we can say can do copying id is equals to url.id. So if we're copying this, can do show this loader to icon. Otherwise we can show the copy icon. Let me check what we have now. Okay, so this button, let me style it. So I'm gonna have a variant, it's gonna be ghost, and size gonna be icon, and class name is gonna be size of 6. On click, we don't have the function to copy it, but we can create it, and it's gonna be disabled if action loading, not this, but copying id is equals to this. So for this loader one, we need to add class name, size of array, animate spin, and by default class name size it's gonna be 3. Nice. So this is the table now. And outside of this div, we can add another cell. So outside of this div, and also outside of here, table cell, and here you can check. So url dot user id. If you have this, you can have this div. Let me also, for now, render some empty. So user id, we can inside of this div, so we can have a class name, flex, item center, and gap of 2. Let's add the avatar as I was saying. So inside of here, add this avatar. We're gonna use it now. But before we can do this avatar, I think I skipped something. Yeah, let me add it here. Table cell. We're just gonna have this. So, and let me maybe add the badge. Yeah. Let me add this badge. Maybe show it as badge. So instead of just showing this like here, we can use a badge. So this badge comes from Shadcn, url.clicks, and variant's gonna be secondary. Okay, should be secondary now. Nice. And now I'm gonna do for created that. So use id, class name, gap2, avatar. Okay, and I can have class name size of 6. Can have avatar image, save closing, and for src, I mean, we are not really having it. Can be undefined for now, and for the art it's gonna be url dot username, or you can just say user. Let's see if it's something. Not yet. Okay, after image and after far back, yeah, after far back can have a class name, and gonna be text access, and here I can do username dot substring. You can get the first names, like get the user's initials, but this one doesn't have user because they was created by anonymous users. So outside of this avatar, I'm gonna have a span, and here I can do url dot username or url dot user url dot user email, and just say unknown user. Okay, and nice. And otherwise here we're just gonna have a span, let's say anonymous. Okay, and let me see why it's not showing. Just anonymous, no need for this icon. Class name, text muted foreground, text sm. All right, and now we're gonna work on this created that. So outside of this table cell, you can have another table cell, and you can add format distance to now from date fns, and you can have new date url dot created that add suffix to true. And now we should have a date when this was created. All right. So this is for the this phase, so the original URL, the shortcode, and of course we can filters by the shortcode. You can filter by clicks, so you can see this. You can filter by created by. You can filter by created that, and also URLs. So all of this is working, and we just created this table. So let's just go ahead and keep working on this. And I think the last thing we need to work on URLs, it's gonna be the actions. So whether we can accept the URL which has been flagged as malicious, and whether we can accept it or we can delete it. So let's go ahead and add another table cell, but for this we need to add another Shadcn, which is drop down menu. So we need to add this drop down menu. Let me add it. So let me use legacy pay depths. Just installed. So outside here, let me add table cells. I can give it class name of text, right? And here I can get the drop down menu. So drop down menu, trigger, and this is gonna be as child. Inside here, we're gonna have a button, and this button variant is gonna be ghost, and also the size is gonna be icon. And here you can have more horizontal icon, and the class name is gonna be size of 4. Okay, and we should see this. Nice. So this is the actions, and outside of that trigger, so here after this trigger, we can have the content. So drop down menu, content, import it, and I can align this to the end, and I can have drop down menu label. So let's call it actions. And also let's get the separator. So drop down menu separator, self closing, and now we can have drop down menu item. Okay, so this is gonna be copy short URL. This is the first item. Let's copy this down, and the second one it's gonna be as child, and inside of here I'm gonna have this link where I'm just gonna take the user to the URL dot original URL, and I'm gonna set these props, and here I can just say visit original URL. So now let's check it. If I click here, I should see. So let me refresh this. If I click here, I should see this. So copy short URL or visit this URL. Okay, and yeah, original URL. Okay, nice. And after this, we need to add another one, which is a way that we can approve or we can deny this. So that this drop down menu, we can check URL dot fract, and we can have this drop down menu separator, and we can have drop down menu item, and for this one you can say approve approve this URL, approve URL, and let's give it a class name. So class name is gonna be text green 600 dark, and be text green 400. So let's see now. Seems like I need to refresh it again. So user can either approve, or now let's add another case. So let's copy down this drop down menu item, or let's just copy this and I can say remove flag, or not remove but create URL. Instead of green, this is gonna be red. Wait, what did I say? This is supposed to be green. Text red. Yeah. So we have these two, either to approve or remove it. Okay. And we can add an icon ban from Resource React, and I can do class name. It's gonna be size 4, ml of 2, and let me see now. So we have this B1, text red, yeah, and here I can add the check circle. Yeah. So these are the actions for this, but only for the flagged URLs. Like this one will not have it, but this will have it because we have it's flagged. So also let's try filters. So security risk. Let me click on this. This is the security risk. Inappropriate content, there's no one. So other flags, just gonna have this one. We don't have inappropriate content. And here, design the domain is very short. Yeah. So here you can just filter by flagged only. So the server is sending only the flagged ones. And here we can just send all the URLs. Okay, so this is working fine, and I think we can go ahead and try to work on the approving and denying the URL. So let's go ahead and start working on that. Okay, so let's create an action, and let me go inside of my SRC, inside the server, inside the actions, inside of the admin and URLs. I can add one more, so I can call this manage fragged url.ts. So I can have type action, which is gonna be either approve or delete. Gonna be at approve or delete it. Okay, so we're gonna export async function Yeah, and here we're just gonna have inside of this, we're gonna have the URL ID, which is a number, and so the action. And now we can return a promise of this API response, and now it's gonna be null. So, and inside of this, we're gonna do try catch, and we can do const session equals to await auth. So let's wait for this auth from the server. We can do if no session. If no session dot user, we can return false, success false, and also the error is gonna be unauthorized. And now I can check. So if session dot user dot role is not equals to admin, we can return this error as well, unauthorized. Okay, and here I can get the URL. So const URL to manage. So the URL I want to manage, go to await db from the server dot query dot urls dot find fast where urls. So let's import these urls, get the equals to urls.id and the URL we were given. So let's not do it like this. Outside here urls.id, and yeah. Okay, let me see what I'm doing wrong. So let me remove this. So to manage echo, so let's get echo and url.id. Yeah, and here I can do if there's no URL to manage, we're just gonna return it's not found. And if action is equals to approve, so here we're just gonna remove the flags. So we can do await db, and we're gonna update it. So dot update what URLs, gonna dot set, yeah, gonna set flagged to false, flag reason to null, and also updated at it's gonna be new date. And here we can do dot where URLs, or we can do where echo, so import echo urls dot id is equals to this URL ID. So as if action is equals to delete to await db dot delete urls where equal urls id. Okay, and here you can else can return success false or invalid action, and we can revalidate path, and we can revalidate these admins, and also revalidate the flagged, yeah, urls/flagged. Okay, and here we can let me first of all return success to true, and data we don't need to return any data. So here you can just do console and yeah. And now you can go back to our URL table. So on the top, we can add this action here. So const handle manage fragged URL. Gonna be async, and inside of this we're gonna have the URL ID, which is a number. URL ID, which is come on. URL ID, which is a number, and action, which is gonna be either approve or delete. So here we can do set action loading, we can do URL ID, and here I can do const response. It's gonna be await manage flagged URLs. We're gonna have passing the URL ID and also the action. So if response dot success, gonna return toast, so toast dot success, and you can say let me check the action. So action is gonna be approve, URL approved successfully, or URL deleted. Okay, and here we can do router dot refresh. Else we can just do toast dot error, and you can get the error from the backend. So description response dot error or unknown error. Okay, and maybe you should put everything inside of the catch. Yeah, so let me cut this, and let me cut this with this as well. So let's put inside of the try catch, and here I can just add it here, and inside the catch I can just do console.log. Yeah, and finally I can set the action loading to null. Okay, and when we are still here, maybe you can also create the copy one. So const copy to clipboard, which is gonna be async, and we're gonna take in, this is not just any copy, so we're gonna take in ID, which is number, and short code, which is a string. So we're gonna do try catch. Inside of here I can do set copying ID, can pass in the ID, and do const short URL. Gonna be windows.location, and let's have this shortcode, and await navigator.write-clipboard, and here I can show the toast. Okay, inside the catch, you just pass in the toast error, and finally we can let me see, we can set timeout and set this copying ID to null after 1 second. Nice. So now I think I can go to my copy one. So where is it? Yeah, this one. So copying on click, we can add copy to clipboard, URI.id, and also URI.shortcode. And now also for where is I really using copy. So copy this for this copy, and add on click, copy to clipboard, and as child visit original URL, and now let's go here to where we are managing this. So for approve, for the item, this is where you add our action. So you can do on click, do handle managed flagged URL, and pass in the URL ID, and the action is gonna be approve. So you can pass in the approve or delete. And here I'm gonna pass in here. So this one is delete. Okay, and for this we can show the loadings when action is happening. So inside of here we can check action loading equals to url.id, and we can show the loader to icon. And also here nice. Okay, I forgot something. I think, yep, I forgot to make this as use server. I always forget about this stuff. Nice. We can test this. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to copy this code. So copy this, and I can paste it here in a new terminal. Is a new tab, not terminal, and this should warn me that this URL is flagged. Yeah, so you can see we are being warned that this is flagged, and not this. This is not where I was, but I was here. Let me add it here. Yeah, so this is the flagged one, and this is one. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to delete it. Let me delete it. So delete this. I don't want to approve it. Delete. You are deleted successfully. Okay, and now let me try to visit this again. Let me refresh. You are not found. It has been deleted. And for this one, I'm gonna try to approve it. So approve. You are approved successfully. And let me copy it. So you can see it's here now as it's not flagged anymore. So let me copy this code. Let me paste it here. And of course, it's gonna take me to this page, which is not here. So yeah, this is working as we wanted, and we can copy the code or the URL, and we have the sorting working for these tables. We have everything working. Yeah, so I think this is all for this URLs table, like where we show all the URLs. I think this is everything we need to work on. And yeah, okay, so let's also add the pagination before I forget about this. So outside of here, you can do total. Do I have total pages? It's not inside here. It's inside those URLs table. I'm getting tired. Okay, let's finish this up and I can go to sleep again. And okay, so total page is equals to 1. And then go to pagination. Pagination, let's import it from components UI. And let's get this pagination content. Let's have this pagination item. Okay, and let's have this pagination previous. which is self-closing. I'm not sure we can see anything, but why not? Let me go here. Yeah. So the href is gonna be here, and it's gonna be on base path. It's gonna have this page is equals to math dot use math dot max. Okay, -1. Otherwise, you can just have this current page. Not current page, but current search, and you can have it like this. Boom. And here we can have it current search here. Yeah. Current search, sort by. Yeah. Okay, so we don't have much URL, so this is why I think we don't see that, or we don't have the previous one yet. Yeah, that's the correct thing. And here I can add in this get pagination items. And what do you see? Nothing. Okay, let me just finish this up. Can add another pagination item. Let me add pagination item, and you can add pagination next. And here we can have this href as well. Href is gonna be just like we did before. Let me let Copilot help me here. So base path, page, math minute, auto page, current page, and current search. Let me just check. Current search and sort by. Yeah. Oh, this is fine. Sorry guys. Here I can just add a div that say class name text.xs, and can do text muted foreground, and inside of here I can do showing URLs of total URLs. I can do current search, and end. You can say search results for, yeah. Showing, okay, and also let me try to search. So DJ, let me click on this search. Yeah, so as you can see, it's working as we wanted, and it's getting this. Okay, so I think everything is working as I wanted to work for this chapter. It was a bit longer because this table was almost like a custom table we created with pagination, with filters, with search, all of it coming from the backend as well. So this was a cool one, and yeah, and I think this is everything I wanted to do, and all I wanted is done now. And so yeah, see you guys next time. For me, I'm gonna sleep, so see you guys next time.
Hello and good morning. So next I'm gonna work on this page, so the fragged URLs page, and yeah, so let's just go ahead and create this page. So inside of src, inside of the app, and inside of this admin group, inside of the admin folder, inside of the URLs, let's add a new page. I'm gonna call it fragged. Let's add a file, page.tsx, and let's start by adding this metadata. So let me import it from Next, if it will allow me. Okay, and now I can go ahead and do export default async function frag the URLs page, and here we need to pass in the search params. I'm not sure if we did it for this page, so you can just take those. Yeah, so this is what we need. So this is the search params we're gonna be adding. So let me just copy this and let me add them here. And now I can go here. Let me see if we're not gonna need everything. We need the page, we need the search, we need the sort by, and we don't need this filter. Okay, so next let's add this const let's add this const session goes to await off, import from server. Always import it from here so when I'm using in server side. Oh god, okay. So if no session dot user, gonna redirect the user to the login page. Import from next navigation, and now I'm gonna check again if the user is not admin, just the same thing I was doing here. So let me copy this. We're gonna just take them back to the dashboard, and also we need this search. So let me get this search, and I'm gonna add it here. And let me see, we need the original URL, we need the shortcode, we created that. Yeah, this is what we need. And also we can do get all URLs. We're gonna be using the same thing, but the way we made this, we can also get what we really want without, we can reuse this and get what we just want. Okay, and so now we can go ahead and start filtering only the fragged ones. So const URLs, go to response dot success and end response dot data. So if we have those, we can do response dot data dot URLs dot filter. Let's get this URL, and we're just gonna get the URL dot fragged. Otherwise just be input early. Okay, now let's get the total. So const total gonna be equals to URLs dot name. Now we can go ahead and group URLs by frag reason, so like categories. So const categorized URLs, it's gonna be equal to URLs dot reduce, and inside of this I'm gonna have this accumulator and also get the URL, and inside of here I can do const reason. So let's get the reason. I'm gonna go to URL dot frag reason, otherwise other, and const category, or let me just say unknown category. Const category equals to reason dot to lowercase, not to lock but to lowercase, yeah, and dot includes
inappropriate. Let me make sure I spell this correctly. So yeah, inappropriate. Here we can add inappropriate, and here we can add reason, request, include security, and or we can add this or malware. Yeah, we have this, and we can also say phishing. Can also say can just say suspicious. Let me see if I spell this correct. I think no. Yeah. So if this is the case, I want security or other. Okay, so here we're gonna do if meta does not have this category. Yeah. Else, not here, but outside of this category dot push URL, and also return this. And over here we can just give it this record of type string, and it's not gonna be type of any, just gonna be type of URLs. Okay, and now we can go ahead and start working on our UI. So I'm gonna do return. I'm gonna turn empty fragments for now, and also add in a div. So class name, it's gonna be flex item center, justify between, margin bottom of 6. Let's add in a div, give it a class name of flex item center, gap of 3, and let's have h1, and we can say fragged URLs. Let's see if I refresh, we should see something. Yeah. Let's give it class name. Class name is gonna be text 3. Text gonna be 3XL, and font bold, tracking tight. Nice. And I can go after the h1, can have a div with class name of pg yellow. Let me add what we need to add here. So let's add a red triangle icon, and after this let me add a span, which is gonna say total, and we can say URLs, and after this span we can say requires review. Okay, so here we have two. Let's style this div. So for this div I'm gonna give it pitch yellow of 100. On dark it's gonna be PG yellow of 900. Setting, and text yellow of 800. On dark it's gonna be text yellow of 300. Adding y is gonna be 1, and rounded full. Text SM, and flex item center gap 1.5. Okay. All right, so let me see. I have px. Okay, let me add px here, px of 3, and I should be Good, yeah. And for this, let me add class name. It's gonna be size 4. And for the span class name, it's gonna be font medium. Okay. Nice. So after this div and also after this div, let's add a link. And okay, href is gonna be to/admin/urls. So here we're just gonna say let's add an icon. So arrow left. Yeah, arrow left. And I'm not gonna have all of this. No, I'm not gonna have all this class name. Just gonna have the size, which is gonna be 4. And here maybe I can, because we're gonna use a button, so let me just add passage ref. Let's add a button, and let me put this link inside of this, cut it and paste it here. And for variant, it's gonna be outline. Size is gonna be small. Class name is gonna be gap of 2. Okay, and after this I can say back to all URLs. Nice. So after the button and outside of this div, I can add check total is equals to 0, and we can say, let me just add an empty fragment for now. And inside of this, I can have a div. And this is gonna have no class name for now. And inside of here, I can have a card. So this card, we have a class name that says shadow SM, border green of 200, dark, it's gonna be border green of 800, and card content, it's gonna be let me give it class name, and padding top of 6, padding bottom of 8, flex core, item center, specify center, and inside of this, so div, class name, size 16, and rounded is gonna be 4, bg green of 100, dark is gonna be bg green of 930. Yeah, flex, item center, justify center, margin bottom of 4. So let me try so the token test. Let me do this so you can see what we are working on. Let me just refresh. Yeah. Which icon should we add inside of this? Yeah, array triangle is fine, I think. Yeah, this is fine. Array triangle, and with these class names. Okay, and after this div that's storing the icon, you can have h3 that we say no flagged URLs. So you can see it here now. Now flag the URLs, let's give it a class name. So class name is gonna be text excel, font medium, margin bottom of 2. And after the h3, you can have padding. You can say, wait. Let me just accept this. Our flag the URL has been reviewed and are safe to use. Good job, but I'll give it class name. It's gonna be text muted of foreground, text center, max width gonna be medium. And yeah, this is what I want to do. So let me put this back to its normal state. We should not see it because we have URLs. And now in this else case, this is where we're gonna try to render something. So let's have a div, and let's give it a class name of grid and gap of 8. And inside of here, let me have a card. Class name is gonna be the same thing we have here, but we're gonna change the colors. So shadow SM border is not gonna be green, it's gonna be yellow. 200. Nice. Yeah. And inside of here, I can have cut content, and for this cut content, or should we have, let's have cut header, and let's give it class name of border bottom, border yellow of 100, dark border yellow of 900 was 50, BG yellow of 50, dark BG yellow of 920. And inside of this, I can add a div. Class name is gonna be flex item center gap of 2. And inside here, I can add this red triangle. And here I can just say, give it a class name of size 5. Text yellow 600, dark text yellow of 400. Okay, what's this? Okay, after this, let me add a card title, flag the URLs, let's see how this look like, and give it a class name of text yellow 800, dark text yellow of 300. And outside of this div, you can have code description. And for the description, we're gonna say this. So just gonna say this. So these URLs will automatically flag the AI system. Yeah. Okay. And now after the card header, we have the card content. So card header here. Card content. Give it class name of padding top 6. And inside here, we can go categorized URLs dot security and categorized URL dot security. Length is okay. Yeah, so categorized dot length. We can go ahead and let me see. Categorized dot length to 0. Go ahead and have a div. Class name, it's gonna be margin bottom of 8. Have another div. Class name is gonna be flex. Item center gap 2. Margin bottom of 4. And here I can have shield arret icon. And you can say class name. Let me see if we see anything. Yeah. You can say size 5 and text rate 500. On that's gonna be text rate 400. Okay. And after this, we can have a H3 icon. And I can say security concerns. Let's give it a class name. It's gonna be text large, and it's gonna be font medium, text rate 700, dark, text rate 400. Okay, and after this h3 and the south side of this div, let's have a card. I'm gonna use a class name, but before that, let me add card content. And inside of this card content, let's have a paragraph, and paragraph, yeah. So this URL has been flagged, just like that. And on this card, I can have border to be red 200, dark border red 900, and let's make it 50. Also BG red 50, and let's make it 30, a bit more like grayish. Dark BG red 910, shadow SM, and margin bottom of 6. Okay, and for the card content, class name, it's gonna be padding top of 4. yeah, padding top of 4. Okay, and give it a class name, text sm, text red 700, and on dark it's gonna be text red 400 and margin bottom of 400. Yeah. So after the card content and also outside of this card, we can use our URLs table we have created from admin. Let's pass in what we have to pass in. So we can pass in the URLs, which is gonna be categorized.risk, total categorized security.length, current page, which is gonna be the page, current search, which is gonna be the search, current sort by, which is gonna be the sort by, current sort order, which is gonna be the sort order. Okay. Nice. So now you can see our table is over here. And also let's add in our highlight style. So highlight style, let's pass in to be security. So the styles will be different, as you can see. The styles will be different based on what category this is. Yeah, so just have one for the security concern. And now we can do the same thing for okay, so let's copy this this whole thing here. Gonna do the same thing. Yeah, and this time I'm gonna change this to be for what did we have next? We have the security inappropriate. So I also do the same thing for inappropriate. So let me change this to be inappropriate. We won't get anything because we don't have it. And yeah. Okay, and also let's do the same thing for the others category. Let's go outside here, let's paste it. I don't have it copied. Let me just copy this again, paste it here. But for this time, I'm just gonna check this, no need for this, remove it. Categories dot other and categorize URLs dot other dot math equals to 0. Okay, I need to change this to other. Okay, and I need to change this to be a triangle. The color is gonna be yellow, and this is gonna be other concerns, and this is gonna have yellow as well. And for the card, the border is gonna be, everything here is gonna be yellow basically.
Yeah. Okay. So this is everything for this URLs page. We already have this where we can see all the URLs. And also if you want to just see the flagged ones, we can just come here and we can manage them as needed. Approve, treat. Yeah, so this is good. And now you can go ahead and start working on the users. And so yeah, let's work on the users page. Okay, for the users, let's go inside of my src, inside of the app, inside of the admin group, inside of admin, and I can create a new page. So I'm gonna call it users, and here I can add the page.tsx, and we can start by giving it the metadata. So let's import this from Next, and also let's create this page. So export default async function, and you can call it user management page, and let's give it the search params. So a bit similar to what we've been doing so far. Now let's go to this page. Okay, and we can do the same thing we did for, so check the session, and so just what we've been doing so far. So let's import auth from server, let's import redirect, next navigation, and yeah, so this is what I believe we've been doing on all our admin pages. So now let's go ahead and create a server action to help us get all the users. So I'm gonna go open my Explorer, src, server, actions, and inside of the admin, let's create a new folder maybe. Yeah, this is related to users, not URLs. Let's create this one, and this one I'm gonna get our users.tsx, and here I can define the types, or the type we need this. So this is the types I need. So I need the user without password, so I need the ID, the name, the email, and the role created that, also the image. And also you need to get the user options, so the page, limit, sort by, sort order, and also the search. Okay. So now we're gonna get all the users with pagination and sorting. We can do export async function, and we can call it get or users. And here we're gonna have options, which is gonna be get or user options, and let's give it an empty, and this is gonna return a promise, and it's gonna be our API response. And here we can pass in users, and it can be user without password, an array, and also a total of which is a number. Okay, and so inside of this, let's get the session. So const session, let's go to await of,
and can check if no session dot user. I can return, we don't have status, but we can return, sorry, this is not correct. This is not how we define this. So success to be false, error not authenticated. And also you can check if the user is admin. So if session.user.role is not equals to admin, and you can just say not authorized. And now we can have the default. So const goes to options, and here let me get the page is gonna be 1, limit 10, sort by created that by default, descending, and options. And now we can calculate the offset. So just like we did earlier, const offset number page minus 1 times the limit. Now we can get all the users, rate all users. Let's go to await db dot query dot users dot find many, and here I can get the query here, and inside we're gonna choose what we need. So we need the ID to true, we need the name to true, we need the email to true, we need the lore, yeah, we need the created that in the image. Okay, and now we can just execute password and other sensitive data. So the password is false, email verified is false, updated that I'm not sure, but yeah. Okay, so now we have that. We can do we can apply the search. We can do if search. So if the user is searching, so if search, and if search, yeah, just search. So if search, we can do const search lower. We can do search dot lowercase, and all users equals to all users dot filter. See, dot filter, and let's get the user. Here is gonna be the user dot email to lowercase dot include. Okay, and also the user. I think this is what I need, just the user and the email. And outside here, outside of this search, I can do const total equals to all users dot length. And now you can also apply the same thing for the sorting. So you can do if sort by and sort order. You can go inside of this, you can do all users dot sort, you can get the A and B, and inside of this we can do the same thing we did earlier. So that value A of any equals to, and also the value B, just like that. And now you can handle the null values. So if value A equals to null, and you can do value A is empty, if value B, just like that. And I can do if sort order is equals to ascending, you can do return value A, value B, question mark, minus 1, and value A, value B. So we already this area, but maybe should have made a util function to help us with this. Yeah, but it is what it is. And now outside here we can do const paginated users. We can do all users or slice, offset, and limit. And now we can return success to be true in data. We can have users equals to paginated users and also the total. Nice. Okay, I'm thinking, should I put everything inside of the cache? Should I put everything inside of the cache? Should I? Let me cut everything. Let me put inside of try cache and let me paste it what I had earlier, and let me console.log or not console.log first and return this. Yep, and now we can go back to our users page. So also let's make sure, yeah, we are already here. So after the sort order, we can have a response. So const response is going to await get or users, and inside here we can pass in the default. So page, I mean the limit, we are already passing it on the backend, but if you want you can also pass it here. So const users equals to response dot success and response dot data and response dot data dot user. So const total, just like that. And now we can return. So I'm gonna return an empty fragment. And here I can first of all create the div. So the heading. So div class name is gonna be flex item center justify between margin bottom of 6. And inside here I can have h1. Class name is gonna be text 3xl. Font is gonna be bold. Darkening tight. And here I can say user management. User management. Let's see what we have now. Refresh this. I'm not sure why it's not updating. Yeah. And here I can have, after the h1, can have a link. And here it's now gonna be here. It's just gonna take us back to admin page. And here I can do pass href. So I'm gonna pass href to this button. I think that's what's doing. And for the variant, it's gonna be outline. Size is gonna be SM smaller. Class name is gonna be gap 2. And inside of this one, can have an arrow left, and I can pass this size, the class name. Class name is gonna be size 4. And here I can just say back to admin. Yeah. So outside of this heading, here I can do div, and class name is gonna be grid gap of 6. And I can have card and class name shadow SM. And inside of this one I can have card header, And inside the card header, I can have card title, which is just going to say users. Card users, and let me see what it looks like. Okay, and I can come back here. I can have card description, which is just gonna be view and manage all users in the system. After the card header, and I can have card content, have a div, give it a class name of space y4, and inside here we're gonna have a component which we're gonna call user search, and we're just gonna give it initial search. I'm just gonna give it initial search. It's gonna have this as search. So let's go ahead and create this component as well. It's not gonna be so complicated. Let me copy this. I'm gonna go inside of my across everything, inside the src, inside of components, inside of the admin. Let's create a new folder related to users, so users, and let's create a new file, call it user search, user search.tsx, and here we can have this interface. So let me just give this interface, and I can do export function, and let's get user search, and let me give it this user search props and its initial search. Okay, and instead of here I can do const router. It's got to use router, next navigation, const search params. It's gonna be equal to use search params, and here I can do const search term. It's gonna be equal to use state. Just use state. Don't know why it's okay. Whoa, nice. And we can create, so const handle search. Gonna have react, which is react from event, and we can do event dot prevent default, and here we're just gonna create the param first. So we can do const params. It's gonna be new URL search param, and let's add it to string. So to string, and here you can check if we have search term. So search term can do params dot set search, and also the search term, else can just do params dot treat search, and outside of this, but still inside of the handle search, and do param dot set page to 1, and now I can do router dot push, and you can say, let me see, say admin users question mark params dot to string, and outside of handle search we can do const clear search, and this is just gonna set the search term to empty. And also you can do const param get, and we just delete this, and you can reset the page, and finally we can just do this. Okay, and so just return this form with on submit, which is gonna be handle search. Class name is gonna be flex gap 2, and here I'm gonna have a div class name relative flex 1, and inside of this you can have search icon, so search icon, and I'm gonna give it, let me see already what we have. Yeah, we need to make this as also get all users. We need to mark it as use server. Okay, yeah, and so I can go back here, give it this class name. So class name is gonna be absolute left is gonna be 2.5, top 2.5, size gonna be 4, text muted foreground, and I can have an input. So let's do type, it's gonna be text, place user, search users, value is gonna be search term, on change search term, and class name is gonna be 9. Just read that. Okay, so here we're gonna do, if we have a search term, and let's add this button, and here I can give it type button on clear search. I'm sorry to write, yeah, this is what I need. Okay, we're not gonna see it now, but let me add an icon, because we don't wanna see it because there's nothing inside. Last name, size 4. I'm not sure I need it. Let's see. Yeah, that is fine. And finally, we can add the button to search. Type submit, and you can say search. So here we can say gen, and as you can see, it's changed our params, and our backend should give us the results. Okay, we'll click back here to users. Okay, now let's go back to this page. We need to add another one, so I need to add another users table. And what do we need to pass here? We need to pass in the users, which is gonna be users. Total is gonna be total. I'm gonna do current page, which is current page. Current search, which is search. Current sort by, which is sort by. Current sort order, which is sort order. So now let's create this table. Alright, so let's create this users table, and I'm gonna add it. Let me open my Explorer, and inside of my src, inside my src, inside my
components, inside of the admin, inside the users, not admin sidebar, but users. Let me just close everything else. So inside the admin, let me go back. I'm confusing myself. So the components, admin, users. Let's have users table.tsx, just like that. And now I can have this. Okay, what did I do? I think I closed it. Yeah, so we can have this interface. Let's import this from our server actions. We exported this. Make sure to export it from our get all users. And we need the users total. If you remember, this is what we are passing here. So now we can just do export function, and we can do users table, and you can pass in this users props. Let's import it here from components, admin, and users table. Nice. So now what we have to do, we have to create the limit, the total pages, the handle sort. So basically the thing we did earlier. So instead of just typing it again, I can just take it. So this is the basic thing we was doing. So first of all, make sure to import router from navigation, and also use state. So we're getting the router, we're getting the is loading, and also we're getting the pagination. And also let's make sure to extract what we need. And we are calculating the pagination, so the limit is 10, and the total pages, the handle sort, the current search. So just what we did earlier, so there's no need to try doing it again from the scratch. And we're gonna basically the same thing we did for the admin like URLs table. Let's just go and let me open it. So inside my URLs and URLs table, so the next thing we have to do is get, let me see, yeah, we have to do these paginations. So get pagination item, and always show the first page. So this is what we're gonna do. And for this, I can just also copy it, and we can modify it based on what we need, or we can just type it again from the scratch. Let me see. Okay, let me just copy it. Don't think there's a need to type it again from the scratch. So let me add it here. So this is what we're using to get pagination item, and we have the pagination link. Let me just import those, and I'm gonna show you. Alright, so I'm doing const items, and it's an empty array by default. So I'm naming this get pagination item, and inside the item I'm pushing this pagination item. I have the pagination link where I have admin users page 1 and search. I pass this in the params as the link, yeah, and current sort by, sort order. Okay, and after here I can just pass in the first, because since the always the first one. And now I can show the ellipses if needed. So I have just the same thing we did for. Okay, now show current page and surrounding pages. So let this is what we are calculating, and here skip the first and last page as they are shown, always shown. And now same thing, we push this to the pagination link, and also show the ellipses if needed. And here always also show there is more than one page, and the lastly return the items. So just the same thing we did on our
URLs table, which we made, we write from the scratch. So yeah, and now we can copy this, the get icon as well. So get sort icon, let me see, yeah, get sort icon, okay, need this, let me add it after this, let me import these icons. Okay, and now let's see what else we can use. Let me close this. I don't think we need this one. Also don't need this. We need this truncate URL. I don't think we do need that actually. Okay, no need, so let's continue. Go ahead, and after this I can create another const get user initials. I'm gonna take in the name, which is a string, which can also be null, and inside of this I can do, if there is no name, just return user or you, and can do const paths. Gonna do name dot split with empty space. So if path dot length is equals to 1, you can return path 0, and we get the first item, the character at this, and we make it uppercase. After this we can return paths. So yeah, that's what we did, and here to uppercase. Yeah, okay, let me see what else we need. Copy clipboard. What else do we have here? We can use yeah, okay, it's fine. So let's create another one, the last one we're gonna be needing. So const handle toggle. For now we're just gonna be an empty, but we're gonna come back to it once we have designed our page. But for now let's just have it as placeholder, and also we're gonna get the current node, which is a string, and for now I can just console log. Yeah, okay, so let's go ahead and start designing our table. So let's refresh this. So we have the updated version. Okay, and let's make this as use client, of course, and on top here use client. Let me collapse this. Let me see, I wanna collapse handle sort, get pagination item. Yeah, okay, and now I can go ahead and do return something. So we're gonna return div class name. It's gonna be space y04, and inside of this I can have a div class name. It's gonna be rounded medium border. Okay, and inside here we have to add table. We already installed table. Inside here you can have the table header, and inside here you can have table row, and inside here you can have table head. Give it class name of width, it's gonna be 250 pixels. and here I can have a button that will be on click. It's gonna be handle sort by name, and for the class name it's gonna be flex item center font medium, and here I can give it user, and also I can say get sort icon based on this name. Nice. I can copy this down, so this table head I can copy it down, and the second one is gonna be for the email, so email, and this one gonna be email, also this one gonna be email. Okay, and I can copy this down again, and this one's gonna be for, let me see if I need to change this. So for the name it's 250, and for the email I don't need to add this class name, let me remove it, but for the lol I have to make it 120, and it's gonna be lol lol lol. Okay, nice. And yeah, and flex item center font medium, let me copy this down again, and this one's gonna be 150, and this is gonna be created at, and this is gonna be joined. Okay, let me see, width is 150 pixels, 120, see if I'm doing something wrong. So I have this table header with by default is 250 button, and the second one after this table head email doesn't have any class name. Yeah, I think this is all I need. So after they joined that, after this table head, I can have another table head which is just gonna say actions, and width is gonna be 80. Okay, so after this table header I can have table body, and here I'm gonna do users dot map. I'm gonna get before you can map, let's first of all check the length of them. So if you have none, what you wanna display or what you wanna display. So if we have no users, we can have table low, and inside of this table we can have table cell, and correspond, and make it 5. Class name, it's gonna be height 24, and text center, and inside here I'm gonna do current search. Okay, and users found, just like that. Alright, so otherwise we can go ahead and start mapping to our users. So I can do users dot map and get individual user, and here I can have table row, and inside of this table row I can give it a key since we are mapping, so user.id, and inside of here I can have table cell, and for this table cell let's give it a class name font medium, and inside here let me have a div with a class name of flex item center gap of 3. And now I can have an avatar, and inside of this can have the avatar image self closing, and for src I can have user.image, or it can be also undefined, so undefined. Art, it's gonna be user.name or user. Let's see what we see. We don't wanna see anything for now. Okay, so inside of this, inside of the avatar, let's add avatar fallback. Inside here we can get user initials, and you can pass in the user.name. Alright, so as you can see we have these initials, and now I can go after this avatar. I can have another div, and inside of here I can have another div as well with a class name font medium. Inside here you can have the user.name, or can be an unknown user. Okay, and after this div that's holding the name, I can have another div. I can give it a class name text xs, and text muted foreground, and here I can have the id, which is the user.id, and let's do to substring. What is it? Substring? Yeah, it's substring, and let's get just 8 of them. And after I can add this, so to make it look like to the user know that there is more. Okay, and so outside of this table cell, now let's add a second cell. So let's add another one, table cell. This one's gonna be for the email. So yeah, and after this table cell, let's add another table cell. So table cell, and inside here we're gonna use the badge component from components, and instead here I can do user dot equals to admin, and we can show an icon. Let's show this shield icon, otherwise you can just show user. So let's see now. Okay, let's customize this badge. So let me give it a variant, and inside of here I'm gonna check user.role is equals to admin. It's gonna be destructive, Otherwise, it can just be Shadcn. So let's see now. Okay, so we have an admin and one user, and let's give it a class name. Class name is gonna be flex with fit item center and gap of 1, and now it should look much better. Okay, and for these icons, I think they look fine. Don't know if there is any need to change their size. So here I can just say the user.lol next to this. So yeah. Okay, and I can have another one. So table cell. Inside here I can use the format distance to now from that fns, and also the add suffix to true. User.created that. Yeah. Okay. Yep. And now the last one, which is gonna be the actions. So after this table cell, let me add another table cell. Give it class name. It's gonna be text right. Now I can have drop down menu, and here I can have drop down menu trigger from components, and let's make it as child. And here we can add a button. So this button, let me see, what do I want to show? I want to check based on let me see. Okay, let's do is loading. So if it's loading and it's go to user.id, we can show another 2 icon, and also the animate gonna be spin. Otherwise, you can just show the more horizontal icon. Okay, let me see, why is it not refreshing? Okay, and of course let's change this button. So the variant is gonna be ghost, size gonna be icon, and disabled is gonna be is loading, and it's goes to this user. Alright, and so after this, now you can render the items. So after this drop down menu trigger, you can have drop down menu item, and wait, before this I think I need to add drop down menu content. Yeah, this is the correct way. So align, it's gonna be end, and inside of here I can have drop down menu item, or maybe drop down menu label, and you can say actions, and after this you can have drop down menu separator, and finally you can have the items, drop down menu item as child. Let's make it as child, and here we're gonna have a link, or we don't need to add a link. Let me remove this as child. Let me remove this, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna check so whether we're just gonna use one item basically. Okay. So here inside I'm gonna do user dot role is equals to admin, and yeah, let's accept this. So we're gonna say if user role is admin, I'm gonna show this text. So let me add this, let me refresh. So you can either remove as admin, or you can promote them to be admin. Okay, and yeah, I think that is fine. So let's add on click as well. Let me check class names, and this is gonna be like this. So I'm gonna check user dot role is equals to admin. If that's the case, we're gonna make text destructive. Otherwise, we're just gonna make text blue 600. Okay, and let me check now. Demote the user, promotes to admin. Yeah. Okay, so this is what I have to do. And now for the pagination, so we already did that inside of our URL tables. So this here on the bottom here, you can copy this and you can paste it after this div, paste it here and import this. So also the pagination content, what's wrong? Pagination, import it, import this as well, import the previous, and also you can copy the last one, so that last thing here. Just make sure you change this to admin and users, so as needed, admin users. Okay, don't forget that. And now this is how the users look like, but now we need to make this work so user can be able to be promoted as admin, and you also can remove users from admin. Okay. Okay, so I can go back to my, let me close everything, inside of my SRC, inside of my server, inside of actions, inside of admin, inside of users. Let's add a new file. So update user role.ts. Oh, why did I, this is not supposed to be tsx, just ts. Okay, yeah, so just to make sure to change. I hope you didn't make this mistake. So let's do export async function, update user role, and inside of this we need to get in the user ID, which is a string, and also need to get a role. Let's be more specific, so admin or user or admin. And as always, this is gonna turn a promise of our API response. So promise API response, and this time we're just gonna return null. We don't wanna return anything to the client. So try catch. Let's add the try catch here, and inside the try, first thing we're gonna check if user is authenticated. So let's check those. So make sure to import auth. So we are checking if the user is there, and if the user is admin, and if user is the one changing their own role. So we're gonna prevent them from changing this. Okay, and here let's create what do I want to do? I think we already have the enums created from our schema. So let me check the schema. Use export. Did we export it? Let me check on the top. Yeah, okay, we're gonna use this. Okay, so I'm gonna go here. After the checked, we can do if user or enum dot enum values dot includes lol does not include lol. We're gonna return success false, and we're gonna return that the lol you're trying to assign yourself is invalid. So yeah, and here you can get the user to update. So const user to update equal to await db dot query dot users dot find fast, and here I can do where, and I'm gonna get from users, and let's get this equal. So equals to users dot id is the same as the user one update. So if so just check this. If the user one update is not there, we're just gonna return that, and after we can do await db, and let me do dot update what from users. So update and dot set. Here I'm gonna set the role, and also I'm gonna change the updated date to new date, and finally I'm gonna do where users where, so where let's use echo from our server. So I can do users dot id equals to user id, and finally we can revalidate the, so let's import revalidate from Nextcache. I can revalidate these pages. We don't have this second one, just like this, and we can return success and the data to be none, and we can do console. Yeah, so this is what we need. Okay, and let's go back to our users table, and now we can actually make this handle to go work. So let me put inside our try catch. Can do set is loading to user id, const new role equals to current role equals to admin or user default admin, const response. So let's get the response from await from await update user role. So have the user id and also the new role. Okay, so if response dot success, we can toast dot success user updated, and you can pass in the description, and user has been updated too. Okay, and here we can do dot refresh else toast. Yeah, so yep, if we don't have this, we can just say in record, and inside of the catch I can do console.log and just that. And finally we can set the loading to none. Okay, so I think this is everything we needed, and I forgot again. Use server. Alright, I'm importing components that need. Okay, free to read documents, transaction, get our users. Oh, because we're using this get our users. Okay, what's the issue now? Let me restart this. I'm using inside the user table, right? Let me see how I'm importing this. Save actions, get our users. Okay, I don't know what's the issue now. Yeah, so I just need to refresh. So let's try to update. I'm logged in as this admin, so let me try to remove this. And I don't see any toast. Let me refresh. I don't know what's the issue. I should see an error. Okay, let me promote to admin. Okay, what's the problem? Am I using this on am I using this? Oh, I'm not using yeah, that's why it was not working. We are not using this handle or toggle, so we need to actually use it. So on the bottom, on this one, on the action one, so here I'm gonna do on click. Yeah, so we just need handle toggle. We pass in what we need, so user ID, and also it's gonna be disabled if it's loading to this. So let me try to demote myself. You cannot change your own role, and remember this message is coming from our backend. You cannot change your own role, and we can make this user to admin. Yeah, nice. So if we refresh, we still see this because we have removed them, and we can remove this user from admin to be. Yeah, so the most things I wanted to teach you guys is working, and you can go ahead and extend this even more. So I think the next one, the last one, or the last chapter is just me working on this database. So database is just nothing. It's just like handling, like seeding our database. If you need some test data, you can just use this to seed your database. So let's go ahead and finish it by completing this last one. And also we're gonna add dark mode, of course. Okay, so let me close this and let me create this page. So inside of my app, inside the admin group, inside of admin, just admin, Let me add database, and also let's add page.tsx, and let's get the metadata. And let's create this. So export default function, which is gonna be database page. Don't take any props, so return and div, but not a div, but an empty fragment. And here I can have a div, class name gonna be flex, and item center justify between, margin bottom of 6, and inside here I can have h1. Class name is gonna be text3xl. Font is gonna be bold. Tracking is gonna be tight. And here I can do that, yeah, database management. Yep. And outside of this div, I'm gonna add another div. So after the div, I'm gonna have another div. Class name, grid, and gap 6. And inside here I can have the card, and I can give it class name of shadow sm. Inside here I can have card header, and inside the card header I can have a div, give it class name flex item center gap of 2, and I can have another div inside. So class name padding of 2, rounded medium, bg purple 100. On dark it's gonna be bg purple of 900/20, and also text purple of 500. And inside I can just have this icon, so database icon. And now let's see. Yeah. And let me make it 5. And after this I can have card title, can say seed database. And after this div I can have card description, and we can say something like this. So appropriate data database with test data for development and testing. And after this card header we have card content, so card content, and let's have a div inside, give it class name of space y of 4. Inside here we have a div, class name bg amber of 50, dark bg amber 900/20, border amber of 200. On dark it's gonna be border amber of 800. Rounded is gonna be medium, padding of 4, flex item center gap of 3. Okay. And here I can just have this right triangle where we can give it class name. So let's give it class name. It's gonna be size 5, text amber of 600. Dark is gonna be text amber of 400. Margin top is gonna be 0.5. Fine. So outside of this div, let me have h3, which is gonna say development use only. I'll just say development use only is enough. Yeah, so I'll give it class name. It's gonna be font medium, text amber of 800, dark text amber of 300, margin bottom of 1. And I can have a paragraph. So after this h3, enough paragraph, and inside I can paste say this. So I'm give it class name of text sm, text amber of 700, dark text amber of 400. Okay, and aside of this paragraph, this h3, let me lap this paragraph and this paragraph. Let me lap this paragraph and this h3 inside of wait, yeah, so let me lap it inside of a div, and no need to style it, but outside of this paragraph, outside of this div, and also outside of this second div, let's give it a div. Class name is gonna be bg muted, padding of 4, rounded medium, h3, class name font medium, margin bottom of 2, flex, item center, gap of 2. And here I can pass this icon, so refresh cw, can give it class name, I can say size 4. Okay, margin bottom of 2, gap of 2. Okay, after this I can have paragraph, or let's say seed database with test data. Okay, and for this paragraph we can say, okay, so class name is gonna be text sm, and also text muted foreground, margin bottom is gonna be 4. Let's check this out. And so this will create test user, and yeah. So for this to work, we need to create a script that will seed our database. So let's go ahead and create that. Alright, so for the script that will seed our database, I'm gonna go inside of my server. Inside of our database, I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call it seed.ts, and for this I'm just gonna paste this. So I'm not gonna go ahead and type it, but I'm gonna show you what it's doing. So we are console logging that you are seeding we are creating test user using the ID, the test, await password, we hash it, and we give them the user role, and same thing here, and one user we make them as an admin. So, and also we can test user by like insert user by one to handle like potential duplicates. And here also again insert user to use the IDs, and here we are adding the test URLs, so random dates like 7 days, and yeah, this is all it's doing, creating random URLs. So this is all the whole thing. You can get the code from GitHub. Yeah, okay, I hope this is fine. And now I can go ahead and also let me close this. We need to create a new action. So inside of my server actions admin, I need to create a new file, which is I'm gonna call seed database.tsx. Not tsx. Why am I saying tsx? Just ts. Okay. And for this one, I'm gonna get what we need. So I'm gonna get it as well. This is not very important. Of course, you can even skip this part, but yeah, why not add it? So this is server action that is adding a database, checking if user is authenticated, checking if user is admin, and now you can run the seed. So await seed, and yeah, so the seed is what we just created now. Alright, so this is what we need to do, and of course we need to create a button that will help the user see this. So let me go here inside of my src, inside of my components, inside of the admin, can add a new button. So I can do seed database /button.tsx, and also I'm gonna add it. So see the user button, const is loading, set is loading, use state, and handle seed, get the response from our backend. Yeah, and now I can go back to our page. So our database page, let's close this database page, and after this paragraph we can have this seed database button, and now it's here. So let me try it. Let me click on seed database, confirm. Yep, and our database has been seeded, and if you check the console, this is what has been seeded. So now if I check URLs, we get all the lists that I've created, and now you can see the pagination working. So I can click on next. Sorry. Oh, what is this? This is a bug. Let me click on second page. Why is it taking me to the this? Let me see what I did wrong. Let me refresh. Okay, it's working. I don't know, but that's weird. Why is it even refreshing? Okay. Okay, of course guys, you can improve this. This is not the best of the best, but I gave you the idea of how you can do this. So if I go back to the app, and now I should have even much more data to see my analytics. So let's check this. Yeah. Let me check my stats. Of course, it was created without an ID, but yeah, that's the idea. So I think this is everything I got for you guys. And oh, we don't have this page. We don't have this page. Maybe we can finish up by creating this stats page, because I don't think it's complicated. And so maybe let's create it. This is just where we show all the all links, all your links were shortened by our service. So inside the app and inside of the user, let's add it here. Stats. Let's have page.tsx. And also, before I forget, I will add dark mode. So let me not forget that. And this page is simple, so let me just add it. I already have it ready. Let me refresh this. So this is just how it is. Let me show you. These are just counting and getting from our database, getting all the clicks, adding the heading, the cards. Yeah. Okay, now let's add the dark mode. That's important. If you remember, on our header we have to do add theme toggle. So first of all, let's install npm I next themes, and now I need to create the provider for the theme. So here, let me close this. My SRC components providers. Let's create a new file. So we're gonna call it theme provider .tsx, and this I'm now just gonna go ahead and set type this. So this is the theme provider we will be adding, and we need to add it inside of our root layout page. So let me go to my layout of the app, and I need to add it here. So let me add theme provider, and I need to add everything inside of this. Okay, and now as you can see, it's already working. So it's already showing us the dark theme. Simple. And I can go even to admin page. Everything is in dark mode. I can check URLs, flag the URLs. This is everything in dark mode. And let's add the theme toggle for our header. So theme toggle, I'm gonna create it. It's a simple one. So inside of my components, where should I add it? Components. Let's add it inside the UI. Theme toggle .tsx. This is how it look like. Just importing this use theme, and also I'm using the button to change, so I can go back to my header and let's add it here. Theme toggle. And now I think we have it for our user. Okay, yeah, so we have this. We can toggle between dark and right theme. So yeah, that's everything I have, and the project is done. You can extend it, so I made it easier for you to extend if you want. So everything is green, and we organized everything as needed. Okay, and I don't think it will be confusing later on if you wanna extend this. So everything is just green, and yeah, so I hope you enjoyed this, and I will see you guys in the next video that I'm working on as well. So take care and bye bye.